The 29th of September, the Israeli Central Elections Committee disqualified the Palestinian Party Balad from running in Israeli parliamentary elections because it called for a state for all of its citizens, in violation of Israel's basic law. The Israeli Supreme Court reversed the decision in October. On the 24th of November, the Israeli military renewed by 45 days and for the fourth time the detention of the 4 Jewish Israeli teenagers, Einat Gerlitz, Avidan Moshe Rubin, Nave Shabtai and Shahar Schwartz, who were first imprisoned in September for refusing, on grounds of conscience, to enroll in compulsory military service. Failure to tackle climate crisis and environmental degradation. On the 28th of June, the government introduced a climate bill, which proposed to reduce Israel's greenhouse gas emissions by 27% by 2030. The bill remained pending. Meanwhile, Israel's military-industrial complex, including its August offensive in Gaza, exacerbated environmental damage caused in previous attacks that Israel continued to disregard. In March, Israeli planes resumed aerial spraying of herbicides on the buffer zone in the Gaza Strip, damaging Palestinian farmland. Ukti people's rights. On the 14th of February, Israel's health ministry published a circular banning medical practitioners from conducting medical conversion therapy to change the sexual orientation of gay and lesbian individuals, but failed to grant it legislative status. Women's rights. In Israel, marriage and divorce remained under the exclusive jurisdiction of religious courts, leading to systematic discrimination against women in personal status matters. Despite legal protections against domestic violence, 24 women were killed by partners or relatives, according to the Israeli police. Some 69 women were killed between January 2020 and August 2022. Of the 40 femicides against Palestinian women in Israel during that period, 58% were not resolved by the police, while all 29 femicides of Jewish Israeli women in the same period were resolved. Refugees and migrants' rights. Israel welcomed tens of thousands of people fleeing Ukraine and allowed thousands of Jewish Ukrainians to settle under the 1950 law of return, while continuing to deny Palestinian refugees the right of return. Israel continued to reject asylum applications of nearly 30,000 African asylum seekers, primarily from Eritrea and Sudan, following a 2021 court decision over the 2,000 Sudanese asylum seekers from Darfur, Blue Nile and the Nuba Mountains were given temporary residence permits, including access to national health insurance and other benefits. In October, a commission appointed by Israel's Minister of Interior concluded that asylum seekers from Darfur and the Nuba Mountains were no longer at risk of persecution on ethnic grounds and could be returned safely to Sudan's capital Khartoum, amid concerns of a possible reversal of Israel's general non-deportation policy. Government regulations banning some 20,000 asylum seekers from work in 17 Israeli cities unless they seek employment in construction, agriculture, hospitality and institutional nursing came into effect in October. 1. Israel's apartheid against Palestinians, a cruel system of domination and a crime against humanity, the 1st of February. 210. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 2. Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, a perfect storm of apartheid policies led to Salah Hamri's deportation, the 21st of December. 3. They were just kids, evidence of war crimes during Israel's August 2022 Gaza offensive, the 25th of October. 4. Israel/OPT, continuing patterns of unlawful killings and other crimes further entrench apartheid, the 11th of May. 5. Israel/OPT, The stifling of Palestinian civil society organizations must end. The 18th of August. Italy. Republic of Italy. Head of State, Sergio Mattarella. Head of Government, Giorgia Meloni, replaced Mario Draghi in October. Concerns about torture persisted. Police used excessive force against demonstrators. Restrictive measures against unauthorized musical gatherings risked undermining freedom of assembly. Higher levels of violence against women persisted. People rescued at sea were left stranded for many days before being allowed to disembark. The government approved new rules to restrict rescue operations by NGO ships. Cooperation with Libya on migration was extended, despite abuses. Access to abortion was not guaranteed in some parts of the country. Poverty levels rose, gravely affecting children and non-nationals. Parliament failed to extend protection against hate crimes to LGBT people, women and people with disabilities. Whistleblowers were not adequately protected in law. Mandatory vaccination against COVID-19 ended for medical staff working in hospitals and care homes. Background. In July, Mario Draghi resigned. Parliamentary elections in September delivered a strong majority for the far-right coalition, including the Brothers of Italy party, led by Giorgia Meloni, who became Prime Minister in October. During the electoral campaign and in her first speech to the Parliament, Giorgia Meloni condemned racism and anti-Semitism, but her party continued to use language and symbols reminiscent of Benito Mussolini's fascist regime. Torture and other ILL treatment. In November, 105 prison officers and other officials went on trial accused of multiple offences, including torture, for the violent suppression of a protest in the Santa Maria Capua Vetere prison in April 2020. In December, a police officer was placed under house arrest, accused of torture in the case of Hasib Omerovic, a Roma man with a disability. He had fallen from the window of his home outside the capital, Rome, in still unclarified circumstances during an unauthorized police inspection in July. 4 other police officers were suspended, accused of making false statements. Freedom of expression and assembly. Police used excessive force against protesters on several occasions. In January, anti-riot police in Turin used batons to beat students who were demonstrating against the work-related death of an 18-year-old boy. About 20 people were injured, one seriously. In December, Parliament approved the introduction of a new offence that punishes trespassing aimed at organising a musical or other entertainment gathering deemed dangerous for public health and safety. Organisers of such gatherings could face up to 6 years imprisonment and a fine of up to €10,000. There was concern that the new legislation could infringe on freedom of assembly and expression. Violence against women and girls. There were 100 killings of women in domestic violence incidents, with 59 killed by their partners or former partners, a slight decrease from 2021. Parliament failed to adopt a bill introduced in 2021 to strengthen safeguards to combat violence against women, refugees and migrants' rights. Over 160,000 people fleeing from Ukraine requested temporary protection in Italy under Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 211. The EU Temporary Protection Directive. The authorities granted them priority access to residence permits and a subsistence allowance. On other routes, 1,373 people went missing at sea trying to reach safety in Italy. Many had departed from Libya. There were 105,140 people who arrived irregularly by sea, up from 67,477 in 2021, with many requiring rescue at sea. over the 12,000 were unaccompanied children. In June, 21 European countries agreed a voluntary solidarity mechanism for the relocation of up to 10,000 asylum seekers from Italy and other countries in the Mediterranean. The government refused to assign a place of safety for disembarkation to hundreds of rescued people on board NGO rescue ships and then attempted to introduce a selection process for disembarkation. The French government authorized the disembarkation in France of a group of people refused by Italy, but then retaliated by suspending transfers from Italy to France under the relocation mechanism. In December, the government approved a law with immediate effect to restrict NGOs' life-saving activities at sea. NGO crews must now request a port for disembarkation and make their way there after each rescue, limiting the possibility of saving more people in one operation. They are also expected to determine, while still at sea, whether rescued people intend to seek asylum. Violation of the new rules carries administrative penalties ranging from fines to the temporary or permanent seizure of the ship. In December, the Tribunal of Rome found one Italian Navy official and one Coast Guard official guilty of refusing to authorize a rescue, which contributed to the deaths of about 268 people, including dozens of children, when a refugee boat was shipwrecked in October 2013. However, the officials could not be sentenced due to the statute of limitations. Reports of labor exploitation of migrant workers continued, with agriculture one of the sectors where people were most frequently underpaid and made to live in substandard and dangerous accommodation. In November, 5 people were arrested for exploiting workers employed to pick tomatoes near Foggia, Apulia. Cooperation with Libya. Italy's support to Libya to contain people that continued despite persistent grave violations by Libyan authorities and militias. During the year, the Libyan authorities intercepted over 24,000 people at sea and returned them to Libya, with Italy's logistical and material support. In July, Parliament approved the extension for another year of military missions providing assistance to Libyan authorities intercepting refugees and migrants at sea and returning them to Libya. In November, the Memorandum of Understanding with Libya on Migration and Border Control was tacitly renewed for a further 3 years. Criminalization of solidarity court cases continued based on the offence of facilitation of irregular entry, although in some cases courts recognized that acts of solidarity could not constitute offences. In May, the Court of Cassation annulled the conviction of 4 Eritrean nationals accused of facilitating irregular migration for offering hospitality to other Eritreans in a case that began in 2014. They spent 18 months in pre-trial detention. The preliminary hearing continued in Trapani, Sicily, in the case against the crews of the Juventa and other NGO rescue ships for alleged facilitation of irregular migration in connection with rescue operations in 2016 and 2017. In December, the government joined the proceedings as a complainant. Sexual and reproductive rights. Access to abortion remained difficult in many areas of the country due to the high number of doctors and other health care providers who refused to deliver abortion care. Their number reached 100% of competent medical staff in some regions. 212. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. In October, the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, CESC, expressed concern about rising levels of poverty, including child poverty, and the disproportionately high level of absolute poverty among non-nationals. The committee also highlighted the inhumane living and working conditions endured by workers in the informal economy. Discrimination. Parliament again failed to pass legislation extending to LGBT people, women and people with disabilities the same protections available to other victims of hate speech and hate crimes based on racist, religious, ethnic and nationalist motives. Parliament also failed to adopt a bill, decades in the making, to ensure effective access to citizenship for the children of foreign nationals who were born and or grew up in Italy. Over 1.5 million children continued to face discrimination and challenges in accessing their rights. Workers' rights. Parliament failed to meet the 31st of December 2021 deadline to transpose EU Directive 1937/2019 on whistleblower protection. This lack of safeguards contributed to the challenges faced by health and care workers who raised concerns about working conditions in care homes during the COVID-19 pandemic. Right to health. Continuing disproportionate limitations on visits to older care home residents to stem the spread of COVID-19 infringed their right to a private and family life. Failure to tackle climate crisis. In July, a part of the Marmolada Glacier in the Alps collapsed, causing the deaths of 11 people. Experts attributed the detachment of the ice block to rising global temperatures. In October, the CESCA expressed concern that current emission-reducing policies may not be sufficient for Italy to meet its obligations to combat climate change. Japan Head of Government, Fumio Kishida. The authorities' response to the climate crisis was insufficient. Long-standing discrimination against women, migrants, asylum seekers, ethnic Korean people and LGBT people remained ongoing. Prolonged detention and inhumane treatment of foreign nationals in immigration detention facilities continued to be reported. Background. Former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe died in hospital after being shot at a political campaign event in July. In November, Minister of Justice Yasuhiro Hanashi resigned after making a joke about the death penalty, in which he stated that the Justice Minister can only make the news headlines by signing off execution warrants. Failure to tackle climate crisis. Japan continued to be the world's biggest public financier of oil, gas and coal projects and one of the largest users of coal in electricity generation, policies which undermined the objectives of the Paris Agreement. The Sixth Basic Energy Plan, approved by Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's cabinet in October 2021, remained in place. The plan aimed to decarbonize Japan's economy by 2050 and to achieve a 46% greenhouse gas reduction on the base year of 2013 by 2030, targets which did not reach the level needed to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius average warming goal of the Paris Agreement. The plan also retained 19% of coal-fired power generation, inconsistent with the almost total phase-out of coal needed by 2030. A total of 166 coal-fired power plants were in operation, delaying the transition to renewable energy sources. Japan continued. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 213. To plan for the construction of new coal-fired power plants. Discrimination. Online advocacy of hatred directed towards ethnic Korean people continued to proliferate. Disinformation was circulated on social media, erroneously claiming that ethnic Korean residents of Japan were behind the assassination of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. In August, a man was sentenced to 4 years in prison for burning down 7 buildings in Kyoto's ethnic Korean district of Uji. The perpetrator was allegedly influenced by anti-Korean comments on social media platforms and admitted that the purpose of the attack was to make Koreans afraid to live in Japan. LGBT people's rights. The National Diet, Parliament, again failed to pass a bill to eliminate discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and sex characteristics. In June, Osaka District Court rejected the claims of 3 same-sex couples, 2 male and 1 female, who argued that Japan's ban on same-sex marriage was unconstitutional. 1. Also in June, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government adopted legislation recognizing same-sex partnerships, extending some rights that already applied to married heterosexual couples. It began issuing partnership certificates from November, but this fell short of allowing same-sex unions as legal marriages. Tokyo District Court upheld the Japanese government's ban on same-sex marriage but acknowledged that the absence of any legal route for same-sex couples to have families was an infringement of their human rights. 2. Women's rights. Japan ranked 116th in a survey of 146 nations conducted by the World Economic Forum, which measured progress towards gender equality based on economic and political participation, education, health, and other opportunities for women. Women were severely underrepresented in politics. Nationwide, accounting for just 10.6% of all prefectural assembly members. In July, the Supreme Court upheld a High Court ruling which ordered Noriyuki Yamaguchi to pay journalist Shiori Ito around 3.32 million Japanese yen, $24,000 in damages. The High Court had previously ruled that he had raped Shiori Ito at a hotel while she was unconscious. Shiori Ito continued to speak out about her experience, influencing the Me Too movement in Japan and prompting other people to speak publicly about their experiences of sexual harassment and violence. Refugees and migrants' rights. Foreign nationals continued to be subjected to prolonged detention and inhumane treatment in immigration control facilities. The government decided not to resubmit a controversial bill revising the Immigration Control and Refugee Recognition Act, days after demonstrations against the revisions were held across Japan. The bill maintained the presumption of detention, and the proposed amendments did not provide for maximum periods of detention and continued to deny due process to individuals by failing to allow for judicial review of detention orders. Protesters in central Nagoya included the family of Ratnayake Wishma Sandamli, a Sri Lankan woman who died during detention at the Nagoya Regional Immigration Services Bureau in March 2021. In January, 2 asylum seekers sued the government, claiming that arbitrary detentions by the country's immigration authorities violate international law. The 2 men, from Iran and Turkey, were each detained at Japanese immigration facilities for more than 1,350 days between 2016 and 2020. Both were designated for deportation and had been repeatedly detained and received provisional release status for more than 10 years. Death penalty. In July, Tomohiro Kato was executed by hanging while in the process of requesting a retrial. He had been convicted of killing 214. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. People in 2008. This marked the second execution carried out since Prime Minister Fumio Kishida assumed office in October 2021. 1. Japan. Discriminatory ruling on same-sex marriage, a crushing blow to equality. The 20th of June. 2. Japan. Tokyo ruling on same-sex marriage, a sign of hope. The 30th of November. Jordan. Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan head of state, Abdullah II bin al-Hussein head of government, Bashar al-Ghasani. The authorities continued to restrict freedom of assembly, expression and association for journalists, political activists and workers through arbitrary detention and the use of repressive laws. Human rights defenders and journalists were targeted with surveillance. Women and girls continued to face discrimination in law and practice. Refugees faced challenges in accessing essential services due to cuts in international aid. background. The state of emergency declared at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 remained in force despite a statement by King Abdullah in May that it would be lifted in the next few months. The king restricted freedom of movement and contact with the outside world for former Crown Prince Hamza bin Hussein, who was placed under house arrest in 2021 for allegedly planning a coup, an accusation he denied. In September, Parliament adopted the Children's Rights Law. Arbitrary detention. Local governors continued to use the law of crime prevention to administratively detain anyone considered a danger to the people, without charge or the ability to challenge their detention before a competent judicial authority. In March, the authorities used this law to arrest at least 150 activists, journalists, teachers and others in an apparent effort to stop them from organizing multiple protests, including one to commemorate youth-led anti-government protests that took place in March 2011. The authorities released all of them shortly after their arrest. Freedom of expression. The authorities continued to use the cybercrime prevention law and criminal defamation provisions under the Penal Code to suppress free speech. In February, the authorities arrested 11 political activists without a warrant and interrogated them in connection with spreading false information and inciting sectarian and racial strife under the cybercrime prevention law and the Penal Code. Journalists Dagrid Rish and Daoud Khattab were detained on their entry to Jordan and interrogated at Amman's International Airport on 6 and the 8th of March, respectively, under the cybercrime prevention law about their writing. Dagrid Rish was released on bail the same day, while Daoud Khattab was released but ordered to appear before a court in Amman, the capital, where the judge ordered a temporary suspension of his arrest order. The same month, according to Reporters Without Borders, the authorities arrested and charged 3 journalists for spreading fake news in relation to their coverage of the Pandora Papers, which included leaked documents exposing the names of offshore companies, secret bank accounts and luxurious items belonging to business people, politicians and others, including King Abdullah. On the 15th of August, the authorities arrested Adnan al-Rawsan, a writer and political activist, and charged him with slandering an official body and spreading false and exaggerated news that undermines the prestige of the state. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 215. Right to privacy. In January, a Frontline Defenders investigation found that the phone of Halan Ahdib, a Jordanian lawyer and a women's human rights defender, had been infected with a Pegasus spyware. In June, Frontline Defenders and the University of Toronto's Citizen Lab revealed that the phones of 4 other human rights defenders and journalists in Jordan had been hacked with Pegasus spyware between August 2019 and December 2021. According to their investigation, agencies of the Jordanian government were likely to be responsible. Freedom of association. The authorities reversed a decision to amend the law on associations, which arbitrarily restricts the activities of NGOs and allows the government to interfere in their work. NGOs continued to struggle to obtain government approval to access grants from foreign donors. In early 2022, the government opted to continue using a mechanism established in 2019 under the Prime Minister's Office to ease the processing of requests for foreign funding by NGOs. In September, the Community Media Networks submitted a complaint to the National Center for Human Rights over the authorities' rejection of a $35,200 grant from the German development agency GIZ to produce a campaign on recycling, torture and other ILL treatment. The authorities failed to conduct prompt, impartial and independent investigations into allegations of torture. On the 6th of September, The family of Zaid Sidki Ali Dabish received a call from prison authorities in Makkah, in the suburbs of Amman, informing them of his death. According to the family's lawyer, the body of Zaid Sidki Ali Dabish showed signs of torture, including bruises on his arms, legs, back, stomach and ears. The lawyer added that the coroner's office failed to provide the family with a forensic report. The case was transferred to the military justice system for investigation, rather than the civilian justice system, in violation of human rights standards. Workers' rights. Jordan continued to struggle with a high unemployment rate, especially among women and youth, according to the World Bank. On the 27th of March, members of the unemployed movement were arrested after they staged a 43-day sit-in in front of a government building in Altafila, a town 300 kilometers south of Amman, protesting against the lack of employment opportunities. They were all released the following day. On 29th of March, 163 teachers from the Jordanian Teachers Syndicate, JTS, were arrested while protesting in front of the Education Ministry in Amman against the dissolution of the syndicate in 2020. All were released. On the 26th of June, the Court of First Instance in Amman upheld an appeal to end the prosecution of JTS members arrested in 2020 for illegal assembly and inciting hatred, but also upheld the decision to dissolve the syndicate. Women's and girls' rights. In February, the Senate amended Article 6 of the Constitution to state that Jordanian men and women shall be equal before the law and ban discrimination between them as regards to their rights and duties on grounds of race, language or religion. However, no steps were taken to amend legislation or regulations to reflect the constitutional amendment. For example, women continued to require the permission of a male guardian to marry or travel abroad with their children and risked arrest if they fled their homes. Women and girls continued to be subjected to gender-based violence, and authorities failed to adequately investigate such crimes or strengthen protection against them. A local organization reported the murder of 11 women and girls, including 5 killed by family members. The Law on Protection from Domestic Violence of 2008 fails to include a definition of gender-based violence or 216. Amnesty International Report 2022-23 criminalize marital rape and other forms of violence such as economic and psychological abuse, and it excludes former spouses and unmarried partners from the definition of family members. Refugees and migrants' rights. As of the 30th of September, according to UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, Jordan was hosting 676,606 Syrian, 65,818 Iraqi, 12,957 Yemeni, 5,522 Sudanese and 650 Somali refugees. It was also hosting 2 million Palestinian refugees registered with the UN Relief and Works Agency. All refugees in Jordan had limited access to essential services such as water and sanitation, education and healthcare due to insufficient funding for the UN and its implementing partners and international organizations, as well as limited national resources. Organizations trying to obtain approval for aid projects targeting Yemeni, Iraqi, Sudanese or Somali refugees faced even greater obstacles. In January, UNHCR announced that the authorities had granted 62,000 work permits to Syrian refugees, the highest number issued since 2016 when work permits for Syrian refugees were introduced. Failure to tackle climate crisis. The government did not announce a new NDC in 2021. it had raised its macroeconomic greenhouse gas emission reduction target from 14% to 31% by 2030. Kazakhstan. Republic of Kazakhstan Head of State, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev Head of Government, Aleksin Smailov, replaced Iskamomin in January. The rights to freedom of expression, assembly and association were unduly restricted, including in the context of mass protests in January. Security forces used excessive force against peaceful protesters, injuring and killing scores. Demonstrators were arbitrarily arrested and faced torture in detention. Law enforcement officers generally enjoyed impunity for attacking and ill-treating protesters. Journalists who reported on the protests were targeted and some were detained. Kazakhstan abolished the death penalty for all crimes. Background. In January, protests erupted across Kazakhstan after fuel subsidies were abolished. More than 200 civilians were killed as a result of clashes and the use of deadly force by the authorities. On the 5th of January, President Tokayev dissolved the cabinet and sacked several top officials believed to be close to the former president, Nursultan Nazarbayev, who, in turn, was removed from the chairmanship of the Security Council under the ruling Nur-Otan party. 2 sets of constitutional amendments were enacted on the 8th of June and the 17th of September. They restricted presidential powers, limited the presidency to one 7-year term, created a human rights ombudsman, changed the structure of the government and renamed the country's capital back to Astana, from Nur-Sultan. On the 20th of November, President Tokayev claimed 81% of the votes in a snap presidential election. Observers from the OSCE criticized the election as lacking competitiveness and noted that restrictions on the rights to freedom of expression and access to information limited voters' ability to make an informed choice. Freedom of assembly. Mass protests started on the 2nd of January after a sharp fuel price increase, and demands soon broadened from economic to political and anti-corruption calls. In particular, many protesters demanded the removal from power of former President Nursultan Nazarbayev, who retains significant political and economic influence despite his formal resignation in 2019. The majority of protesters were peaceful, but many committed acts of violence in a Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 217. Number of cities, including Almaty. Authorities responded with mass arbitrary arrests and excessive use of force, including rubber bullets and live ammunition. On the 5th of January, President Tokayev introduced a nationwide state of emergency and nighttime curfew, called the protesters terrorists, and deployed the army to disperse them. More than 10,000 demonstrators were arrested and many were beaten, otherwise ill-treated and held in inhumane conditions. More than 3,000 were placed under administrative detention for up to 15 days. Around 1,600 faced criminal prosecution, mostly for participation in mass riots, accompanied by violence and other violent crimes. On the 27th of October, Parliament passed an amnesty law for those prosecuted in relation to the January protests. According to officials, 1,071 individuals had been covered by the law, which excluded those accused of terrorism, extremism, organizing mass riots, corruption or torture. Legislation governing peaceful assemblies remained unduly restrictive. It allowed the authorities to arbitrarily ban unwanted protests on vague or technical pretexts, which they routinely did. According to Kazakhstani human rights groups, the authorities denied permits for at least 154 peaceful protests in 2022. Law enforcement agencies frequently conducted so-called preventative arrests of prospective protesters, which were often arbitrary. Excessive use of force. In January, Security forces used rubber bullets and firearms indiscriminately and unlawfully against peaceful protesters and violent mobs, looters and bystanders. On the 7th of January, President de Klerk effectively endorsed this practice when he publicly stated that he had ordered the law enforcement agencies and army to shoot without warning. 1 According to official figures, at least 219 civilians and 19 law enforcement officers were killed during these events. The army was deployed to police the protests despite having no appropriate training or equipment. There were multiple reports of armed men shooting at pedestrians and cars during the curfew. At least some of the attacks appeared to have been committed by government forces. Most of these incidents remain without investigation at the end of the year. The Amnesty declared on the 27th of October may allow officers who committed these killings to avoid criminal prosecution, torture and other ill treatment. Many of those arrested for participation in the January protests faced torture or other ill treatment by law enforcement personnel. Detainees were often held in irregular places of detention, such as sports halls, or in overcrowded cells, forced to stand in uncomfortable positions, made to sleep on the floor, provided with little or no food and water, and denied medical care, among other violations of their rights. Officers, often wearing black uniforms without insignia, frequently beat detainees on arrival at detention centers and throughout their detention. Local human rights groups reported that hundreds of detainees were subjected to torture or other ill treatment to extract confessions or to punish specific individuals. The practices included beatings, electric shocks, burning with steam irons, putting a plastic bag over detainees' heads and inserting needles under their fingernails. Officials admitted that 6 individuals died in detention in January as a result of unlawful interrogation methods. The authorities did not conduct effective, impartial and thorough investigations into allegations of torture and other ill treatment, including those resulting in death. Even where investigations nominally began, they rarely led to prosecution. According to officials, more than 300 cases of torture were being investigated, but only 49 law enforcement officers had been prosecuted as of October on various charges relating to the January events. In a rare exception, 5 police officers were put on trial in the city of Toldecogan for torturing 24 detainees, including 2 children. 218. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. On the 12th of January, authorities arrested Rigel Sadibva, a human rights defender who had been monitoring the protests in the city of Sami, and falsely charged her with participating in a mass riot. She was held incommunicado for 2 weeks, ill-treated, subjected to a mock execution, threatened with rape and denied medical care to pressure her into incriminating herself. She remained in pre-trial detention until 14 March, when she was moved to house arrest. She was released in September, but banned from travelling. Her prosecution was continuing at the end of the year. In October, the authorities reportedly refused to investigate her torture allegations, citing lack of evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Freedom of expression. Law enforcement officials arbitrarily arrested journalists covering the January protests. Some were placed under administrative detention for participating in unlawful peaceful assemblies. Media restrictions continued throughout the year. On the 3rd of July, law enforcement officers arrested independent journalist Makim Betebson on accusations of extorting money from a local businessman. There were concerns that he was targeted for his criticism of the authorities. He remained in detention at the end of the year. Freedom of association. Participation in organizations arbitrarily designated extremist remained a criminal offense under Article 405 of the Criminal Code, punishable by up to 6 years imprisonment. 16 individuals were prosecuted for this offence between January and October, compared to 66 in the same period in 2021. On the 25th of February, police arrested Zanbilat Mohammed, leader of the opposition Democratic Party. He was initially placed under administrative arrest for organising a peaceful vigil for those killed in the January events. On the 14th of March, he was moved to pre-trial detention on criminal charges and on the 2nd of November moved to house arrest where he remained at the end of the year. Zanbilat Mohammed stood accused of disseminating knowingly false information, insulting an official and violating regulations governing peaceful assemblies. All the accusations related to his exercise of his human rights, refugees and migrants' rights. Following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February, thousands of Russians fled to Kazakhstan, which allowed Russian citizens to enter and stay in the country for up to 90 days using their domestic passports. About 20,000 Russian citizens arrived in Kazakhstan before the 21st of September, when mobilization began in Russia, and up to 200,000 after, although many subsequently returned or moved on to other countries. Kazakhstani authorities promised assistance and generally sought to accommodate those arriving from Russia, including by opening additional facilities for registration of foreign citizens and creating temporary shelters. In October, the authorities proposed that Russian citizens may have to provide their international passports, documents issued by Russian authorities for citizens traveling abroad that only a minority of Russian citizens have, to register for residence. Such amendments, if passed, could force many to return to Russia or to apply for asylum through procedures that remained lengthy and ineffective. Death penalty. Amendments to the Criminal Code which removed all references to the death penalty came into force on the 8th of January, after being adopted the previous month. On the 8th of June, constitutional amendments entered into force that enshrined the abolition of the death penalty in the Constitution. On the 24th of June, Kazakhstan's ratification of the second optional protocol to the ICPR, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty, entered into force. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 219. Failure to tackle climate crisis. Kazakhstan's energy sector remained almost entirely dependent on fossil fuels. The government had not updated its NDC to reduce greenhouse gas emissions since 2016. 1. Kazakhstan, ordering security forces to fire without warning, a recipe for disaster, the 7th of January. Kenya. Republic of Kenya Head of State and Government, William Samoei Ruto, replaced Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in September. The police used excessive and sometimes lethal force to break up protests. The right to life continued to be violated. Over 100 people were unlawfully killed. The incoming president disbanded a police unit he said was responsible for such killings. Millions suffered hunger due to prolonged drought. The government continued to struggle to protect social and economic rights, including to housing and health. Steps were made towards the realization of women's and girls' rights. The High Court directed Parliament to enact legislation allowing abortion in some circumstances. Background. The Supreme Court confirmed William Ruto as the president following a contested election. He was sworn in on the 13th of September. Freedom of expression and assembly. On the 9th of April, activists Anthony Kaniire, Manu Kaya, Nahazin Kamau and Clinton Ojiambo were arrested in Kasarani for protesting against high living costs. They were charged with unlawful assembly and resisting arrest and were later released on cash bail. Excessive use of force. On the 2nd of June, General Service Unit officers killed 4 protesters and injured 7 others in Masimba, Kajiado County. One they had been demonstrating against the Kenya Wildlife Service's inaction in dealing with elephants after Felix Kailapi Moloma, a 27-year-old teacher, was killed by an elephant. The police officers opened fire on the demonstrators on the Nairobi-Mombasa highway. They said they were responding to protesters throwing stones at them. The Cabinet Secretary for the Interior and Coordination of National Government ordered the Inspector General of Police to investigate the killings, but no further information was provided by the end of the year. Right to life and security of the person. Elizabeth Garu, a human rights defender and a member of the Isiolo Gender Watch community group, was killed in Isiolo County on the 3rd of January following a suspected land dispute. A suspect was arrested and charged. The case was ongoing at the end of the year. Sheila Lamemba was found dead in her house in Karitana, Nyeri County, on the 17th of April. The pathologist's report showed signs of rape, broken limbs and multiple stab wounds to the neck and chest areas. 2 suspects were arrested, and one of them was standing trial. During the presidential election period, Wafula Chebukati, chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, complained of intimidation, profiling, abduction and harassment of electoral officials by security agencies. The Mbakazi East Constituency Returning Officer, Daniel Bolu Muzioka, disappeared on the 11th of August and was found dead 4 days later. The Director of Public Prosecutions directed the Inspector General of Police to investigate the disappearance and killing within 7 days. On the 19th of October, 4 people were arrested in connection to the killing and arraigned. A woman who was in possession of the official's phone agreed to testify in court. Extrajudicial executions. According to Missing Voices, a coalition of human rights organizations, including 220. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Amnesty International Kenya, 128 people were extrajudicially executed by the police in 2022. In January, 37 bodies were recovered from the River Yala in western Kenya. The bodies bore injuries, including deep cuts and severed fingers, and some appeared to have been suffocated by having their heads covered by polythene bags. Most of the bodies were decomposed beyond recognition. 3 officers of the Special Service Unit, SSU, a branch of the National Police Service, NPS, were suspected of having questioned some of the victims before their deaths or were seen accompanying them. Some of the victims were suspects in criminal matters, some had won cases against the NPS and others had no record of criminal cases. At the time the bodies were discovered, no information was made public about any impending or ongoing national security threats. On the 16th of October, the President disbanded the SSU, noting that it was responsible for extrajudicial executions in Kenya. He further noted that the police unit had resorted to killing people to restore security instead of protecting them. Following this, 9 suspects were arrested in connection with the bodies found in the River Yala. The case was ongoing at the end of the year. On the 22nd of July, the High Court found police officers Frederick Liman, Stephen Cheburet and Sylvia Wanjaku, and police informer Peter Ngugi, guilty of murdering Willie Kimani, his client Josephat Mwenda and the taxi driver Joseph Mwairuri on the 23rd of June 2016. Willie Kimani was a human rights lawyer working with the International Justice Mission. The men were killed on their way from the Mavoko Law Courts in Machakos County. Forced evictions. The government failed to resettle 18,988 households forcibly evicted in Mugeru Kwanjenga, an informal settlement in the capital, Nairobi. In January, Then President Kenyatta apologized for the demolition of their houses in November 2021, which had been carried out to make way for the construction of a highway leading to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. To mitigate the ongoing housing shortage in Kenya, President Ruto's new administration committed to increasing the supply of new housing to 250,000 units each year and the percentage of affordable housing from 2% to 50%. On the 8th of December, the construction of 5,300 units in Machakos County began. The President promised to enhance partnerships with local authorities and private investors to create more affordable housing. Right to food. In February, Kenyans protested on the social media against the increased cost of food and high cost of living. By December, inflation had reached 9.5%, driven by the rise in the price of food. The war in Ukraine affected food prices because, according to the Agriculture and Food Authority, 90% of wheat consumed in Kenya had been imported from Russia and Ukraine before the war. The cost of fertilizers had also risen by 70% since 2021, attributed to supply chain disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Climate change is known to have led to extreme weather conditions such as those experienced in northern Kenya, which did not have rain for the third consecutive year. It was considered the worst drought in the Horn of Africa in 40 years. For nearly 652,960 children under the age of 5 and 96,480 pregnant and lactating women were acutely malnourished, according to official figures from June. On the 8th of September, then President Kenyatta declared the drought in northern Kenya a national disaster, with 4 million people continuing to suffer from hunger, among which 3.1 million faced acute food insecurity. Right to health. Only 9.35 million Kenyans had been fully vaccinated against COVID-19 despite a government commitment to vaccinate 19 million adults by the end of June and the entire adult population of 27 million people by December. The shortfall was partly due to vaccines expiring after the government. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 221. Delayed in administering 840,000 doses donated to Kenya. On the 21st of June, President Kenyatta signed into law the Mental Health Amendment Act 2022. The act aimed to ensure that everyone with mental health needs receives the highest attainable standard of care in line with the Constitution. Women's rights. In the August elections, 7 women were elected as governors, 3 as senators, and 26 as members of the National Assembly. 100 others were elected as members of county assemblies. Additionally, President Ruto appointed 7 women to cabinet secretary posts and 3 to cabinet-level roles, increasing the representation by 3 women. However, the number of appointments was less than half the 22 female cabinet secretaries he had promised under the Women's Charter prior to his election. Sexual and reproductive rights. On the 24th of March, the High Court in Malindi found that the police had violated the rights of a minor, known as PAC, to privacy and doctor-patient confidentiality after she was arrested and charged under penal code provisions with procuring abortion. In 2019, a doctor had examined PAC at a health centre in Malindi and concluded that she had suffered a spontaneous abortion, miscarriage. He performed a manual vacuum evacuation, after which plainclothes police stormed the medical facility, arresting PAC and the doctor. She took her case to the High Court, challenging the interpretation of penal code provisions that criminalize abortion, based on her right to life as recognized in the Constitution, and on grounds that she should enjoy access to the highest health standards, freedom from torture and from inhuman treatment, and the right to privacy. The court ruled that the right to abortion is enshrined in the Constitution, while noting that penal code provisions criminalize abortion and do not recognize any permissible grounds for it. The court directed Parliament to enact a law and public policy framework that provides for abortion in some cases, in line with the right to life. 1. Kenya. Killing of the 4 protesters by police in Masimba, Kajiado County, the 3rd of June. 2. Kenya. Intimidation of IEBC officials and the murder of Daniel Musyoka, the 18th of August. 3. Kenya. Statement on the discovery of over 30 bodies in the Ala River, Siaya County, the 22nd of January. 4. Kenya. Missed opportunities, a human rights scorecard on the Jubilee administration and lessons for the next government, the 13th of July. Kosovo. Republic of Kosovo Head of State, Vjosa Osmani Head of Government, Albin Kurti. Proceedings continued at the Kosovo Specialist Chambers established in The Hague in 2016. The Kosovo Assembly failed to pass the Civil Code due to a provision which would have paved the way for legalization of same-sex unions. Thousands of protesters demanded justice for an 11-year-old girl who was raped by 5 men in Pristina. Right to truth, justice and reparation. In March, the Supreme Court of Kosovo upheld the guilty verdict of Zoran Djocic, sentenced to 12 years imprisonment in 2021 for war crimes committed in 1999 against ethnic Albanians in Peja. In May, the Kosovo Specialist Chambers convicted leaders of the Kosovo Liberation Army Veterans Organization, Hisni Gakati and Nasim Haradinaj, for obstruction of justice, intimidation during criminal proceedings and violation of the secrecy of proceedings. They were each sentenced to 4.5 years imprisonment. In September, Pristina Basic Court sentenced Kosovo Serbs Fatima Basevic to 5 years imprisonment for war crimes committed during the Kosovo War of 222. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 1998 to 1999. In December, Salih Mustafa, a Kosovo Liberation Army unit commander, was sentenced to 26 years imprisonment for arbitrary detention, cruel treatment, torture and murder. Enforced disappearances. More than 1,600 people remained missing. The Humanitarian Law Centre called on the governments of Kosovo and Serbia to offer full access to state archives and seek more effective cooperation to discover the fate of missing persons. Wartime sexual violence. As of October, a government commission established in 2018 had granted the status of survivor of wartime sexual violence to 1,373 of 1,808 applicants, granting them a small pension, but many did not apply, fearing stigmatization or family disapproval. Violence against women and girls. Reports of domestic violence increased compared to 2021. In January, Lirai Kerimaj reported her husband's domestic violence to police in Lauch. Following orders from the prosecutor, Stajanka Kozlovic, the police interviewed but then released Skanda Kerimaj, who shot and killed Lirai Kerimaj 5 days later. The Basic Court in Mitrovica sentenced Skanda Kerimaj to 24 years imprisonment. The prosecutor was held responsible for prosecutorial misconduct and received a public written reprimand. In July, a new Rule of Law Mission report revealed that, in 2020 to 2021, 85% of sexual violence survivors were girls. Over 50% of the guilty verdicts resulted in sentences below the legal minimum due to exceptionally mitigating circumstances. Disciplinary proceedings found Judge Flores Ajaki responsible for unlawfully sentencing the rapist of a 15-year-old girl to a prison term below the legal minimum, at only 8 months and 8 days. Floriza Tricky was permanently transferred to the Basic Court of Paja, Division for Minor Offences. In August, 5 men raped an 11-year-old girl in a public park in Pristina, resulting in 5 arrests and sparking a protest by thousands of demonstrators. Following the protest, police arrested a further 6 men suspected of sexually abusing and trafficking the same girl in June. Freedom of expression. In December, 6 attacks against journalists covering the tensions with Serbia took place in the north of Kosovo. The Association of Journalists of Kosovo and the European and International Federation of Journalists called on the authorities to take appropriate measures to ensure the safety of journalists. LGBT people's rights. In March, the Parliament failed to adopt the Civil Code due to a provision that would have paved the way for legalisation of same-sex unions. Some MPs opposing the measure employed discriminatory and derogatory language. Protesters demanded the legalisation of same-sex marriage and denounced the MP's anti-LGBT comments. Discrimination. Roma, Ashkali and Egyptian people. In June, the Court of Appeals confirmed a decision by the Basic Court in Jakovo awarding damages to 3 children. It found that, in 2012 to 2013, the Municipal Directorate of Education racially discriminated against them by segregating them in separate classes for Roma, Ashkali and Egyptian people, thereby violating their right to education. Kuwait. State of Kuwait. Head of State, Nawaf al-Ahmad al-Jaber al-Sabah. Head of Government, Ahmed Nawaf al-Ahmad al-Sabah, replaced Sabah al-Khalid al-Hamid al-Sabah in July. The government restricted criticism of its actions and took steps to repress freedom of assembly by arresting protesters in June and August. The Bidan, native stateless Kuwaitis, faced discrimination in access to Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 223. Education and healthcare. There were positive steps, however, in a constitutional decision overturning the law against imitating the opposite sex and in government efforts to hire more women in the public sector. Background. In April, the Prime Minister and Cabinet resigned under parliamentary pressure. In June, Crown Prince Faisal Ahmed al-Jaber al-Sabah announced that he would dissolve the parliament elected in 2020 and convene new elections under Article 107 of the Constitution. The ruling family appointed a new Prime Minister in July and a new cabinet in August. Elections for the new parliament were held in September. Freedom of expression. Authorities detained and prosecuted at least 2 people for exercising their right to freedom of expression. In January, authorities prosecuted Saif Ezzman, a computer expert, for harming the reputation of the state and endangering relations with friendly countries because she said in a television interview that storage of civil service records on servers in other countries posed a data security risk. However, the trial and appellate courts acquitted Saif Ezzman in March and September, respectively. In March, prosecutors interrogated lawyer Abdulaziz Al-Mutta'af for days without a lawyer on the charge that he had insulted members of the ruling family on social media and subsequently indicted him. The trial court acquitted him. In July, the Ministry of Information announced that it had ordered the closure of 50 social media accounts previously licensed as electronic newspapers in some cases because the law on electronic media only allows Kuwaiti nationals with a clean record and good reputation to electronically publish content described as news or journalism. Freedom of assembly. The government outlawed and threatened to prosecute most protests, although in one case it did not follow through with prosecutions. Kuwait's law on public meetings and assemblies bans all unlicensed demonstrations and all demonstrations by non-Kuwaitis. On the 24th of May, the Ministry of Interior issued a warning that it had not licensed a demonstration called for the following day to protest against political gridlock in Parliament, stating that it would hold anyone who attended legally accountable. However, the demonstration proceeded and no one was arrested. In June, the government deported over a dozen Indian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi migrant workers because they had held a spontaneous, peaceful street protest in Alpha Hill neighborhood against Indian government statements that the workers considered insulting to Islam. Beginning on the 30th of August, the authorities investigated 21 people, some Kuwaiti nationals and some Bidden, for their participation in a pro-Bidden peaceful demonstration in the Tman area of Al-Jawra Governorate on the 26th of August. Authorities held those summoned for between 4 and 15 days, releasing all 21 on bail by the 15th of September, but referred them to trial on charges of participating in an unlicensed demonstration. 1. Discrimination. From June to September, the government stepped up its exclusion of the Bidden from many government services provided free to recognised nationals. From June through the start of the new school year in September, the government barred Bidden families without a currently valid card from the central system for the remedy of the situation of illegal residents from registering their children at any school. On the 27th of September, after public criticism, it rescinded this decision. The rescinded policy caused children from these families to miss the beginning of the school year. 224. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. The government continued to exclude Bidden children who did not have either Kuwaiti mothers or fathers who worked in government from the free public school system provided for children recognized as Kuwaiti nationals. From June through to September, the government ordered the Ministry of Health not to provide free healthcare to Bidden Kuwaitis without a currently valid central system card. On the 27th of September, the government rescinded this decision, again allowing the Ministry of Health to provide primary health care for Bidden whose cards had expired. Bidden without any central system card at all could not receive government health care and faced difficulties finding private treatment. 2. Women's and girls' rights. Kuwait's laws continued to discriminate against women, including in the transmission of nationality to children and custody of children. The government took positive steps to increase women's representation in public employment and leadership roles by hiring more women in the Ministry of Health and the judicial system. The number of women appointed to the upper managerial level in the Ministry of Justice rose from 48 to 70. And in August the Ministry of Health reported that 60% of its new hires of medical professionals for government hospitals were women. In August, the Ministry of Interior announced a new policy under which all Kuwaiti nationals aged 21 and over are automatically registered as voters, which benefits women by ensuring that they are not prevented from registering due to duties at home or pressure from male family members. However, the government failed to adequately protect women victims of domestic violence as, for the third consecutive year, it did not open a women's shelter as called for by Kuwait's 2020 law on protection from family violence. Migrants' rights. Kuwait established new financial and administrative barriers to family unity for migrant workers and continued to use the kafala sponsorship system for employment of migrant labor, which puts migrants at heightened risk of exploitation. In January, the government set a new annual fee of the KWD 250, over $800 for migrants aged over 60 to remain in the country, placing a significant financial burden on older migrant workers whose employers will not pay for their residency, and on migrant families supporting older members resident in Kuwait. In June, the government indefinitely suspended visitor visas for family members of migrant workers, and in August it indefinitely suspended issuance of migrant family residency visas. People's rights. In a welcome move, in February the Constitutional Court ruled that the law criminalizing imitation of the opposite sex, which had been used to prosecute transgender people, violates the Constitution's guarantee of personal freedom. Other laws still use vague language criminalizing consensual same-sex relations. 3. Failure to tackle climate crisis. Kuwait did not update its NDC to carbon reduction in 2022 and remained one of the top 5 highest carbon-emitting countries per capita, according to World Bank data. 1. Kuwait. Authorities must stop targeting pro-Biden protesters as elections loom, the 1st of September. 2. Kuwait. Submission to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, 91st Session, 29 August the 23rd of September 2022, the 16th of August. 3. Kuwait. Overturning law that criminalized imitation of the opposite sex, a breakthrough for transgender rights, the 16th of February. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 225. Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyz Republic Head of State, Sadi Japarov Head of Government, Akilbek Japarov. Peaceful demonstrators faced serious restrictions. New forms of reporting were introduced for NGOs receiving foreign funding. Journalists and activists critical of the government faced attacks on social media and baseless prosecutions. Various laws were used to restrict the right to freedom of expression and prevent criticism of public figures by journalists and the media. Gender-based violence remained systemic and underreported. Perpetrators of such violence were seldom prosecuted. Conditions of detention failed to meet minimum human rights standards, in some cases leading to deaths in custody. Background. In September, clashes involving residents and border guards on both sides of the border with Tajikistan left at least 15 Kyrgyzstani civilians dead and dozens injured. Freedom of assembly. In March, the mayor's office in the capital, Bishkek, restricted the locations where public assemblies could be held, banning the use of popular sites including the areas surrounding the parliament, the presidential administration and the Russian embassy. Later that month, authorities banned all assemblies in central Bishkek, apart from in one small park. Initially, the restriction was justified as temporary and necessary to prevent and suppress possible mass riots on inter-ethnic basis in the context of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It was later extended until 31 December and applied to any public civil actions and gatherings. Despite the restrictions, repeated protests in support of Ukraine were held in Bishkek. During peaceful meetings and pickets on 5 and the 17th of March, several activists and human rights defenders were detained for expressing solidarity with Ukraine and protesting against unlawful restrictions on the right to freedom of peaceful assembly. 4 people were fined for disobeying lawful police orders. In contrast, on the 7th of March, a meeting in support of Russia was allowed to go ahead in front of the Russian embassy. No participants were detained. Police continued to arbitrarily detain peaceful protesters, including in the designated park in Bishkek, during April. On the 2nd of April alone, police detained 28 protesters and filed administrative charges against 26 of them. A court ruled, however, that they had committed no offence. In October, the authorities reported progress in agreeing border delimitation with Uzbekistan, although the details provoked strong public discontent. Activists called a Kurultai, traditional public assembly, in the town Ozgen and formed a committee to oppose the agreement and demand transparency. Protests were also held elsewhere. The authorities responded by arresting 26 activists on baseless charges of preparing mass disorders. 24 remained in pre-trial detention and 2 under house arrest at the end of the year. Freedom of association. On the 22nd of March, the tax authorities approved new rules for reporting on the use of foreign funds by not-for-profit organizations. NGOs were given 1 week to submit their reports, which had to include information on their assets, sources of funding and spending. Freedom of expression. Freedom of expression was progressively restricted over the year, in particular for media workers and human rights defenders. In September, the government published a new draft bill that would authorize media restrictions in times of war and emergency, increase media registration requirements and extend them to online resources, and compel all media to re-register within 2 months of the law's adoption. The draft was still pending adoption at the end of the year. 226. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. The 2021 Law on Protection from False Information was used to further restrict media outlets. In July, the Ministry of Culture blocked the website of the newspaper Res Publica after it published information alleging smuggling at an airport. Access to its website remained blocked at the end of the year. On the 26th of October, the Ministry of Culture blocked access to the websites of Azatec Media and the online TV channel, Current Time. On the 27th of October, Azatec Media's bank accounts were frozen. The authorities also used criminal charges of inciting hatred, disobedience, riots or violence to suppress freedom of expression, including by targeting media workers and preventing criticism of public figures by journalists and the media. On the 23rd of January, journalist Bolot Temirov, a dual Russian and Kyrgyzstani national, was arrested, searched and accused of possessing illegal drugs. On the 20th of April he was additionally accused of document forgery and illegal border crossing. In May, he was stripped of his Kyrgyzstani citizenship. His YouTube channel had previously published an investigation alleging corruption in the export of oil fuel. In September, he was acquitted of all charges except forgery, for which the statute of limitations had expired. Nonetheless, on the 24th of November he was deported to Russia. On the 3rd of March, the director of Next TV, Talay Bekduishempov, was detained for sharing a former security official's social media post alleging that Kyrgyzstan had promised military support to Russia in its war against Ukraine. In September, Talay Bekduishempov was given a non-custodial sentence. On the 14th of August, Rizkshinov was detained for criticizing on Facebook government plans to develop the Z-Team-2 metal deposit. He was charged with calling for active disobedience to the lawful demands of government officials and mass riots. On the 26th of October, he was transferred to house arrest. His trial began on the 7th of December and was ongoing at the end of the year. Women's and girls' rights. Gender-based violence remains systemic and underreported. Statistics on domestic violence continued to present aggregated data, thus obscuring the scale of violence against specific groups, including women and girls with disabilities. In August, a court sentenced 2 police officers and a third man to 10, 15 and 8 years in prison, respectively, for repeatedly raping a 13-year-old girl over a period of almost 6 months. They were also obliged to pay compensation of KGS 100,000, $1,000 each. The case was widely reported and led to protests across Kyrgyzstan. Reactions from senior officials were mixed and included sympathy for the survivor, regret that the case was harming tourism, and criticism of the media for giving the case prominence. In July, 27 women's rights organizations wrote an open letter to the president demanding effective measures on violence against women and highlighting systemic problems in the criminal justice and law enforcement systems. Their request for an urgent meeting was not granted. In September, the government signed off the National Strategy for Achieving Gender Equality until 2030 and an accompanying National Action Plan for 2022 to 2024. Torture and other ILL treatment. In October, the National Centre for the Prevention of Torture, NCPT, the national body entrusted with a role in implementing the UN Convention Against Torture, raised concerns over the high number of deaths in penitentiary institutions. It noted that 1/3 of pre-trial detention centres were located in damp, dark and poorly ventilated basements. In the absence of pre-trial detention facilities in some regions, people under investigation were sent to temporary facilities. In June, the UN Human Rights Office expressed concern over government plans to dissolve the NCPT, weakening torture prevention in Kyrgyzstan. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 227. Laos. Lao People's Democratic Republic Head of State, Thongloun Sisoulith Head of Government, Thongs Siphandun, replaced Phankham Phavan in December. Prominent human rights defenders remained imprisoned. There was no progress in the investigation of various cases of enforced disappearance of activists and members of ethnic minorities. Members of the Jauvahmung ethnic minority were continually blocked from adequate access to food, water, sanitation and health care. Transboundary hydropower projects and other business activities raised serious human rights concerns, including forced eviction, ill treatment and human trafficking. Background. In August, the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities made 94 recommendations to Laos, including increasing the participation of people with disabilities in organizations mandated to implement and monitor their rights and guaranteeing inclusive education for students with disabilities. Inflation reached 34% in September, leading to significant increases in the cost of food, consumer goods and fuel. External debts adversely impacted the national economy. Laos continued to take loans from foreign creditors, especially China, to fund transboundary infrastructure and development projects. Freedom of assembly. 3 Laotian human rights defenders, Lodkham Tamavong, Suchain Chaithad and Somphone Thimazan, entered their 6th year in detention. They were arrested and tried when they returned to Laos after participating in a protest in front of the Lao embassy in Bangkok, Thailand, in 2016, where they expressed concerns about human rights, corruption and deforestation in Laos. The government took no action to address a UN expert's call from April 2021 to release them immediately. Freedom of expression. Civil society organizations continued to call for the release of human rights defender Huxay Abuli from prison. She was found guilty of conducting propaganda activities against the state under Article 117 of the Criminal Code for comments she made on Facebook about the government's ineffective management of disastrous floods in southern Laos in 2019. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention confirmed in 2021 that she was arbitrarily detained for the peaceful exercise of her right to freedom of expression. She had reportedly been detained at Champasak Provincial Prison since the 12th of September 2019. Enforced disappearances. As the 15th of December marked the 10th anniversary of the disappearance of civil society leader Sombath Somphone, Amnesty International joined calls with 65 other civil society organizations and individuals around the world calling for Lao authorities to determine his fate and whereabouts and deliver justice, truth, and reparation to his family members. In August, the UN Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances reported on 6 outstanding cases of enforced disappearance in Laos. They included Lao and Thai activists, as well as 4 members of the minority Chao Pha Hmong ethnic group, including 2 girls. The UN Secretary-General reported in September that relatives of the disappeared from the Chao Pha Hmong community faced intimidation by the Lao army after reporting the disappearances to the UN in 2020. In September, the UN Secretary-General published details of the disappearance of Erdsaivong, a Laotian refugee living in Thailand who was last seen on the 26th of August 2019 after he engaged with the UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights. Thai. 228. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Authorities closed the investigation into his disappearance, citing a lack of evidence. Economic, social and cultural rights. The Chao Pha Hmong community, a faction of the Hmong ethnic minority groups that fled state violence and persecution by Lao authorities in the 1980s, continued to hide in remote mountainous areas, including in the jungle of Phu Bai region, Sen Quang province. The Lao military continually destroyed their shelters, solar charging panels, cooking stations and food sources, thus severely impacting their access to food and adequate housing. Community members also had limited access to safe drinking water, sanitation services and facilities and healthcare. The government did not respond to letters of concern on these issues that were submitted by UN experts in August 2020 and April 2021. According to the UN Secretary-General, as of 2022, independent observers, humanitarian actors and international organizations were denied access to this area by the state authorities. Corporate accountability. UN experts submitted letters to the government of Laos as well as other governments and companies involved in the collapse of an auxiliary dam in Laos's Attapeu province on the 23rd of July 2018. The letters addressed the prolonged human rights impacts of the incident, including the death or disappearance of at least 71 people and the destruction of livestock, agricultural land and infrastructure. The UN experts indicated that the authorities had failed to promptly provide long-term accommodation and transparent compensation schemes to affected communities and individuals, and raised concerns about human rights defenders facing retaliation for advocating for the rights of survivors. Human trafficking. Throughout the year, the authorities found hundreds of the foreign nationals who had been trafficked and were being held captive in their Golden Triangle Special Economic Zones, it says, in northern Laos. The victims came from many countries including Malaysia, India, Kenya and Pakistan and were put to work conducting online scams from casinos and resorts run by Chinese businesses. The victims were reportedly ill-treated by their employers. Procedures for identifying and referring victims of trafficking were not applied consistently. There was low capacity and awareness among border officials to prevent human trafficking, and victim protection services for male and LGBT victims of trafficking were lacking. Failure to tackle climate crisis. Key legal and policy instruments for tackling climate change, including Laos's 2021 NDC, the 2019 Decree on Climate Change and the 2012 Environmental Protection Law, did not include provisions regarding gender equality or consider gender-related vulnerabilities to climate change impacts. Only the 2019 Decree on Environmental Impact Assessment required participatory consultations and assessments with gender and ethnic inclusion. Latvia. Republic of Latvia Head of State, Ijals Levits Head of Government, Archers Christianis Karins. Refugees and migrants continued to face violent pushbacks to Belarus. Various groups faced discrimination. Over 43,000 people fleeing Ukraine were granted protection. Refugees and migrants' rights. The state of emergency introduced in August 2021 at the border with Belarus was renewed repeatedly, allowing unlawful pushbacks of refugees and migrants and preventing NGOs' oversight of the area. Although asylum was effectively suspended at border areas, from April onwards people could file applications. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 229. At the Daugavpils detention center and at border crossing points. During the year, Latvia admitted 200 people on humanitarian grounds and reported over 5,000 prevented border crossings, effectively summary returns. Most people transferred from the border, including children, were detained arbitrarily. In October, research was published documenting violent pushbacks to Belarus, arbitrary detention in undisclosed areas of the border, possibly constituting enforced disappearances, ill treatment sometimes amounting to torture, and the use of force and deception to return people to their country of origin. One Latvian border guards, working with unidentified officers, were described as the main perpetrators. In December, NGOs documented new incidents of people who had gone missing at the border and pushbacks. An Afghan citizen died of hypothermia as a result of the cold temperatures at the border. In May, the European Court of Human Rights communicated a case against Latvia brought by a group of Iraqi nationals, HMM and others v. Latvia, concerning pushbacks to Belarus and detention. Ukraine conflict. Over 43,000 people fleeing Ukraine were granted temporary protection status. In March, a law was passed to ensure their access to residency, employment and border support. Economic, social and cultural rights. The European Committee of Social Rights reported failings in the areas of health and safety at work, and rights to health, social security and social assistance. Discrimination. There was no progress on the UN's recommendations to introduce comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. The Council of Europe recommended measures to address the gender pay gap. A restitution law was passed in February, granting compensation to the Jewish community for properties seized during the Nazi and Soviet occupations. The number of people with non-citizen status decreased but remains significant. Non-citizens continued to face restrictions, including on their right to vote and gaining employment in the public sector. Women's rights. The country made no progress towards ratification of the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, Istanbul Convention. LGBT people's rights. Following a Supreme Court decision, administrative courts started recognizing the status of same-sex couples in order to implement the Constitutional Court's rulings, given the Parliament's failure to approve a law on civil unions. In December, the Parliament discontinued its work on this legislation. 1. Latvia, return home or never leave the woods, the 12th of October. Lebanon. Republic of Lebanon. Head of State, vacant, Michel Aoun until October. Head of Government, Najib Mikati, as caretaker from May. The authorities failed to address key economic and social rights affected by the country's economic crisis, leaving residents without adequate access to healthcare and water. Impunity continued to protect perpetrators of torture and other crimes. Defamation laws were used against critics of the authorities. Migrant workers, particularly women domestic workers, continued to face abuse under the discriminatory kafala sponsorship system. Women still faced discrimination in law and in practice. Authorities stepped up their deportation of Syrian refugees to Syria despite risks of egregious human rights abuses there. The authorities banned public LGBT events during Pride Month. 230. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Background. The authorities failed to address the economic crisis due to a political stalemate. In November, food cost inflation stood at 171.2%, according to the Central Administration of Statistics, placing the country's food insecurity in second place worldwide, according to the World Bank. Power shortages meant people only had state electricity 1 to 2 hours per day. On the 7th of April, the International Monetary Fund announced an extended fund agreement of around $3 billion contingent on government implementation of 8 reforms. Only one of the reforms was accomplished by the end of year, with the passing of the 2022 budget law that came into effect on the 15th of November. After parliamentary elections on the 15th of May, in which independent candidates supportive of the 2019 protests won 13 out of 128 seats, the new parliament named Najib Mikati as Prime Minister. However, he had failed to form a government by the end of the year. On the 31st of October, the presidential term of Michel Aoun ended. Parliament held 10 electoral sessions in November and December but failed to elect a new president. Right to health. Medication, including for cancer and other chronic diseases, remained unavailable and unaffordable to most of the population since the government failed to establish an adequate emergency social security plan to replace the subsidies that were lifted in November 2021. The number of patients seeking free or low-cost medication and treatment at public healthcare centres had increased by 62% since the beginning of the economic crisis in 2019. However, the authorities failed to increase funding to meet those needs. Health workers protested throughout the year against low wages and lack of hospital funding, and cancer patients protested against shortages of medication. The authorities failed to provide adequate medical care for prisoners, forcing their families to cover all their medical costs, including for hospitalization. At least 3 prisoners died between August and September after delays in transferring them to hospitals in a timely manner. The authorities announced an investigation into 2 of the deaths. Right to water. The authorities failed to ensure adequate access to clean public water. Throughout the year, water supplies remained irregular due to power cuts, forcing people to buy increasingly expensive water from private, unsupervised entities, at prices 6 times higher than in 2019 and beyond the reach of most. The government's failure to adequately maintain water infrastructure resulted in drinking water being mixed with sewage in some areas. Hundreds of new cases of hepatitis C were reported in June, and in October contaminated water led to at least 913 cases of cholera. Impunity. Impunity continued to protect officials and security and military personnel from accountability for human rights violations. The investigation into the 2020 Beirut port explosion remained frozen since December 2021 because of challenges filed against the investigative judge by politicians he had summoned for interrogation. 2 of the politicians, Ghazi Zeta and Ali Hassan Khalil, were elected in June to the Parliamentary Committee for Administration and Justice. 1. On the 23rd of April, a boat carrying around 80 Lebanese, Syrian and Palestinian migrants trying to reach Cyprus sank off the coast of the Lebanese port city of Tripoli. The authorities accused smugglers of deliberately overloading the boat, but survivors said Lebanese naval forces had caused the sinking by ramming the boat. Survivors and families filed complaints with the Office of the Public Prosecutor against 1 officer and 12 naval personnel on grounds of intentionally causing death. Despite this, prosecutors transferred the complaint to the military. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 231. Prosecution. where it remained frozen at the end of the year. The Army Intelligence Directorate announced in April that it had opened an internal investigation and found no wrongdoing by the naval personnel. 2. Torture and other ill treatment. Judicial authorities failed to investigate at least 21 complaints, citing the 2017 anti-torture law, filed against different security and military personnel, according to the Tripoli Bar Association. In May, the UN Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture visited Lebanon and found little progress in torture prevention since its initial visit in 2010. On the 30th of August, security forces arrested Syrian refugee Bashar Abed al-Assad at his home in Beirut, the capital. The family received a call 4 days later asking them to collect his body from state security in southern Lebanon. Shortly afterwards, a newspaper leaked pictures and videos showing bruises and gashes on Bashar Abed al-Assad's body, causing a public outcry. State security issued a statement saying that he had confessed to being a member of the Islamic State armed group before he died. In September, the military justice system launched an investigation and ordered the detention of 5 state security officers, but denied the family lawyer access to the case documents. The first court session was held in December. 3. Freedom of expression. Defamation laws continued to provide grounds for security and military apparatuses to control expression critical of the authorities, with at least 3 summonses and investigations taking place in 2022. On the 24th of June, the military court convicted comedian Shadon Faki of insulting and harming the reputation of the internal security forces and fined her LBP 1,858,000, used 50/70 at the market rate. The Office of Cybercrime first interrogated her in May 2021 following a complaint by the internal security forces about a satirical call she made to their hotline during the COVID-19 lockdown, asking them to deliver sanitary pads to her house. Women's rights. Women continued to face discrimination in law and practice, including in the right to equal custody of children. On the 4th of August, Liliane Chiaito, a mother who was injured in Beirut's port explosion and remained hospitalized ever since, saw her 2-year-old son for the first time since 2020, following an order from the Shiite religious court after a 2-year hearing. Her husband had barred her from seeing their son, saying he did not want the baby to see his mother injured in the hospital, so her family filed a complaint before the court. In the Parliamentary General Assembly on the 27th of July, a number of MPs, including the Speaker, verbally harassed 3 independent women MPs who were newly elected to Parliament and critical of the authorities. One of the 3, MP Cynthia Zarazia, said that Parliament had not taken any action after she filed a formal complaint of harassment. Migrants' rights. Unlike previous years, the Minister of Labour did not engage in discussions to reform the kafala system, which increases the risk of labour exploitation of migrant workers and leaves women with little prospect of obtaining redress. On the 4th of August, the authorities attempted to deport a Kenyan migrant domestic worker to Kenya without informing her lawyer, even though she had applied for refugee status at UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency. The General Security Office, GSO, had arrested her on the 4th of April and the investigation against her was closed on the 21st of April, yet she remained in detention. The anti-racism movement, a local NGO, intervened at the airport to stop the deportation, and the woman was returned to the detention centre. On the 7th of October, following calls by local and international organisations, the GSO released her after she had spent 6 months in arbitrary detention. 232. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. refugees' rights. Lebanon continued to host the largest number of refugees per capita globally, with an estimated 1.5 million Syrian refugees. According to UNRWA in April, Lebanon's economic crisis and COVID-19 had left 88% of Syrian refugees living in extreme poverty. In September, in what amounts to constructive refoulement, the Prime Minister charged the director of the GSO to resume the plan of returning Syrian refugees to Syria, treating all regions in Syria as safe for returns, despite the documented risk of serious persecution upon return. On the 26th of October, the GSO organized the first transportation back to Syria in 2022, involving 551 refugees who had registered their names on the GSO lists for return and had been accepted by the Syrian government. Reduction target of 31% by 2030 and increased its unconditional emissions reduction target to 20%. It did not announce a new NDC in 2022. 1. Lebanon authorities should lift immunity and allow interrogation of MPs into the Beirut port explosion, the 8th of June. 2. Lebanon joint letter calling on the Lebanese authorities for an independent, impartial, and transparent investigation into the causes of the recent shipwreck off the coast of Tripoli, the 13th of May. 3. Lebanon transfer investigation into death in custody of Syrian refugee to the civilian justice system, the 6th of September. Lesotho. Kingdom of Lesotho head of state, Letsi III head of government, Sandmate Kane, replaced Mokotsi Majora in October. LGBT people's rights. The authorities continued to restrict public events of LGBT people and organizations supporting their rights. On the 24th of June, the Minister of Interior banned all gatherings during Pride Month that it said aimed to promote sexual perversion. 2 days later, LGBT organizations and individuals called for a protest, but various religious groups called for a counter-protest and threatened violence. The authorities did not offer protection to the peaceful marches, nor did they take action against those inciting violence, and the LGBT groups cancelled their protest as a result. In August, local organizations Legal Agenda and Hallam challenged the minister's ban before the Shura Council, the country's top administrative court, arguing that it incited violence and hatred against marginalized groups and violated LGBT people's constitutional rights to equality, free expression and free assembly. On the 1st of November, the Shura Council accepted the appeal and froze the minister's decision. The Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, dropped murder charges against the former Prime Minister and First Lady. Protests were prohibited, with authorities denying permits for assembly under COVID-19 regulations until August. Police brutality, including allegations of torture and other ill-treatment and an unlawful killing, remained a serious concern. Gender-based violence continued to rise while women were marginalized in the economic and political spheres. Access to health care was limited, particularly for women and girls in rural areas. Background. Parliament was dissolved in July in preparation for the general elections in October. It was recalled on the 24th of August, under the state of emergency, and finally passed long-standing constitutional reforms on the 31st of August. Following this, the High Court ruled that the state of emergency was unconstitutional and that therefore Parliament had no constitutional authority to pass the bills amending the Constitution. Failure to tackle climate crisis. Even though the government had committed in March 2021 to a conditional emissions. Impunity. On the 26th of July, the DPP dropped the charges against former Prime Minister Thomas. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 233. Thabane and his wife Mazay Thabane over the 2017 murder of his former wife, Lipolo Thabane, and the attempted murder of her acquaintance, Thato Sibila, citing lack of witnesses. Some witnesses to the murder died under mysterious circumstances, while others left the country in fear for their lives between 2017 and 2020. Torture and other ILL treatment. Police brutality remained a serious concern, with some members of the security forces implicated in the killing of a protester and the torture and other ill treatment of others. Police authorities faced several legal claims for damages amounting to millions of US dollars, including for allegedly torturing lawyer Nipo Mafusa in detention in Harmabot police station in January and harped a woman named Mate Boho Mate Kane at Lithuanian police station in the capital, Miss Eru, in November 2021. On 19th of May, 35 people, including 16 women, were tortured by police officers and members of the Lesotho Defense Forces after they protested, including by barricading roads, against electricity cuts in Leisling village in the Abatska district. They were beaten and made to roll over several meters of muddy track leading to the nearby Matsika River and back again. The protesters were arrested and charged with disturbing the peace. They were later released on bail and appeared in the Abatska Magistrates Court in May and June. The case was pending at the end of the year. The National Police Commissioner told Amnesty International that 7 Lesotho Mounted Police Service officers were suspended after shooting at protesting students at the National University of Lesotho on the 16th of June, killing Kopano Francis Mokotone and injuring several others, and were under investigation. Freedom of assembly and association. Restrictions on the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and association, implemented in 2020 under the guise of containing COVID-19, were lifted in August, allowing for political gatherings to take place and nightclubs to reopen. Women's rights. Gender-based violence continued to rise, especially domestic violence, mainly affecting women and children. Access to justice for women, particularly those living in rural communities, was limited partly owing to inadequate transport and poverty, which prevented them from reaching police stations and courts in towns. Women continued to be excluded from participation in the economy and politics, and suffered the triple burden of poverty, unemployment and inequality. Economic, social and cultural rights. Poverty and inequality remained widespread, exacerbated by the adverse effects of COVID-19 on the economy. Economic performance remained low, exacerbated by the pandemic, affecting industries such as manufacturing, particularly textiles, mining, construction and services. This impacted the incomes of most households. The World Bank said that poverty reduction would only slowly improve as food and energy prices increased and the fragile economic environment limited the budgets and livelihoods of poorer households. Poverty rates were projected to improve slightly, by dropping to 35.2% in 2022 compared with 36% in 2021. Right to health. In 2022, about 300,000 people of a population of 2.3 million were living with HIV/AIDS. The majority were women and adolescent girls who were also more likely to face social stigma. People, especially women needing maternal and other crucial health services, were prevented, partly by poor rural road networks, from accessing healthcare facilities. In addition, inadequate transport continued to force women to give birth at home rather than in health centers. 234. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Libya. State of Libya. Head of State, Mohammed al-Menfi. Head of Government, disputed, Abdelhamid al-Dagba, Head of the Government of National Unity, Barthi Bashaga, head of the Government of National Stability. Militias, armed groups and security forces continued to arbitrarily detain thousands of people. Scores of protesters, lawyers, journalists, critics and activists were rounded up and subjected to torture and other ill treatment, enforced disappearances and forced confessions on camera. Militias and armed groups used unlawful force to repress peaceful protests across the country. Dozens of people were arrested, prosecuted and/or sentenced to lengthy imprisonment or death for their religious beliefs, for their actual or perceived gender identity and/or sexual orientation, or for their LGBT activism. Authorities, militias and armed groups imposed severe restrictions on civic space and humanitarian access to affected communities, and engaged in smear campaigns against international and Libyan rights groups. Militias and armed groups killed and wounded civilians and destroyed civilian property during sporadic, localized clashes. Impunity remained widespread, and authorities funded abusive militias and armed groups. Women and girls faced entrenched discrimination and violence. Ethnic minorities and internally displaced people faced barriers in accessing education and healthcare. EU-backed Libyan Coast Guards and the Stability Support Authority militia intercepted thousands of refugees and migrants at sea and forcibly returned them to detention in Libya. Detained migrants and refugees were subjected to torture, unlawful killings, sexual violence and forced labor. Background: Libya's political impasse deepened, with no new dates set. The parliamentary and presidential elections initially scheduled for December 2021. In March, Parliament unilaterally voted to amend the constitutional declaration and appointed a new government, the Government of National Stability, GNS, with the backing of the Libyan Arab Armed Forces, LAF, an armed group in control of much of eastern and southern Libya. Other political and military actors rejected the move, citing procedural irregularities, and continued to back the Government of National Unity, GNU, which retained control of the capital Tripoli, despite attempts by militias aligned with the GNS to drive it out. In June and July, the LAF imposed an oil blockade, leading to electricity shortages and popular protests. They only lifted it after reaching a deal with the GNU to replace the head of the National Oil Corporation. Failure to adopt a national budget and unify financial institutions led to delayed wages for public sector employees and disruptions to government services. In September, the Libyan Audit Bureau released a report revealing widespread corruption and mismanagement of billions of Libyan dinars across government institutions in 2021. Arbitrary detention, unlawful deprivation of liberty and unfair trials. Militias, armed groups and security forces continued to arbitrarily detain thousands of people. Some had been held for over 11 years without charge or trial. However, throughout the year, the GNU and LAF announced the release of scores of conflict-related detainees and others held for political reasons. Dozens of people were arbitrarily arrested for their actual or perceived political or tribal affiliation or criticism of powerful militias or armed groups, and subjected to enforced disappearance or held incommunicado for. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 235. Up to 11 months. Some were held as hostages to extort ransoms. In May, Stability Support Authority, SSA, militiamen abducted Ahmed al-Daik, a staff member of the Libyan Audit Bureau, from in front of his workplace after he raised concerns over domestic corruption. They subjected him to enforced disappearance for 8 days, before releasing him without charge. Civilians and individuals accused of human rights violations were tried by military courts in grossly unfair proceedings. In June, The Tripoli Court of Appeals referred 82 defendants accused of involvement in the Abu Salim prison killings in 1996 to the military judiciary, on the grounds that the crime took place at a military location and the accused were members of the armed forces. Many of the defendants had been tortured or otherwise ill-treated after their arrest following the fall of Muammar al-Gaddafi's government in 2011. And their torture-tainted confessions were used in proceedings against them. Militias and armed groups subjected and intimidated lawyers, prosecutors and judges. Lawyers representing civilians on trial by military courts in eastern Libya reported harassment and intimidation by military judges and prosecutors. In Benghazi, the Internal Security Agency, ICE Benghazi, an armed group, arrested lawyer Adnan al-Arafi in May and detained him for 13 days, after he filed a complaint against a military judge. Criminal trials were held inside the Mitiga base in Tripoli, controlled by the Deterrence Apparatus for Combating Organized Crime and Terrorism, DACOT, militia, amid lawyers' and judges' fears of reprisals for raising or investigating claims of arbitrary detention, torture and other ill-treatment by DACOT militiamen. Torture and other ill-treatment. Militias and armed groups systematically tortured and otherwise ill-treated detainees with impunity. Beatings, electric shocks, mock executions, flogging, waterboarding, suspension in contorted positions and sexual violence were reported by relatives and prisoners held by the DACOT, SSA and ISA in Tripoli, by the Joint Operations Force, JOF, in Misrata, and by armed groups, including the ISA, Tariq Ben Zayed, TBZ, and the 128th Brigade in eastern Libya. Detainees were held in cruel and inhuman conditions, characterized by overcrowding, denial of healthcare and lack of hygiene, exercise and sufficient food. Dozens died in custody across Libya amid reports of torture, denial of medical care and malnutrition. Militias and armed groups largely ignored a decree passed by the Ministry of Interior in May banning the publication of confessions by detainees on social media. Libyan legislation retained corporal punishments, including flogging and amputation. Freedom of association. Militias and armed groups subjected dozens of civil society workers and activists, amid a defamation campaign by GNU ministries and affiliated militias against Libyan and international human rights groups that accused them of spreading atheism and homosexuality and attacking Libyan values. International and Libyan humanitarian actors reported increasingly severe restrictions, including denial of access to detention facilities and communities in need, arrests, summoning for questioning and other forms of harassment. In July, a Benghazi court ruled to temporarily suspend Decree No. 286/2019 on regulating NGOs, but NGOs across Libya remained severely restricted in their activities and funding. Freedom of expression and assembly. Throughout the year, militias and armed groups subjected, arbitrarily detained or threatened dozens of activists, journalists and others for exercising their rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. Between February and March, at least 7 men were arrested solely for peacefully. 236. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Expressing their views and or for their affiliation to the civil society group Tanweer. Judicial authorities accepted as evidence their videoed torture-tainted confessions, extracted while they were detained by the ISA in Tripoli without access to lawyers. 6 were convicted of insulting and offending the Islamic religion and the misuse of internet networks and sentenced to between 1 and 10 years in prison, following unfair trials. Between May and August in the cities of Sebha, Sirte, Benghazi, Misrata, Beda and Tripoli, militias and armed groups used unlawful force, including lethal force, to disperse people participating in generally peaceful protests against their grip on power and the deteriorating economic situation. At least 2 men were killed and scores more were injured. Armed actors also arbitrarily detain activists for up to 14 weeks in Misrata and Benghazi for supporting calls for protests on their social media platforms, as well as journalists in relation to their coverage of protests. In March, in Sirte, ISIS abducted journalist Ali Al-Rifai for covering protests in Sirte and handed him to the TBZ, which detained him until July without charge or trial. Unlawful attacks. While the national ceasefire in place since October 2020 generally held, militias and armed groups violated international humanitarian law during sporadic, localized armed clashes, including by carrying out indiscriminate attacks and destroying civilian infrastructure and private property. In August, clashes between militias in densely populated Tripoli neighborhoods left 32 people dead, including 3 children and other civilians, and led to damage of scores of civilian homes and other property, and at least 4 medical facilities. In September, a child and at least 6 others, mostly civilians, were killed during clashes between rival militias in the city of Al-Zawiya. Several countries, including Russia, Turkey and the United Arab Emirates, violated the UN arms embargo, established since 2011, by retaining foreign fighters and military equipment in Libya. At least 39 people across the country died as a result of landmines and unexploded ordnance being detonated. Impunity. Officials and members of militias and armed groups responsible for crimes under international law enjoyed near total impunity. Authorities continued to fund abusive armed groups and militias, integrating their members into state institutions without vetting. In November, the GNU appointed Imad Trabulsi, commander of the Public Security Agency militia, as acting Minister of Interior, despite his militia's well-documented involvement in crimes against migrants and refugees. Libyan authorities took no steps to hold JOF militiamen accountable for the extrajudicial execution of 27-year-old Altouab el-Shanrari in March, and continued to provide state funding to the militia. Throughout the year, mass graves were discovered in the cities of Dahouna and Sirte, believed to contain the remains of individuals killed by Al-Qaniyat and Islamic State armed groups, respectively. Ongoing investigations into unlawful killings carried out by Al-Qaniyat while they controlled Dahouna until June 2020 were marred by concerns over their independence, effectiveness and transparency, and the absence of prosecutions in fair trials in front of regular courts of those against whom there is sufficient admissible evidence of involvement in crimes. In July, the UN Human Rights Council extended the mandate of the fact-finding mission to investigate crimes under international law committed in Libya since 2016 for a final, non-extendable period of 9 months. Sexual and gender-based violence. Authorities failed to protect women, girls and LGBT individuals from killings, torture and unlawful deprivation of liberty by militias, armed groups and other non-state actors. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 237. Women and girls face barriers to seeking justice for rape and other sexual violence, including the risk of prosecution for engaging in sexual relations outside marriage, criminalized in Libya, and reprisals by perpetrators if their victims lodged complaints. In September, 32-year-old Kholoud al-Ragbani was killed after asking for a divorce. The authorities failed to investigate her murder or ensure accountability. Discrimination. Ethnic minorities and indigenous peoples, some taboo and to especially those without national identity cards, owing to discriminatory laws and regulations governing Libyan citizenship, faced discrimination in southern Libya in accessing essential services, including health care and education. Some remained stateless due to the refusal of Libyan authorities to recognize their Libyan nationality. Women and LGBT people. In October, the GNU issued Decree No. 902/2022 granting children born to Libyan mothers and non-Libyan fathers access to public education and healthcare, without guaranteeing their right to nationality on a par with children born to Libyan fathers and non-Libyan mothers. Between February and May, police and Dakar militia fighters arrested at least 26 people for cross-dressing in Tripoli, Misrata and Zliten. Most were released without charge. Internally displaced people. Over 143,000 people remained internally displaced, some for over 10 years. Thousands of families from Benghazi, Derna and other parts of eastern Libya were unable to return home due to fear of reprisals by LAF-affiliated armed groups and destruction of their property. They continued to face delays or denials, or had to go through complex bureaucratic procedures, or rely on personal connections to obtain official documents vital to access education and health services, or collect state wages and pensions. Hundreds were left to fend for themselves in poorly equipped rented shelters in Tripoli and Misrata. Thousands of residents of Tortuga city, forcibly displaced since 2011, were unable to return to their homes due to lack of essential services. Those who returned reported lack of adequate housing, electricity, clean water or compensation for property looted or destroyed by Misrata-based militias. In May, SSA militiamen ordered Torgan residents of Al-Fala, the only remaining camp for internally displaced Torgans in Tripoli, to leave or face forced eviction. Refugees and migrants' rights. Refugees and migrants were subjected to widespread and systematic human rights violations and abuses at the hands of state officials, militias and armed groups with impunity. Scores of migrants and refugees died at sea in Libyan waters or on Libyan soil on their journeys towards Europe. EU-backed Libyan coastguards and the SSA militia endangered the lives of refugees and migrants crossing the Mediterranean by shooting or otherwise deliberately damaging their boats, leading to loss of life. See Italy entry. On the 18th of February, SSA militiamen were responsible for the death of one man and the injury of others during the interception of a boat carrying migrants and refugees across the Mediterranean. At least 19,308 refugees and migrants were intercepted and forcibly returned to Libya, where thousands were detained indefinitely in harsh conditions in facilities run by the Directorate for Combating Illegal Migration, (SIM), and by the SSA and other militias. The UN Support Mission in Libya, UN agencies, and humanitarian and human rights organizations were denied access or only allowed to deliver aid and provide services but not to speak to detainees in private. Thousands of other refugees and migrants were forcibly disappeared or went missing following disembarkation. SSA militia arbitrarily detained thousands of migrants and refugees in Al-Maya detention center and subjected them to beatings. 238. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Forced labor, rape and other sexual violence, including forced prostitution. The DSIM continued to detain at least 4,001 migrants and refugees as of the 27th of November. They were held in inhuman conditions, amid rampant torture and other ill treatment, extortion of ransoms to secure their freedom, and denial of adequate medical care. DSIM officials told Amnesty International during a meeting in Tripoli in February about DSIM's closure of all but 4 detention centers in Tripoli, but the closed detention centers remained operational and run directly by militias. including the notorious Al-Mabani detention center controlled by the public security agency militia. Armed groups under the command of the LAF expelled thousands of migrants and refugees towards Egypt, Sudan, Chad and Niger without due process, and forced them to board trucks without sufficient food or water. Out of 43,000 refugees and asylum seekers registered with UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, 693 were resettled or evacuated outside Libya by the 15th of October. At least 1,255 migrants were returned to their countries of origin through the International Organization for Migration, amid concerns over the voluntary nature of their decision to return, in accordance with the principle of free and informed consent. Death penalty. Libyan law retained the death penalty for a wide range of offences not limited to intentional killing. Death sentences continued to be passed, including by military courts in eastern Libya following grossly unfair trials. No executions were carried out. In September, a court in Misrata sentenced Dayaldin Bala to death for apostasy. Failure to tackle climate crisis and environmental degradation. Libya failed to communicate its NDC as a party to the Paris Agreement. Experts assessed the country to be extremely vulnerable to climate change given its limited water resources, arid soil and drought, and poorly prepared to cope with environmental degradation given years of conflict and insecurity. Lithuania. Republic of Lithuania Head of State, Gitanas Nausėda Head of Government, Ingrida Simonite. People who fled Ukraine were welcomed and assisted. Other refugees and migrants were forcibly returned to Belarus or arbitrarily detained, denied access to asylum and, in some cases, subjected to torture and other ill treatment. Same-sex unions were still not legalized. Refugees and migrants' rights. Lithuania granted access to and assisted at least 71,932 people who had fled Ukraine following Russia's invasion. Non-European refugees and migrants who arrived from Belarus continued to be subjected to violent pushbacks, arbitrary detention and other violations. One border guards forcibly pushed at least 11,097 people back to Belarus over the year, despite the risk of torture and other ill treatment by Belarusian authorities. In June, the Court of Justice of the EU ruled that Lithuania's emergency legislation breached EU law because it deprived people of the possibility of seeking asylum and provided for their automatic detention on the sole basis of their irregular entry. The legislation remained in place at the end of the year. In August, the Ministry of Interior proposed legislation that would further formalize the practice of border pushbacks. As of March, roughly 4,000 people remained in prolonged arbitrary detention in government-managed centres, where they were denied access to adequate asylum procedures. Following court decisions, most were later allowed to leave the centres. By December, 39 people remained in detention. In detention centres, refugees and migrants suffered overcrowding, disproportionate. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 239. Restrictions to movement and inadequate access to toilets and medical assistance. In January and July, the Ombudsperson concluded that conditions in the Kaibatai and Medininkai centres constituted inhumane and degrading treatment. The Medininkai centre was subsequently closed, and authorities decided to close the Kaibatai centre in early 2023. Officers conducting forcible pushbacks at the borders or responding to protests in detention centres attacked asylum seekers and migrants, including with batons, pepper spray and taser guns. On 1-2 March, an anti-riot squad raided the Medininkai detention centre. Officers sexually humiliated a group of black women, forcing them outside into the cold, half naked with their hands tied, and then locking them in a container. In October, police authorities terminated a pre-trial investigation on the raid, pointing to a lack of evidence and objective reasons for a criminal case. LGBT people's rights. In May, the Parliament started debating a compromise bill introducing gender-neutral civil unions, which would grant same-sex couples some rights. A previous bill legalizing same-sex partnerships had been voted down in 2021. Right to truth, justice and reparation. In January, news emerged that Lithuania had paid about €100,000 in compensation to Abu Zubaydah, a Palestinian national detained in Guantanamo Bay. In 2018, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against Lithuania for its deliberate facilitation of his enforced disappearance and torture by the CIA. Due to Abu Zubaydah's ongoing detention and assets freeze, he could not receive the compensation. In March, Lithuania signed an agreement with Ukraine and Poland to establish a joint investigation team to investigate crimes under international law committed in Ukraine. 1. Lithuania forced out or locked up refugees and migrants abused and abandoned, the 27th of June. Madagascar. Republic of Madagascar Head of State, Andry Rajoelina Head of Government, Christians A. The prolonged drought and recurrent cyclones had a devastating impact on access to food, water and sanitation. Detention facilities were overcrowded and conditions poor. The right to freedom of expression was restricted. The judicial persecution of human rights defenders, activists and whistleblowers persisted, and an environmental defender was murdered. Cases of discrimination and violence against people with albinism increased. Abortion remained a criminal offence. Background. Between January and April, 6 tropical storms and cyclones made landfall in the country, compounding the effects of the prolonged drought. Over 200 people were killed, and the livelihoods of more than 570,000 people were disrupted. Public infrastructure, such as schools, roads and health centres, were destroyed across the country. In February, Mbeki Herulaza resigned as Minister of Justice amid corruption allegations after audio recordings of him requesting bribes were shared on social media. By September, around 1.4 million people, representing 5.4% of the population, were vaccinated against COVID-19. Right to food. The people of southern Madagascar continued to suffer the impact of prolonged drought and food insecurity. Consequently, malnutrition rates in the region increased and access to water, sanitation and hygiene became more precarious. According to the World Food Programme, WFP, 33% of their 240. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Population in the Grand South region were facing high food insecurity. The tropical storms and cyclones made landfall primarily in the east and central regions, driving further food insecurity. The WFP estimated that at least 470,000 people in the affected regions needed urgent food assistance. Detainees' rights. Detention facilities were overcrowded and conditions were poor. In June, President Rajoelina commuted the sentences of 11,316 detainees and pardoned 2,902 sentenced prisoners, including people convicted of minor offences who had up to 3 months left on their sentence. Human rights defenders. In the first quarter of the year, civil society actors held national consultations and meetings with representatives of the Minister of Justice to discuss the draft law on the protection of human rights defenders and activists, including environmental defenders and whistleblowers. Following this, on the 18th of October, a parliamentarian submitted Proposal 0042022/PL for discussion at the National Assembly. However, there was no set date for its review. Malagasy human rights organizations expressed concerns that it did not incorporate key outcomes of the national consultations. Unfair trials, whistleblowers and human rights defenders were subjected to harassment and judicial persecution for exposing cases of corruption. In February, human rights defender and school teacher Gina Trandriamanana exposed on social media allegations concerning local authorities' embezzlement of humanitarian aid meant for populations affected by cyclones Batsirai and Amnesty in the district of Nosy Verica. On the 17th of March, the Criminal Court of Mananjari sentenced him to a 2-year suspended prison term on charges of defamation and humiliation of members of Parliament and public servants and identity fraud. After 2 months in arbitrary detention, he was granted provisional release on the 10th of May. On the 12th of July, the Court of Appeal of Vianarantsoa upheld the criminal court's sentence. In September, Gina Trandriamanana's lawyers filed an appeal against his conviction before the Supreme Court. The date for the appeal had not been set by the end of the year. On the 26th of May, the Criminal Court of Antananarivo sentenced Trivaramanana, who had been suspended from his position with the Ministry of Public Health, to a 6-month suspended prison term and a fine of $2 million, around $440. He was convicted on charges of defaming public servants in relation to an anonymous SMS that insulted members of the National Police. Right to life. On the 2nd of June, Onririka Oarisisoa, a 70-year-old environmental defender and president of the Mayalo Community Association, was stabbed to death in the Eastern District of Maramanga. On the 18th of November, the Criminal Court of Mpatolampi sentenced 8 people to life imprisonment after convicting them of murder under Article 295 of the Penal Code, and 2 people to 3 years imprisonment after convicting them of non-assistance to a person in danger under Article 304 of the Penal Code. The court acquitted 2 defendants due to insufficient evidence. The court also sentenced the 10 defendants to pay damages of $40 million, around $8,880, to the family of Onririka Oarisoa. Onririka Oarisoa was a leading voice in the denouncing of timber trafficking and illegal logging in Anca's and Dundee Forest. Discrimination. People with albinism. There was an increase in cases of discrimination and violent attacks against people with albinism, including murders and mutilations. According to a statement from the UN independent expert on the enjoyment of human rights by persons with albinism in October, attacks in 2022 doubled compared to the same period in 2021. Children were the main targets, particularly in the South. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 241. Where dangerous superstitious misconceptions about albinism persisted. In February, a 3-year-old child was abducted in the city of Fort Dauphin in the south. The child's mother was murdered and an uncle injured by the unidentified assailants, believed to be cattle thieves. On the 4th of March, the mutilated body of a 6-year-old boy was found in the community of Berano, and Boasariatsimo district. At the end of August, unidentified men killed a woman and abducted her 3-year-old child in Ikongo district in the southeast. The police arrested 4 suspects, and on the 29th of August hundreds of community members gathered in front of the police station to demand accountability. They allegedly threw stones at the police station and the police responded with gunfire, killing nearly 20 people. The child was still missing at the end of the year. In September, a private school in Iveto, a neighborhood in the capital, Antananarivo, denied a 17-year-old boy's enrollment request alleging that the school needed to preserve its image and declaring that it was not ready to take in children with albinism. Sexual and reproductive rights. Abortion remained a criminal offence. In May 2022, the President of the Permanent Commission of the National Assembly rejected the proposed Law 0042/021/PL to modify Article 317 of the Penal Code to decriminalise abortion. The proposal had not been presented for a vote before the National Assembly. The member of the National Assembly and Permanent Commission spokesperson said the draft law was deemed to be incompatible with Malagasy culture and values. The proposed law had sought to decriminalise abortion where pregnancy presented a risk to the life of the pregnant woman or girl, in cases of serious fetal impairment, and pregnancy resulting from rape or incest. 1. Madagascar. Further information. Teacher released but conviction upheld. Gina Chandramanana, the 27th of July. Malawi. Malawi Head of State and Government, Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera. The NGO Amendment Bill was passed into law and threatened to undermine the right to freedom of association. Police used excessive force against peaceful protesters. Journalists, activists and several other people faced arrest and prosecution for social media posts. Parliament rejected a motion to abolish the death penalty. The government took steps to contain a cholera outbreak. Freedom of association. In March, Parliament passed the draconian NGO Amendment Bill despite a 2018 court injunction against its being tabled on grounds it was inconsistent with international human rights standards. It contained provisions that threaten NGOs' independence, existence and operations. They included a restrictive NGO definition which could exclude non-public benefit organizations or mutual benefit organizations such as federations, advocacy groups or research institutions from registering, the requirement of mandatory registration, excessive discretion granted to the official regulatory body with the authority to suspend, cancel and revoke registration, a prohibition on electioneering and politicking by NGOs, and disproportionate criminal sanctions against organizations and their leaders for non-compliance with the Act. Excessive use of force. In March, police in the capital, Lilongwe, fired tear gas at hundreds of protesters marching against alleged government corruption. The demonstrators were led by Citizens Against Impunity and Corruption, a civil society group. In July, police again used tear gas against protesters in Lilongwe who were demonstrating against the high cost of living and the judiciary's handling of corruption cases. They also arrested over 70 protesters. 242. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Including 8 human rights activists from the Human Rights Ambassadors, a civil society organization that had organized the protests. Freedom of expression. The right to freedom of expression was increasingly threatened as a rise in cases of unlawful surveillance by police, including interception of people's private conversations, resulted in arbitrary arrests, prosecutions and convictions. In April, police arrested investigative journalist Gregory Gond for publishing a story revealing alleged police corruption involving payments to a company owned by a businessman, himself accused of corruption. The story claimed the payments were for the procurement of police water cannons, worth millions of US dollars. Gregory Gond was released after several hours, without charge. On the 1st of May, Chidawawa Mange was arrested and charged with cyber harassment under Section 86 of the Electronic Transactions and Cyber Security Act of 2016 in connection with the accusation that he had insulted President Chakwera in a WhatsApp conversation. Death penalty. In August, Parliament rejected a Legal Affairs Committee report which supported proposals for the abolition of the death penalty. The committee has earlier indicated that its wide public consultations revealed more than 90% of Malawians supported abolition. Right to health. On the 3rd of March, the Ministry of Health declared a cholera outbreak following laboratory confirmation of a case in the country. The government, with the support of the WHO and UNICEF, implemented a national cholera response plan to strengthen disease surveillance, provide medical treatment for patients, distribute laboratory supplies, monitor water quality, and promote health education and hygiene among affected and at-risk communities. Despite these efforts, the outbreak spread through most of their country to 26 of the 28 districts. As of the 31st of December, there were 17,448 confirmed cases and 576 deaths reported. Malaysia. Malaysia Head of State, Al-Sultan Abdullah Ayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah Ibn Omar Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Al-Mustain Billah Head of Government, Anwar Ibrahim, replaced Ismail Sabri Yaqub in November. Authorities used repressive laws to restrict freedom of expression. Peaceful protests were prevented and protest organizers prosecuted. Punitive treatment of refugees, asylum seekers and migrant workers continued, including indefinite detention and refoulement to countries where they were at risk of serious human rights violations. Further custodial deaths were recorded, including in immigration detention centers, but no one was held to account. Ukti people continue to face persecution. Background. Following parliamentary elections in November, long-time opposition leader Anwar Ibrahim became Prime Minister. Freedom of expression. Authorities continued to use repressive laws to silence critical voices both on and offline. According to the government's own figures, police conducted 692 investigations between January 2020 and June 2022 under the Communications and Multimedia Act, CMA, resulting in 87 prosecutions including of artists, performers and political activists. There were reports of additional investigations and arrests under the CMA in the months that followed. The Sedition Act, the Printing Presses and Publications Act and the Film Censorship Act were also used to restrict freedom of expression. In February, police detained activist Fahmi Reza for 2 days in connection with an Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 243. Artwork on his Twitter account satirizing a government minister. 1 and July. Police and religious authorities charged 2 individuals with offences under the CMA and other laws for a comedy performance in which they allegedly insulted Islam. Local authorities ordered the closure of the comedy club. In October, police briefly detained political activist J.J. Dennis over a tweet alleging misconduct by a political leader. Freedom of assembly. Although most COVID-19 control laws that had been used to prevent and disperse protests were repealed, authorities continued to block peaceful demonstrations and investigate and charge protest organizers with criminal offenses. In April, police questioned 7 people in connection with their participation in peaceful vigils calling for clemency for Malaysian national Nagan Thrandamlingam prior to his execution in Singapore. 2. In June, police stopped several hundred lawyers from the Bar Council from marching to Parliament to protest against government interference in the judiciary. 3 leaders of the Bar Council were subsequently investigated under the Peaceful Assembly Act, PAR. In August, police charged 4 activists under the PAR for their role in organising anti-government protests in the capital, Kuala Lumpur. They faced fines of up to $10,000, approximately $2,290, if convicted. Refugees and migrants' rights. The harsh treatment of refugees and asylum seekers continued and allegations of human rights violations in immigration detention facilities persisted. 6 people died in April during a breakout by Rohingya refugees from a temporary immigration detention center in Sungai Bakap, Penang, where they were indefinitely detained. A 14-year-old girl died days later from her injuries. Despite calls on the government to investigate the incident, it remained unclear who was responsible for the deaths. 3. In June, a migrants' rights organization reported that 149 Indonesian nationals died between January 2021 and June 2022 in immigration detention centers in Sabah State as a result of ill treatment and poor conditions. The government denied the allegations and took no action to investigate them. Authorities forcibly deported thousands of people, including asylum seekers, to Myanmar despite an international outcry in light of ongoing and serious human rights violations. 4. In October, a government proposal to take over the management of asylum seekers and refugees from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, raised concerns about their future treatment, torture and other ILL treatment. At least 21 people died in police custody during the year. In July, Parliament passed the Independent Police Conduct Commission Bill establishing a police oversight body. However, it lacked the independence and investigative powers needed to effectively investigate police misconduct, including in relation to custodial deaths. Concerns included provisions permitting the appointment of police officers to the Oversight Commission and requirements of prior notification for visits to police stations and other police facilities. 5. Also in July, Parliament approved an extension to the pre-trial detention clause of the Security Offences, Special Measures Act 2012 that permits detention without access to courts and lawyers for up to 28 days. 6. LGBT people's rights. LGBT people continue to face systemic persecution and discrimination in both law and practice. Authorities censored cultural content deemed to have LGBT elements, including in films, resulting in distributors pulling censored films from local cinemas. In October, police and religious authorities raided a Halloween party in Kuala Lumpur and detained 20 people overnight, including trans people and performers in drag, for violating Islamic laws against cross-dressing. 244. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Amendments to Sharia law in Terengganu state were adopted in December that criminalized attempted liwat, or sodomy, and women posing as men. Sodomy remained a crime under the National Penal Code. 5. Malaysia, CSO Joint Statement. Reject the Independent Police Conduct Commission, the 22nd of March. 6. Malaysia, Media Quote IPCC and SOSMA, the 25th of July. 7. Malaysia, move to abolish mandatory death penalty is welcome step in right direction, the 10th of June. Indigenous people's rights. In July, around 200 indigenous people in Perak State held a protest at the State Legislative Assembly against the government's failure to protect their customary land from logging. In October, authorities forcibly relocated over 300 members of an indigenous community in Nenggiri, Kelantan State, whose land had been requisitioned for the construction of a dam, despite their opposition to the project. Death penalty. In October, the government tabled legislative amendments in Parliament to abolish the mandatory death penalty for drug-related offences and 10 other offences but proposed alternative cruel and inhuman punishments such as flogging. The bills did not progress because of elections. 7. A moratorium on executions remained in place. Failure to tackle climate crisis. The government's July 2021 intended NDC, which committed to reduce emissions by 45% by 2030 compared to 2005 levels and was criticized by some groups for being unambitious, remained in place. in response to worsening flooding and resulting evacuations of local communities, including in Klang Valley and Kuala Langat districts. The government announced in June that it would develop a national adaptation plan to set out strategies for responding to the impacts of climate change. The plan had not been finalized by year's end. 1. Malaysia. Barmy Reza charged, laws must not be used to stifle peaceful dissent. The 10th of February 2. Malaysia. Drop investigations into Nagainthran vigils. The 28th of April 3. Malaysia. Deaths of 6 detainees at Sungai Bakap. The 21st of April 4. Malaysia. Halt forced deportation of people from Myanmar and ensure access to asylum. The 21st of October. Maldives. Republic of Maldives Head of State and Government, Ibrahim Mohammed Solih. The authorities took further steps to restrict freedom of expression in law. The security forces routinely used unlawful force to suppress protests. Maldives retained the death penalty and people remained on death row. Background. Maldives remained one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. Rising sea levels have already caused severe erosion of inhabited islands and depleted freshwater resources. At COP27 in November, the Maldivian authorities advocated vigorously for the establishment of an international fund to support victims of loss and damage in climate-vulnerable countries. Freedom of expression and assembly. In July, Parliament passed a new Evidence Act, Section 136 of which allowed judges to compel journalists to reveal their sources. Local and international civil society groups, including Amnesty International, had previously warned against the passing of this law given its restrictive effect on media freedom. At the end of the year, the government was considering amending Section 136. Police used unlawful force to disrupt protests on several occasions. In January, protesters opposing Indian influence in Maldives were arrested by police on grounds that included the alleged obstruction of law enforcement officers. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 245. The authorities continued to use the Freedom of Peaceful Assembly Act of 2013 to impose limitations on peaceful assemblies and to give undue discretion to the police in granting permission for protests, contrary to international human rights law and standards. Prosecution and called for the Presidential Commission on Investigation of Murders and Enforced Disappearances, DDCOM, to investigate the case. 1. Maldives. Further information. Activist relieved from further imprisonment. Mohammed Rustam Mujudaba, the 17th of August. Freedom of religion. Some religious and political groups continued to use religious arguments to call for restrictions on human rights and the work of civil society organizations. The Maldivian Democracy Network remained unable to function since it was shut down in 2019 due to lobbying by religious groups. Activist Mohammed Rustam Mujadaba spent more than 6 months in pre-trial detention for blasphemy before being released in August. 1. The charges related to comments he posted on social media about religious freedom and human rights. In October, participants at yoga event were attacked by people objecting to yoga as un-Islamic. The authorities arrested 21 people and charged 18 under anti-terrorism laws for disrupting the event. 2 clerics remains on trial on charges relating to terrorism. Women's and girls' rights. Concerns were raised by the UN Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls about rising gender-based violence. Women made up only 4.6% of representatives in Parliament, while quotas at local government level increased women's representation to 39.5%. Impunity. Abdullah Rashid died in police custody in October. By the end of the year, no investigation was known to have been initiated into his death, nor that of Mohammed Islam, who died in prison in 2021. In January, 2 men were convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of blogger Amin Rashid in 2017. Civil society raised concerns around the impartiality of the investigation and Mali. Republic of Mali Head of State, Assimi Goïta Head of Government, Choguel Koklamega. Hundreds of civilians were killed by the military and armed groups, including in extrajudicial executions, in the context of the armed conflict. Violence and discrimination based on social status continued. Government critics and journalists faced threats, intimidation, arbitrary arrest and detention, and prosecution. Detainees were denied medical treatment. Background. In January, ECOWAS imposed sanctions on Mali after the latter made a unilateral decision to extend the political transition phase, which had followed the 2020 coup. Sanctions were lifted in July following a new transitional roadmap which scheduled elections for March 2024. The deployment of personnel, allegedly from the Russian Wagner Group, a private military company, was denounced by the EU and others. The Malian authorities described the personnel as military instructors. The EU training mission suspended its operation in May, and Mali withdrew from the group of 5 for the Sahel in June. The French military operation ended, after 9 years, in August. In May, the authorities said they had thwarted a coup d'état and arrested 10 political and military figures. In July, 49 Ivorian soldiers supporting the German contingent of the UN Integrated and Stabilization Mission in Mali, MINUSMA. 246. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Were arrested and charged with attempting to undermine state security. Violations of international humanitarian law. Armed groups in March, the Islamic State in the Sahel, ISS, launched a deadly offensive in the Manaka and Gao regions, fighting elements of the Movement for the Salvation of Azawad, MSA, and the Imgad Ta'arq Self-Defense Group and allies, Geisha. 1 indiscriminate ISS attacks against the villages of Timolat, Inchinane, Imismis and Andrambuchain targeted combatants and civilians alike. Hundreds of civilians were killed by the ISS and over 73,000 people had fled to Manaka City by October, according to the UN. Between May and September, Katiba Surma combatants blockaded the road linking the towns of Boni, Do and Sir, Hombri and Gossi to deter local communities from collaborating with the army, and forcing traders to rely on military escorts. On 2nd of August, 19 trucks carrying goods were attacked and burned by the armed group in Hombri, while awaiting an armed escort. On the 18th of June, alleged members of the Group for the Support of Islam and Muslims, GSM, attacked the villages of Dialasig, Dianwali and Isagin the Bankers Circle, resulting in approximately 130 deaths, mostly civilian, according to the government. In September, after the ISS dislodged the Geisha and the MSA from Talatay, Gao region, they killed dozens of civilians, according to media reports, and burned houses and the market, all of which amounted to war crimes. The town was left deserted. Armed forces and their allies MINUSMA, the media and NGOs documented hundreds of extrajudicial executions by the army and its allies in the context of Operation Kelchagui since January. On the 3rd of January, the army allegedly killed 7 Mauritanian civilians in Gaia, Nar region, during a clean-up operation. The Malian and Mauritanian authorities established a joint investigation into the incident in March. On the 27th of January, army officers arrested and extrajudicially executed 14 residents of Donu, Mopti region, including the village chief, after an improvised explosive device, Id exploded on the outskirts of the village, killing 2 soldiers and wounded 5 others. In February, 21 traders in Nyono town, Sikh region, were forcibly disappeared during an army patrol. Soon afterwards, on the 2nd of March, local villagers found 36 burnt corpses near Dangiawotra, near Nyono. Some of them were bound and blindfolded. Local associations and civil society organizations blamed the army for the killings. After a skirmish with XIM members, the army, with the support of foreign military personnel, besieged Mra, Mopti region, between 27 and 31 March. Hundreds of men from Mra and neighbouring villages, who were attending the weekly market, were divided into groups for interrogation. Hundreds were then extrajudicially executed. On the 1st of April, the government announced, in reference to the incident, that 203 jihadists had been killed and 51 individuals arrested during an operation in Mra. Several days later, they announced that the Mopti military court would investigate the incident. The army denied MINUSMA investigators access to Mra. On the 19th of April, the army, accompanied by foreign military personnel, killed at least 50 civilians and arrested around 611 others on Market Day in Homburi, after a night had killed 1 soldier and injured 2 others. According to MINUSMA, they were detained in the Homburi army camp and allegedly subjected to torture and other ill treatment. Days later, the army released 548 of them and transferred 36 others to the Shave military camp. After armed groups attacked army camps in Shave, Nyono and Bafo, 20 of the 27 detainees who had remained in Homburi were extrajudicially executed by 1 soldier, according to government and UN forces. In September, the army, accompanied by alleged foreign military personnel in Dozo. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 247 hunters attacked the villages of Nyawaro, Tandama and Kankel, Mopti region. At least 12 women from Nyawaro were raped, according to MINUSMA, while others were forced to undress and were photographed naked by the foreign fighters. Investigations launched into crimes committed by the army against civilians since 2019 remained stalled in most cases. 3. Discrimination. In July, the mutilated body of 69-year-old Dayagsadaib was found on her farmland in Lani Modi village, K's region. Her murder was linked to her refusal to be subjected to discriminatory practices used against people based on their work and descent. In August, 18 people were arrested for her murder. Director of the National Agency for State Security. They were provisionally released from the Bol prison on the 3rd of September. In June and November, journalist Malik Kanate was subjected to threats, intimidation and damage to his property by unidentified men, apparently in connection with his views on the transitional government and his work on abuses carried out by agents of the Wagner Group. In November, the Higher Communications Authority, HAC, suspended Jilba TV station for 2 months for serious and repeated breaches and violations of the Code of Ethics for Journalists. The station had criticised the transitional government and the HAC's lack of response to the harassment and intimidation of journalists. Arbitrary detention. The detention of senior public servants Kali Ludumia and Mustafa Diakite continued despite an investigative judge dismissing all charges against them in June. They had been held since September 2021. Including for 2 months in illegal detention premises, allegedly in General State Security Directorate custody. Inhumane detention conditions. In March, Sumi Libu-Baimega, a former Prime Minister who had been arrested in August 2021 for alleged corruption, died in custody after several calls by his family and doctor for his medical evacuation were ignored. The authorities refused to conduct an autopsy. Freedom of expression. In January, Ishine Fukubus Sissoko, an economist who was critical of the transitional authorities, was arrested after he spoke on TV about the ECOWAS sanctions in Mali. He was provisionally released in June and forbidden from leaving the country. In March, the authorities suspended Radio France Internationale and France 24 after they published articles about torture and unlawful killings by the army. In April, the authorities accused Oumar Marigot, a politician, of defaming the armed forces after he denounced extrajudicial executions in Mra. After months in hiding, he reappeared in Moscow from where he denounced the government's attempts to assassinate him. In May, Sarah Yara and sisters Fatih and Amy Sis were arrested and accused of making defamatory remarks on Facebook about their 1. Mali. New eyewitness testimony describes killings and mass displacement amid surging violence in Monica, the 16th of June. 2. Mali. Allegations of crimes against civilians in Mra. An independent investigation must take place, the 7th of April, French only. 3. Mali. Crimes without convictions. Analysis of the judicial response to conflict-related crimes in central Mali, the 13th of April. Malta. Republic of Malta Head of State, George Velia Head of Government, Robert Abela. Recommendations of the public inquiry into the killing of journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia were not fully implemented. A total ban on abortion remained in place, while Parliament discussed a proposal to decriminalise abortion when needed to protect the life or health of a woman from grave jeopardy. Delays in coordinating c. 248. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Rescue operations of refugees and migrants persisted. The unlawful detention of asylum seekers, including children, continued. 3 asylum seekers were still waiting to know whether they would face trial on terrorism-related and other charges for opposing their unlawful pushback to Libya. Right to truth, justice and reparation. In October, 2 of the 3 men accused of making, planting and detonating the car bomb that killed Daphne Caruana Galizia in 2017 were sentenced to 40 years imprisonment each. A 3rd man implicated in the killing had been sentenced to 15 years imprisonment in 2021. The trial of the businessman accused of having commissioned the killing had yet to start. In September, the Council of Europe, Commissioner for Human Rights, reiterated her call to step up efforts to bring all those responsible to justice. The Commissioner noted that journalists continued to face challenges to access freedom of information requests and recommended greater involvement of civil society and the journalism community to strengthen legislative proposals concerning the media sector and restrictions on the use of strategic lawsuits against public participation, SLAPs. In July, the Daphne Caruana Galizia Foundation and Article 19 Europe criticised the failure of the government to implement recommendations published in July 2021 by the independent inquiry into the killing of the journalist and concluded that journalists and media freedom remained inadequately protected. Sexual and reproductive rights. In November, the government proposed an amendment to the criminal code aimed at freeing doctors and pregnant women from the threat of criminal prosecution when the termination of a pregnancy is carried out to protect the life or health of a pregnant woman from grave jeopardy. Abortion in all other circumstances would remain illegal. The government's proposal was being discussed by Parliament at year's end. The move followed the case, in June, of a U.S. national in the process of a miscarriage who was denied an abortion, despite the risk of infection and impact on her mental health. She was eventually airlifted to Spain where she was able to terminate the pregnancy. Also in June, a Maltese women's rights NGO petitioned the authorities on behalf of 188 people of childbearing age, demanding the legalization of abortion. The petition, known as a judicial protest in Maltese law, articulated the discriminatory aspects of the abortion ban and its multifaceted impact on the health and dignity of those who had or could need the procedure. Refugees and migrants' rights. By the end of the year, 450 refugees and migrants had reached the country by sea. The authorities continued to pursue a deadly policy of deterrence, ignoring or responding slowly to distress calls from refugees and migrants at sea. In September, a 4-year-old Syrian girl died of dehydration on board a fishing boat which had been drifting for days in the Maltese search and rescue region before the armed forces of Malta coordinated the rescue. The Co-Commissioner for Human Rights' October 2021 report, published in February, called on the government to ensure effective search and rescue operations and to suspend its cooperation on migration control with Libya, which resulted in returns of people to torture and other violations. The Commissioner also recommended that Malta stop detaining children and vulnerable adult refugees and migrants and end arbitrary detention. The government continued to arbitrarily detain asylum seekers, including unaccompanied children, beyond permissible legal periods and without adequate access to a remedy. Some unaccompanied children were detained with adults upon arrival. In January, 3 men and 3 children were released from the detention centre at Safi Barracks following a court action. In March, following an appeal to Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 249. The Immigration Appeal Board. 3 teenage asylum seekers from Bangladesh were moved from Safi Barracks to separate facilities for unaccompanied children in an open centre after nearly 3 months of being detained with adults. 3 asylum seekers known as the El Hiblu 3 inches, who had opposed attempts to unlawfully return them to Libya in 2019, were still awaiting a decision on whether to take the case to trial. The lengthy magistrate's inquiry into the case closed in November. The 3 men faced charges, including under counter-terrorism legislation, punishable by life imprisonment. 1. Malta, a textbook example of all that is wrong with EU institutions and member states' migration policies in the central Mediterranean, the 14th of March. Mexico. United Mexican States Head of State and Government, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. The government continued to stigmatize feminists and human rights defenders who protested against government inaction on gender-based violence and, in some states, security forces violently repress women protesters. Killings of journalists remained at record levels. Many of the victims had been granted official protection measures. By the end of the year, more than 109,000 people were registered as missing and disappeared. The militarization of public security increased and legislation cemented the involvement of the armed forces in public security tasks until 2028. The National Guard used excessive force in several of its operations. A lack of transparency, accountability and access to information hindered access to truth, justice and reparations for victims of human rights violations and their families. Background. Mexican military forces often fail to protect the right to life and security of all people. The military have been involved in public security operations for 16 years, and during the time the country has seen a significant increase in homicides. The National Guard and the Ministry of Defense, SEDNA, were among the 10 federal institutions which received the highest number of complaints for human rights violations during the year. the National Human Rights Commission received 476 complaints against the National Guard and 404 against Sedna regarding multiple crimes under international law and human rights violations, including torture, killings, enforced disappearances and arbitrary detentions. In September, Congress approved the National Guard's incorporation into Sedna. However, in October, a federal judge suspended this decision. Congress also approved the extension of a provision giving the armed forces a role in public security operations until 2028. These decisions were promoted by the government and supported by Congress, without civil society participation. 1. Civil society organizations, human rights activists and families of the disappeared took to the streets to protest against the increasing militarization of the country. As of 2022, the National Guard was responsible for 227 areas normally within the remit of civilian bodies, of which 148 were not related to public security, such as the construction of airports and highways, management of COVID-19 vaccination and migration enforcement. In November, the Supreme Court ruled that a May 2020 presidential decree allowing the permanent participation of armed forces in public security operations until 2024 was constitutional. Similar cases relating to the unconstitutionality of the National Guard law and the participation of the armed forces in public security were pending before the Mexican Supreme Court at the end of the year. 250. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Freedom of expression and assembly. The year proved the deadliest in history for the national press. At least 13 journalists were killed with a possible connection to their work. Many cases remained without proper investigations, and the protection mechanism for human rights defenders and journalists continued to fall short of its goal to safeguard the lives and safety of these groups. In his morning press conferences, the President expressed strong criticisms of journalists and civil society organizations that had questioned government actions, accusing them of being conservatives and opponents. The day before International Women's Day, the President publicly stated that feminist protesters were preparing with hammers, torches and Molotov cocktails, and that this does not aim for the defense of women. They are not even feminist. Participants are conservatives against our transformation policy. In April, armed police and plainclothes policemen beat women who were protesting at the Chimalhuacan Public Prosecutor's Office in Mexico State. The protesters were demanding sanctions against 3 police officers who beat and detained an activist and human rights defender. She was kept in incommunicado detention for 2 hours. The police also sprayed tear gas at the women outside the office. National Guard officers were present and failed to act to protect the protesters. In May, protesters from a variety of organizations and feminist movements gathered in the city of Irapuato, Guanajuato State, to peacefully protest against gender-based violence, including feminicides and disappearances of women. Police officers beat and arbitrarily detained at least 28 protesters. Violence against women and girls. Between January and November, 3,450 women were reported to have been killed. 858 of the killings were investigated as feminicides, equivalent to an average of 2.5 per day. The states with highest rates of reported feminicides were Mexico State, 131, Nuevo Leon, 85, and Mexico City, 70. Structural violence against women continued to undermine women's rights to live a life free of violence and in a safe environment without fear. In January, a judge in the municipality of Nezahualcóyotl, Mexico State, convicted a man of the feminicide of Diana Velázquez in 2017. However, authorities failed to ensure effective investigations to determine other alleged perpetrators in the case. In February, in response to a conflict of interest and lack of due diligence on the part of the San Luis Potosi State Public Prosecutor's Office, the Federal Attorney General's Office, FGR, took over the investigation into the feminicide of Carla Pontigo, who was killed in 2012. The state governor of San Luis Potosi failed to meet Carla Pontigo's mother, despite her repeated requests. In November, the Mexico State Public Prosecutor's Office cancelled for the third time the public apology in which he promised to recognize the lack of due diligence in the investigations into the feminicides of Nadia Mucino Marquez, Diana Velasquez Florencio, Daniela Sanchez Curiel and Julia Souza. 3. Excessive use of force. In April, in the city of Irapuato, Guanajuato, a National Guard officer shot at a car in which students from Guanajuato University were traveling, killing one student and seriously injuring another. In August, in the city of Nuevo Laredo, Tamaulipas State, National Guard officers shot at a car in which a woman was traveling with two children. One of the children, 4-year-old Heidi Mariana, was killed and her 7-year-old brother, Kevin, was injured. In October, National Guard officers shot live ammunition in the air to disperse a peaceful protest in Jalisco State. Enforced disappearances. During the year, authorities registered at least 9,826 cases of missing and disappeared. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 251 persons, of whom 6,733 were men and 3,077 were women. This brought the total number of reports of people missing and disappeared in Mexico between 1964 and the end of 2022 to over 109,000. Impunity largely prevailed on this issue. According to the Mexican Search Commission, there had been just 36 convictions from the crime of disappearance. In 2022, the UN Committee on Enforced Disappearances published a report in which it highlighted the forensic crisis in the country. The bodies of more than 52,000 people in the custody of the state authorities had yet to be identified. In August, the Mexican government presented the report of the Commission on Access to Truth and Justice, COVAJ, on the case of the 43 students from Ayotzinapa who disappeared in 2014. COVAJ recognized that the disappearance of the students was a state crime involving the criminal group Guerreros Unidos and Mexican government officials, including members of the armed forces. In September, Omar Gomez Trillo, the lead prosecutor for the Attorney General's Office's Special Unit for Investigation and Litigation on the Ayotzinapa case, UILCA, resigned citing undue interference by the FGR, which withdrew 21 of the arrest warrants requested, 16 of which were against military personnel. The independent group of experts, JIA, of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, which monitors progress in the Ayotzinapa case, criticized this interference, as well as the audit initiated by the FGR on the 5th of September regarding the work of the UILCA. Rosendo Gomez Piedra was appointed as the new lead prosecutor for the UILCA, despite the lack of support for his appointment from families of the victims and civil society organizations. 4. In August, the Undersecretary for Human Rights, Population and Migration announced the creation of the National Center for Human Identification to support investigations related to disappearances and assist public prosecutors and attorneys. In October, a federal judge resolved an amparo petition filed by the human rights organization Centro Prod ordering the creation of a national forensic database in 40 days. One of the measures pending since the approval of the federal law on enforced disappearance in 2017. During the year, At least 3 mothers searching for their disappeared children were killed. In October, Rosario Lilian Rodriguez Barraza and Blanco Esmeralda Gallardo were killed in Sinaloa and Puebla states, respectively, and in November, Maria del Carmen Vázquez was killed in Guanajuato state. Arbitrary arrests and detentions. In August, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights held a public hearing regarding the case of Daniel Garcia Rodriguez and Reyes Alpizar Ortiz, who had been held in pre-trial detention for more than 17 years. A ruling in the case was expected in 2023. In November, the Supreme Court struck down automatic pre-trial detention from the crimes of tax fraud, smuggling and tax evasion via fake invoices. Another case relating to the constitutionality of automatic pre-trial detention was pending at the end of the year. In December, the Supreme Court ordered the immediate release of Gonzalo Garcia, Juan Luis Lopez and Hector Munoz after 7.5 years of arbitrary detention in Tabasco state. The court considered that their rights to presumption of innocence and due process had been violated. Torture and other ILL treatment. According to the National Registry for the Crime of Torture, there were 1,840 reports of torture and other cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment by agents of the state between January and September. This brought the total number of reports since 2018 to 14,243. The states with the highest numbers of reported cases were Mexico City, Chihuahua and the state of Mexico. However, the actual number of cases was believed to 252. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Be much higher because over 93% of all crimes in the country are not reported, according to the National Survey on Victimization and Perception of Public Safety of the National Institute of Statistics and Geography. One reason for this significant underreporting is that the majority of reported crimes go unpunished. Human rights defenders. Human rights defenders continued to be subjected to threats, stigmatization, unjust imprisonment, torture and killings. Some of the families of human rights defenders were also threatened. Women human rights defenders were additionally subjected to sexual violence. At least 10 human rights defenders were killed during the year. A report published in 2022 by the NGO Global Witness stated that 54 defenders of the land and environmental activists were killed in 2021, making Mexico the deadliest country in the world for those defending these rights. In March, in a public statement, the President referred to European parliamentarians as sheep, following a statement by the European Parliament highlighting attacks on and killings of human rights defenders in Mexico. In March, environmental rights defender Trinidad Bolden Egro was killed in the town of Colorados de la Virgen, Chihuahua State. He was the latest member of the Raramuri indigenous people to be killed for their human rights work. Previous victims included Julian Carrillo, who was killed in 2018. In June, 3 people were killed in a church in the town of Sorocahui, Chihuahua State, among them Javi Campos Morales and Joe Aquinmora, both priests and human rights defenders who had worked to defend the rights of indigenous peoples in the Sierra Tarahumara. In October, new cases of the use of Pegasus spyware came to light, this time against 2 journalists, a human rights defender and an opposition politician. These latest findings indicated that there were contracts between Sedna and companies linked to previous sales of Pegasus. In response to these reports, the President claimed that the government carried out intelligence work, which was not spying. In the same month, Guacamayaya, a group of digital activists leaked information from various servers belonging to the armed forces revealing monitoring of the activities of civil society and human rights organizations, including Amnesty International. 5. People's rights. In October, same-sex marriage was legalized in Tamaulipas state, making same-sex marriage legal in all 32 states in Mexico. Sexual and reproductive rights. 4 more states decriminalized abortion during the year, bringing to 11 the number of states in which abortion is legal: Baja California, Zoo, Ciudad de Mexico, Coahuila, Colima, Guerrero, Hidalgo, Oaxaca, Quintana Roo, Sinaloa and Veracruz. Failure to tackle climate crisis and environmental degradation. In November, Mexico updated its NDC's target of 22% to a 35% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. During COP27, Mexico announced new commitments to address the climate crisis, including doubling the production of clean energy, adding 105 gigawatts. In May, a federal judge suspended the construction of Section 5 of the Mayan Train, stating that it endangered biodiversity and the land rights of indigenous peoples who depend on the fragile ecosystems of the Mayan jungle. Despite this, the president categorized the project as one of national security, enabling the construction to continue. Refugees and migrants' rights. The National Migration Institute received the third highest number of complaints of human rights violations, 1,997 complaints, of any state institution, while the Refugee Commission ranked 10th, 333 complaints. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 253. Mexican authorities detained at least 281,149 people in overcrowded immigration detention centers and deported at least 98,299 people, mostly from Central America, including thousands of unaccompanied children. During the year, authorities detained several refugees and migrants in airports around the country and subjected them to inhuman and degrading treatment. The country's refugee agency received 118,478 asylum applications. The largest number of applications came from nationals of Honduras, followed by Cuba, Haiti and Venezuela. Authorities continued to collaborate with the USA in implementing U.S. policies that undermine the right to asylum and the principle of non-refoulement. These included summarily expelling people from Central America and Venezuela under Title 42 of the U.S. Code, which drastically limits access to asylum procedures at the U.S.-Mexico border. People expelled to Mexico from the USA were subjected to multiple forms of violence, including kidnappings, sexual violence and robbery. The Supreme Court issued 2 landmark rulings for the protection of migrants. In May, it declared that the immigration checkpoints inside Mexico are unconstitutional on the ground that they are discriminatory. In October, it recognized that the executive branch had failed to publish clear official protocols for the protection of people returned to Mexican territory under the U.S. Remain in Mexico Protocol, also known as the Migrant Protection Protocols, MPP. Indigenous people's rights. Congress again failed to pass a law to regulate indigenous people's right to free, prior and informed consent on projects affecting them, guaranteed under ILO Convention 169, despite a 2020 Supreme Court ruling calling on it to do so. 1. Mexico. Militarization of public security will lead to more human rights violations and perpetuate impunity. The 9th of September. 2. America's attempts to militarize public security in the region are a threat to human rights. the 29th of November, Spanish only. 3. Mexico, rights of feminicide victims at risk, the 13th of December. 4. Mexico, state must guarantee truth, justice, and remembrance for families of Ayotzinapa students, the 28th of September. 5. America's military monitoring of civil society organizations shows deteriorating respect for human rights, the 7th of October. Moldova. Republic of Moldova, head of state, Maia Sandu, head of government, Natalia Gavrilita. No visible progress was made in reducing instances of torture and other ill treatment in detention. Impunity continued for past human rights violations by law enforcement agencies. New temporary restrictions on public assemblies were introduced. The rights of LGBT people were not fully realized, leading to cases of harassment, discrimination and violence. Some refugee reception centers turned away religious and ethnic minority refugees. In the breakaway Transnistria region, prosecution and imprisonment for peaceful dissent continued. Background. Political tensions were heightened by Russia's aggression against neighboring Ukraine and the ongoing presence of Russian troops in Moldova's breakaway Transnistria region. Explosions were reported in Transnistria, briefly raising the terror threat level. Moldova remained one of the poorest countries in Europe. Women, children, older people, people with disabilities and those living in rural areas were among the poorest groups. The war in Ukraine exacerbated high inflation and soaring energy prices, and in November led to energy blackouts. On the 23rd of June, Moldova received EU candidate status on condition of structural reforms. 254. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Torture and other ILL treatment. No visible progress was made in addressing institutional causes of torture and other ill treatment in detention. Overcrowding, unsanitary and otherwise inadequate detention conditions and poor health provision remained common in adult, juvenile and mixed penitentiary institutions. Impunity. Impunity remained endemic for past human rights violations by members of law enforcement agencies, including torture and other ill treatment of protesters in 2009. No further progress was made in the case of the abduction and forcible return to Turkey of 7 Turkish teachers by Moldovan security services in 2018. However, following litigation by the wife of one of the teachers, the Moldovan authorities were forced to declassify details of criminal proceedings that led to the conviction and fining of the former director of the Security and Intelligence Service, SIS, Vasilii Bonari, in 2020. He had been convicted solely for an economic crime relating to the cost of the chartered flight on which the teachers were transported. The relevant court decision had been kept secret until after the deadline for appeal by the victims' families. Nobody else appeared to have been brought to justice in relation to the abduction and illegal rendition of the 7 teachers, who were subsequently imprisoned in Turkey. Despite this case and other abuses, the SIS was not subject to reform. Instead, in November, new draft legislation was tabled in Parliament to give the security services additional surveillance and other powers. Freedom of expression and assembly. On the 19th of April, President Sandu signed into law a prohibition on the use of symbols associated with Russia's military activities abroad. These included the so-called ribbon of St. George and the letters Z and V. Their use was expected by pro-Russian political groups at a traditional demonstration held on the 9th of May to mark Victory Day in the Second World War. While the event was allowed to proceed uninterrupted, people displaying the banned symbols either at the event or on their cars were identified, and later 196 fines were issued by police, including to 16 parliamentarians from the bloc of Communists and Socialists. On the 13th of October, restrictions were imposed on protests after President Sandu had asked the government the day before to introduce temporary legislative amendments to allow the police to ensure public order during protests by the opposition Shaw Party. The Ombudsperson, public advocate, criticised this decision. On the 16th of October, police seized tents from protesters in front of central government buildings. LGBT people's rights. During the UN Human Rights Council's UPR of Moldova in January, numerous states called for strengthened protections for LGBT people. The Moldovan NGO Gender.com reported in early 2022 that anti-LGBT views remained common across Moldova and that young LGBT people continued to face harassment and violence. In February, the Council for Preventing and Eliminating Discrimination and Ensuring Equality stated that Marin Pavlovska had been subjected to harassment based on his sexual orientation during his military service. In late 2021, the Ministry of Defense had threatened to prosecute Marin Pavlovska for desertion after he left the army following harassment and humiliation. But in May 2022, the prosecutor's office declined to open a criminal case against him. Marin Pavlovska continued to face discrimination in finding work due to being effectively outed as gay in publicity surrounding his case. In June, Moldova's largest ever Pride March went ahead in the capital, Chisinau, despite threats by the city's mayor that he would ban the event. Refugees and migrants' rights. More than 740,000 individuals crossed from Ukraine into Moldova by December, putting significant pressure on local services. Most. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 255. Travelled further into Europe or returned to Ukraine, leaving almost 90,000 refugees in Moldova. The public advocate noted that some refugee reception centres had turned away Roma and other religious or ethnic minority refugees from Ukraine. Some centre managers were allegedly contacted by local police and warned that the centres should not accept Roma people. Transnistria region. Freedom of expression. De facto authorities in Transnistria sentenced Viktor Pleshkinov to 5 days administrative detention for petty hooliganism after he reportedly threatened to hang the Ukrainian flag on his balcony as an affront to the self-styled Ministry of State Security. His lawyer reported that he was then subsequently sentenced to 38 months imprisonment in a closed trial under undisclosed extremism-related charges. Mongolia. Mongolia head of state, Ukna Kuilsuk head of government, Lufsanams Ryanudin. NGOs faced new restrictions on their activities and those involved in protests against mining and other development projects faced imprisonment under proposed legislation. Authorities failed to protect herder communities from environmental degradation caused by mining operations. Human rights defenders were subjected to intimidation and police investigations. A national mechanism for the prevention of torture was established, but torture and other ill-treatment of detainees continue to be reported. Freedom of association and assembly. A draft law that would restrict legitimate NGO activities remained under discussion by Parliament. The bill, first tabled in 2021, proposed the establishment of the Civil Society Development Council to oversee NGOs, but its broad mandate and vaguely worded powers risked undue interference in the internal affairs of NGOs and could place burdensome administrative requirements upon them. The bill also contained provisions prohibiting legitimate activities and limiting NGO funding. In May, the government introduced a bill to amend the criminal code providing for prison sentences for obstructing mining and other development projects. The bill followed demonstrations in the capital, Ulaanbaatar, by herders from across the Gobi region protesting against mining operations and calling for protection of their social and economic rights. Environmental degradation and economic, social and cultural rights. Coal and other mining operations in the Gobi region destroyed grasslands, contaminated groundwater and depleted other water sources. They also caused soil erosion, with negative impacts on the health and livelihoods of herder communities in the region. The government issued mining licenses without adequate consultation with affected herder communities and failed to ensure that those displaced or otherwise affected by mining operations received adequate compensation and accommodation and had access to essential services and social protection. Human rights defenders. The government conducted smear campaigns against human rights defenders, including publicly labelling some as foreign spies and criticising others for obstructing national development plans. Authorities also used criminal investigations to obstruct the work of human rights defenders. In August, the General Intelligence Agency launched an investigation into Sukarul Dugashran for illegal cooperation with the Foreign Intelligence Agency. 256. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Or agent in relation to her work in exposing human rights abuses and environmental degradation resulting from development projects. Right to housing. Lack of adequate protections resulted in at least 47 households in Ulaanbaatar being made homeless by urban redevelopment projects. Private developers confiscated land for development without consent and failed to provide adequate compensation to those affected. Torture and other ILL treatment. In July, the government established a national mechanism for the prevention of torture. The National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia nevertheless reported incidents of torture and other ill treatment of people in detention, including to obtain confessions. Forcibly disappeared by Montenegrin police in 1992. In August, the Special State Prosecutor examined allegations that retired Admiral Dragan Samadzik participated in the unlawful shelling of Split in Croatia in November 1991. Proceedings continued in December against a former Bosnian Serb army soldier, Slobodan Pekovic, charged with raping a protected witness and killing 2 other people in Foča in 1992. The former president of the Supreme Court and president of the Commercial Court were detained on suspicion of corruption in April and May respectively. The Special State Prosecutor was arrested for abuse of office in December. In October, the European Commission urged Montenegro to implement legislation strengthening judicial independence, integrity, accountability and professionalism. Montenegro. Montenegro Head of State, Milo Đukanović Head of Government, Dragan Bazovic, caretaker since August, replaced Zdravko Krivokapic in April. Impunity persisted for crimes under international law, torture and attacks on journalists. Police failed to respond adequately to domestic violence. Verbal abuse and threats against discriminated groups exacerbated ethnic divisions. Background. 2 prime ministers were ousted by no-confidence votes triggering a political crisis. Mass protests were held demanding early parliamentary elections, a functioning constitutional court and changes to a law limiting presidential powers. Right to truth, justice and reparation. In May, the chief of police apologized to grieving families of 66 Bosniak refugees. Torture and other ILL treatment. In May, the UN Committee Against Torture reiterated long-standing concerns about conditions and rights of detainees in police custody and prisons, and the lack of independent investigations of ill treatment. In March, 5 police officers were charged with torturing a witness, Marko Boljevic, in 2020, to extract a statement, A police inspector was similarly charged in June with respect to Marko Boljevic and for torturing a suspect, Benjamin Mugoza. Freedom of expression. 25 attacks on journalists were reported. In September, the government requested assistance from foreign experts in reinvestigating historic cases, including the 2004 murder of Duško Jovanovic, editor of Dan newspaper. In June, the Supreme Court ordered another retrial of investigative journalist Jovo Martinovic, after quashing his 2020 conviction for allegedly participating in drug trafficking. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 257. Violence against women and girls. 2 women were killed by their partners or former partners. One had previously been hospitalized and reported her husband's violence to the police. In May, the UN Committee Against Torture questioned the low level of prosecutions and lenient sentencing in domestic violence cases. Women active in public life were subjected to misogynistic abuse, including by officials. Discrimination. LGBT people's rights. The government's failure to harmonize provisions of the 2020 law on life partnership prevented couples married abroad from registering. Perpetrators were charged with attacks on NGO Juventus premises. In July, the president of Queer Montenegro received death threats on social media. NGO Spectre drafted a gender recognition law. Roma and Egyptian people. According to UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, in November, fewer than 500 individuals remain stateless, including Roma and Egyptians displaced from Kosovo, and 250 Roma children born in Montenegro who lacked documentation required to access essential social and economic rights. Refugees and migrants' rights. According to UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, 6,758 refugees and migrants had entered Montenegro by October, but only 2% applied for asylum. The UN Committee Against Torture judged that most were denied access to an effective asylum process, highlighting the lack of procedural safeguards, including against refoulement. Morocco/Western Sahara. Kingdom of Morocco. Head of State, Mohammed VI. Head of Government, Aziz Okanouch. Authorities continued to crush dissent, disperse peaceful protests, and restrict the activities of several organizations they deemed oppositional. They tightened their crackdown on Sahrawi activists. Criminalization of abortion led to at least one girl dying as a result of an unsafe abortion following rape. Border guards used excessive force against people attempting to cross the border between Morocco and the Spanish enclave of Melilla, causing at least 37 deaths. Domestic legislation remained inadequate to protect and promote the right to a clean and healthy environment. Background. In March, Spain's Prime Minister declared his support for the Moroccan government's autonomy plan over Western Sahara. In response, Algeria announced it was suspending a cooperation treaty with Spain. Relations between Morocco and Algeria remain strained, despite calls in July by King Mohammed for restoration of diplomatic ties between the two countries. In October, the UN mission for the referendum in Western Sahara was renewed, but still lacked a human rights mandate. Human rights organizations could still not access Western Sahara. During the year, 1,445 people died from COVID-19. By the end of 2022, 66.8% of the population had received at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. Freedom of expression. The authorities continued to target critics and activists in Morocco and Western Sahara. They investigated, prosecuted and imprisoned at least 7 journalists and activists for criticizing the government, as well as people who spoke online about religion or expressed solidarity with activists. In March, Police in Settat city summoned and interrogated Brahim Nafai, a teacher and member of youth organisation and Arja Democratic Way, for sharing posts on the social media calling for a boycott of fuel. He was not informed of any follow-up, but the case remained open. 258. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. In April, a court in Casablanca city sentenced human rights defender Saida Alami to 2 years in prison for social media posts denouncing repression of journalists and activists. In September, the Casablanca Appeals Court increased the sentence to 3 years. She remained in prison. In June, a court in Tangier city acquitted on appeal Fatima's Arald Belaid, an activist and member of the Moroccan Association for the Taxation of Transactions and for Citizen Action, Attack Morocco, and the Committee for the Abolition of Illegitimate Debt, CAD. Police had arrested her in November 2021, accusing her of having organised illegal protests at Tangiers University. In August, the first instance court in Oudsam city sentenced blogger Fatima Karim to 2 years in prison, under Article 267(5) of the Penal Code, for insulting Islam in social media posts. 1. In November, a Casablanca court sentenced human rights defender Rida Ben Othman to 3 years imprisonment for insulting a body regulated by law, insulting public officials while carrying out their duties, and broadcasting false allegations for online posts in which he criticised the authorities for ignoring demands for social justice. 2. He remained in prison. Right to privacy. In March, analysis by Amnesty International's security lab found that 2 phones belonging to Sahrawi human rights defender Aminat Haidar were targeted and infected by NSO group's Pegasus spyware. 3. Amnesty International's analysis showed that one of her phones contained traces of Pegasus targeting dating back to September 2018. And the other had further traces of infection in October and November 2021. Freedom of association and assembly. Authorities used excessive force to disperse peaceful protests on at least 2 occasions, including protests demanding better working conditions for teachers and protests for Sahrawi rights, and arrested some participants. In March, police forcibly dispersed protests by teachers across Morocco. In Townate Town, police beat one teacher so badly that he needed hospital treatment. Police in the capital, Rabat, arrested teacher Haja Belwari for joining a peaceful protest. Protests by Sahrawi activists in Western Sahara were even more violently suppressed. In April, police officers hit and kicked student journalist Abdelmounaim Nasseri until he lost consciousness. He had been filming a sit-in outside the prefecture of Smara, a city in Western Sahara, organised by young Sahrawis to protest against social conditions. The same month, local authorities in Lian city, also in Western Sahara, refused to allow the newly elected Executive Office of the Sahrawi Association of Victims of Grave Violations of Human Rights committed by the Moroccan state, ASVD, to register, on the grounds that it hinders the work of public administrations. On the 2nd of July, police surrounded ASVD's headquarters in Lian and violently prevented members from entering, injuring at least 10 people by hitting them with their hands and kicking them, and subjected them to racist insults. Throughout the year, the authorities arbitrarily restricted the licensing and activities of at least 7 organizations seen as oppositional, and harassed members of some associations. The authorities refused to accept the application of the Amazigh Network for Citizenship Zetu Amazigh to register as an official organization, claiming that legal conditions had not been met. Unfair trials. Courts breached fair trial procedures. including by using identical police records for multiple defendants and limiting defendants' access to lawyers. Courts failed to investigate defendants' complaints that confessions had been extracted under torture. On the 3rd of March, the appeals court in Casablanca upheld a 6-year prison sentence against Omar Radi on espionage and rape charges. During his trials, he had Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 259. Limited access to his lawyers. His defense team were denied the right to cross-examine prosecution witnesses, and several defense witnesses were excluded. On the 21st of July, the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention concluded that the authorities had violated journalist Suleiman Raissouni's right to a fair trial so gravely that his detention was arbitrary. Women's and girls' rights. In April, Morocco ratified the optional protocol to CEDAW. However, domestic legislation continued to entrench gender inequality, including in relation to inheritance and custody of children. In June, the CEDAW committee raised concerns about high rates of maternal mortality and female illiteracy in rural Morocco. Research in 2022 by the NGO Mobilizing for Rights Associates found that the legal provisions criminalizing sexual relations outside marriage and adultery under sections 490-493 of the Penal Code prevent women survivors of violence from reporting it, thereby depriving them of protection, prevention, adequate remedy and reparation. They also found that the provisions allow perpetrators to commit violence against women with impunity. Abortion remained illegal unless deemed necessary to protect a pregnant woman's health, and punishable by 6 months to 5 years in prison for those who undergo or carry out an illegal abortion. Bill 1016, which would decriminalize abortion in a limited number of cases, remained stalled in Parliament since 2016. In September, a 14-year-old girl from a village near Maidelt, central Morocco, died following to an unsafe abortion performed after she was raped. Several women's rights organizations blamed the strict abortion laws for her death. In March and April, police and security agents used physical, verbal and sexual violence against 12 women Sahrawi activists who were expressing solidarity with the activist Sultana Kaya. See below. No investigations were conducted into their alleged assaults. In April, the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders denounced Moroccan authorities for using sexual violence to intimidate Sahrawi women human rights defenders. Torture and other ill treatment. Torture and other ill treatment continued with impunity both inside and out of prisons, particularly against Sahrawi activists. Several times in March, prison guards beat Sahrawi activist Mohamed Lamin Hadi, a member of the Gdemaizik protest camp in Western Sahara, who had been held in solitary confinement in Taifolig II prison in northwest Morocco since 2017. In May, prominent Sahrawi activist Sultana Kaya escaped house arrest and travelled to Spain to seek medical treatment for the torture she endured during various police assaults since her house arrest in 2020. There were no investigations into the rape and other serious human rights violations against her and her family. In June, police arrested Labas spy and detained him in Zagora prison in southern Morocco for denouncing corruption. Prison guards repeatedly beat him, a abuse that the prison director defended. Labas spy was released in July. LGBT people's rights. In June, the LGBTQ+ Travel Safety Index by Asher and Lyric ranked Morocco as the 30th most unsafe country worldwide for LGBT travelers. It cited Article 489 of Morocco's Penal Code, which punishes same-sex sexual conduct or unnatural acts with 6 months to 3 years in prison plus fines. In June, the Ministry of Culture refused to include Fatima's Aramska's book Lesbian Diaries in the Rabat 2022 International Book Fair, after a campaign was launched using hashtags such as #NoToHomosexuality. The culture minister said that the book had never been authorized for the book fair. The campaign #Fetra, meaning primitive, nature or instinct in Arabic, which promoted the idea that there are only two genders and went against LGBT rights defenders, went 260. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Viral in Morocco. In July, Facebook closed its page, but the Moroccan authorities did not denounce the campaign. In July, the CEDAW committee called on Morocco to repeal articles of the penal code that criminalize LGBT people, migrants and refugees' rights. In June, around 2,000 people, mostly from Sudan, attempted to cross the border between the city of Nado in northern Morocco and the Spanish enclave of Melilla. Security forces on both sides responded with excessive force, leaving 37 sub-Saharan African people killed and 77 others missing. The National Human Rights Council of Morocco reported that 217 people were injured, including 140 members of the Moroccan security forces. The security forces pelted people with rocks, beat them and fired tear gas in enclosed spaces. Migrants injured by security forces were denied medical assistance and many were forcibly transferred on buses to various destinations in Morocco. 5 local prosecutors announced that they has opened an investigation, but took no steps to interview witnesses, including injured migrants. Instead, the authorities prosecuted at least 79 migrants for irregular entry. Failure to tackle climate crisis. Morocco had yet to update its 2030 emissions target to ensure it is fully aligned with the 1.5 degrees Celsius imperative. Nor had it adopted human rights consistent adaptations or disaster risk reduction measures to adequately protect people from the foreseeable and unavoidable impacts of the climate crisis. In February, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said that the amount of land suitable for growing argan trees in Morocco was likely to shrink by up to 32% by 2070. Threatening livelihoods and Morocco's biodiversity. 1. Morocco, release blogger jailed for offending Islam, Fatima Karim, the 14th of October. 2. Morocco, human rights defender jailed for online posts, reader Ben Otman, the 26th of October. 3. Morocco, Western Sahara, activist targeted with Pegasus spyware in recent months. New evidence, the 9th of March. 4. Morocco, Western Sahara, further information, activist successfully leaves home after 18 months, Sultana Kaya, the 16th of September. 5. Morocco, they beat him in the head to check if he was dead, evidence of crimes under international law by Morocco and Spain at the Melilla border, the 13th of December. Mozambique. Republic of Mozambique Head of State and Government, Filipe Jacinto Nyusi. Armed conflict-driven human rights violations continued in northern Mozambique, aggravating the humanitarian crisis. Armed groups continued to burn villages, behead people and abduct women and girls. Meanwhile, government security forces operating in the area also committed human rights violations against the population, including enforced disappearances, harassment and intimidation of civilians, and extortion of payments from traders. Internally displaced people continue to live in deplorable conditions with little access to food, water and housing. The rights to peaceful assembly and expression were repressed. A new NGO law threatened to limit civic space if implemented. Background: the trial of co-conspirators in the secret loan scandal. in which the former and current presidents were implicated, laid bare the betrayal of public trust and abuse of state institutions for personal financial gain. Furthermore, the trial exposed the depth and breadth of economic, social and political vulnerabilities to which the country had been exposed under successive Mozambique Liberation Front governments. Meanwhile, the armed conflict between government forces and armed groups locally known as Al-Shabaab, with no known connection to Al-Shabaab in Somalia, in the northern province of Cabo Delgado continued. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 261. Unabated. The joint offensives against armed groups by the Mozambican, Rwandan and Southern African Development Community Mission in Mozambique, SAMIM, forces failed to end the insurgency. Armed groups dispersed and launched new fronts of attack in previously unaffected regions, moving west and southwards into Niassa and Nampula provinces. Simultaneously, the unbearable cost of living, predominantly driven by increasing fuel prices, heightened popular unrest. All these factors eroded public confidence in President Nyusi's government. Violations of international humanitarian law. Al-Shabaab armed groups committed war crimes by beheading civilians, abducting women and girls, and looting and burning villages. On the 21st of May alone, they attacked Chikomo, Nguida and Nova Zambezia villages in Macomia district and burned houses, ransacked crops, beheaded 10 people and abducted women and girls. In June, Al-Shabaab insurgents attacked Mitapa village in Member district, Nampula province, burning homes and looting property. In the same district, on the 6th of September, they burned more homes and a hospital, ransacked people's property, and killed 6 civilians, including a Catholic nun. On the night of the 2nd of September, insurgents set fire to houses, a health post and a school, displacing 40,000 people from the Irati district. By the end of the year, all the northern provinces, Cabo Delgado, Nampula and Niassa, had been attacked. The Mozambican security forces in Cabo Delgado province abducted and forcibly disappeared traders for the purposes of extortion. On the 13th of May, residents of Macomia demanded the withdrawal of the police's rapid intervention unit after officers ill-treated civilians, including by extortion, the abduction of traders for ransom, and by subjecting them to threats. Soldiers stationed at the Navy base in Pemba City subjected civilians passing through the area to physical aggression, extortion and theft of their property. Internally displaced people's rights. The expansion of the armed conflict exacerbated the humanitarian situation. The ICA estimated that 1.5 million displaced people in Cabo Delgado, Nampula and Niassa provinces needed some form of humanitarian assistance and protection due to the conflict. Food and water insecurity, malnutrition, precarious health and inadequate housing marked the conditions in which they lived. According to the ICA, in Cabo Delgado province the most affected districts were Chillor, Macomia, Metuge, Macimboa da Praia, Montepuez, Muida, Nangade, Palma, Pemba and Quisanga. For instance, Pemba City added 152,000 internally displaced people to its original population of 224,000, while Metuge's population grew from 101,000 residents to 228,000. About 80% of displaced people were hosted by friends and families, placing one heavy burden on their limited resources. Freedom of assembly and association. The rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and association were repressed in tandem with legal efforts to shrink civic space. On the 5th of February, heavily armed police with dogs stopped a group of young people from holding a peaceful protest against toll fees on the Ring Road in Maputo, the capital. The group's leader, Clemente Carlos, was arrested and detained at the 18th police station, where he was physically and verbally abused. He was released several hours later without charge. On the 18th of August, the police violently suppressed a peaceful protest by traders in Gondola district, Sofala province, who were protesting against their eviction, without consultation and adequate notice, by the municipal authorities. The police used live ammunition and shot and injured 3 protesters. Amid growing repression, in September the Council of Ministers drafted a new non-profit organisations law, giving the government enormous discretionary powers to further. 262. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Shrink civic space. It remained before Parliament pending public consultations on the bill's provisions to begin in February 2023. Freedom of expression. Journalists and human rights defenders were subjected to threats, intimidation and arbitrary arrest for criticising the government and its officials. On the 22nd of January, unidentified individuals suspected of being state agents broke into the office of the human rights lawyer, João Hampasser, and stole his computer, flash drives, mobile phones and various documents. He had been working on sensitive cases, including the infamous secret loan scandal, and cases relating to toll gates and the extractive industry. In the second week of April, the governor of Tete province and the mayor of Tete town ordered the arrest, detention and interrogation of a man known as Anastasio after he had accused 2 government officials of a conflict of interest in connection with their owning land plots in Chingodzi, in an area reserved exclusively for military personnel. On the 16th of August, Adriano Nuvanga, the executive director of the civic organization Center for Democracy and Development, received death threats. 2 unused bullets were found in his front yard wrapped in paper with the message, "Beware, Nuvanga." On the 19th of September, 2 unidentified men presented an unused bullet to Armando Nenane, a journalist and director of the magazine Cronica Juridica e Judiciaria, in downtown Maputo. The men claimed to be executing orders from their superiors, after the court had cleared Armando Nenane of document forgery and defamation charges pressed by the former Minister of National Defense. After being cleared, Armando Nenane pressed charges of slanderous denunciation and defamation against the former minister and members of intelligence and counterintelligence. Myanmar. Republic of the Union of Myanmar. Head of State, Win Myint, UN listed, Myint Tsai, military appointed, head of government, disputed. The crackdown against opposition to military rule intensified. Thousands of people were arbitrarily detained and more than 1,000 opposition politicians, political activists, human rights defenders and others were convicted in unfair trials. Widespread torture of detainees continued. 4 men were executed following unfair trials on politically motivated charges. Indiscriminate military attacks on civilians and civilian objects resulted in hundreds of deaths and mass displacement. Foreign companies were found to have supplied aviation fuel to the Myanmar military that was responsible for carrying out aerial attacks, killing hundreds of civilians. Tens of thousands of ethnic Rohingya people remained in squalid displacement camps and their rights remained severely curtailed. Military authorities continued to restrict the delivery of humanitarian aid. Background. While Win Myint was still listed by the UN as the president and head of state, military rule continued under Myint Tsai, appointed by the military as acting president, and the State Administration Council, led by Minit Suhlayan, an army general. Both non-violent and armed resistance continued against this military rule, which was imposed following the February 2021 coup and the imprisonment of civilian leaders. Fighting intensified between military forces and ethnic armed organizations. as well as the People's Defence Forces and other armed groups set up to resist the coup, spreading to central Myanmar and other areas previously unaffected by armed conflict. The military continued with its four-cut strategy to cut off armed groups from funding, food, intelligence and recruits with devastating. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 263. Consequences for civilians. The National Unity Government, formed in 2021 by representatives of the deposed National League for Democracy, NLD-led government, ethnic armed organizations and civil society continued their opposition to military rule. On the 21st of December, in its first resolution on Myanmar in over 70 years, the UN Security Council expressed deep concern at the grave impact of the military coup and called for an end to the violence, the release of political prisoners, unimpeded humanitarian access and respect for the rights of women and children. Arbitrary arrests and detentions. Mass arbitrary arrests and detentions of NLD members and other supporters of the anti-coup movement persisted. According to the NGO Assistance Association for Political Prisoners, Burma, AP, military authorities arrested at least 5,415 people during the year. In November, 402 political activists were among more than 5,000 prisoners released to mark National Day. At least 13,272 people arrested since the coup for political reasons were still detained at year's end. The military authorities often denied detentions and the whereabouts of many detainees remained unknown for extended periods, amounting to enforced disappearance. The right to petition to challenge unlawful detention remains suspended. Children and others were arbitrarily detained as proxies for their parents or relatives. At year's end, military authorities were reportedly holding at least 277 people, including 38 children, because of their relationship with a wanted person. Freedom of expression, assembly and association. Authorities intensified both on and offline surveillance, further diminishing the space for freedom of expression and severely restricting other rights including to privacy, information, association and movement. People were stopped and searched at random at numerous checkpoints in towns and cities throughout the country, and plainclothes informants were employed in every ward. When there were reports of CCTV cameras with facial recognition capabilities being used in major cities. Authorities continued to impose periodic internet and telecommunications shutdowns, particularly in regions affected by armed conflict. In October, the State Administration Council adopted a revised organization registration law that imposed tighter restrictions on NGOs. Under the law, humanitarian and other NGOs carrying out social tasks are required to register with boards made up of government representatives and to comply with broad and vaguely worded provisions, including prohibitions on mentioning false data and interference in the internal affairs of the state or politics. Non-compliance was punishable by up to 5 years imprisonment. Military authorities attempted to starve the resistance of funds by seizing the property and other assets of individuals accused of being members of or providing financial or other support to the National Unity Government or armed resistance groups. Others were arrested for donating money for internally displaced people after authorities traced donations from mobile banking records. Two journalists were killed during the year, including Ikaor, a freelance photojournalist who had documented anti-coup protests in the Sagayan region. He was arrested by military authorities on the 30th of July and died in custody the same day. At least 74 media workers were among those detained at year's end. Independent media outlets remained banned, and the military authorities subjected those continuing to publish to harassment and threats of arrest and prosecution. Unfair trials. grossly unfair trials of people arrested since the coup took place behind closed doors in makeshift courts inside prisons. In areas under martial law, trials took place in military. 264. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Courts where defendants were denied legal representation and the right to appeal. Pro-democracy activists, opposition politicians, human rights defenders and journalists were among more than 1,000 people convicted during the year and sentenced, including to death and long prison sentences with hard labor. Lawyers defending political detainees faced arrest, threats and harassment. Former State Councillor Aung San Suu Kyi was sentenced to 31 years imprisonment in a series of trials for corruption and other bogus charges, in addition to the 2 years she was already serving. In October, Magwe District Court sentenced ex-NLD parliamentarian Winma Intlayan to 148 years in prison on terror-related charges. Around the same time, Aung Kant, Kai Thet and Hnain Mo were also found guilty of involvement in the armed resistance movement and sentenced to prison terms of between 95 and 225 years under the counter-terrorism law. Torture and other ill-treatment. Torture and other ill-treatment of detainees remained widespread, routinely occurring after arrest and in military and police interrogation centers and in prisons. Some detainees, including men, women and people of diverse gender identity or sexual orientation, were subjected to sexual violence, harassment and humiliation, including invasive body searches, as a method of torture during interrogation and detention. 2. At least 356 people were known to have died in custody in connection with torture during the year. Death penalty. The first executions since the 1980s took place in July. Fiose Thaw, a parliamentarian and NLD member, prominent democracy activist Kyo Minitsu, also known as Kajimi, Klamayawa and Angtherazo were executed following secretive trials in military tribunals. 3 dozens of people were sentenced to death during the year. Unlawful attacks and killings. Hundreds of people were reportedly killed in military ground and air attacks, which were indiscriminate or directly targeted at civilians or civilian objects, as well as through extrajudicial executions by the military of individuals suspected of supporting resistance to the coup or on the basis of their ethnicity. Systematic looting and burning of villages also continued, further contributing to mass displacement and a deepening humanitarian crisis. Military operations in Kayin and Kaya states against ethnic armed organizations and other armed groups in early 2022 took the form of collective punishment against Karen and Kaangi civilians, resulting in hundreds of deaths and the displacement of more than 150,000 people by March. Between December 2021 and March 2022, Amnesty International documented 24 artillery or mortar attacks in eastern Myanmar, killing at least 20 civilians and seriously injuring 38 others, as well as causing widespread damage to homes and other buildings. 4. The military also conducted airstrikes using fighter jets and helicopters in both indiscriminate and direct attacks on civilians and civilian objects there, as well as in Chin and Kakin states and the regions of Sagaing and Magwe. On the 17th of January, military fighter jets dropped 2 bombs on an internally displaced people's camp in Puso Township in Kaya State, killing 1 man and 2 young girls and destroying the camp's kitchen. On the 23rd of October, an airstrike on a concert near a Nanpa village in Kakin State killed and injured dozens of people. Musicians, children and other civilians present at the event were among the casualties. 5. According to media reports, state security forces blocked medical care for the injured. Airstrikes on schools, hospitals and religious buildings also resulted in deaths and damage and destruction of protected civilian objects. At least 13 people died, including children and volunteer teachers, in an attack by helicopter gunships and troops on the Temple School in Tabayan Township, Sagaing. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 265. Region. On the 16th of September. On the 9th of August, a military fighter jet fired at a health center in Dorpapa village, Kaya State, killing the elderly father of one of the patients and causing damage to the clinic consistent with a rocket attack. The use of cluster munitions in aerial attacks was documented in Chin, Kaya and Kayin states, indicating that Myanmar had developed and was deploying a new weapon system that is banned under international law. 6. The military also increased its use of internationally banned anti-personnel landmines, laying them in all around homes, toilets, churches and on paths to rice fields and other locations frequented by civilians. 7. According to UNICEF, at least 86 people, including 27 children, were killed by landmines or explosive remnants of war in the first 10 months of 2022, and 247 people were injured. Security forces deliberately killed civilians. In January, soldiers shot and killed at least 6 civilians as they tried to escape to Thailand across the Moai River. On the 3rd of March, soldiers shot and killed a 13-year-old boy who was collecting fruit on a riverbank in Kayin State. The bodies of 3 farmers from San Paya 6-mile village in Kaya State were found with their throats slit after they left a displacement site to collect vegetables from their village. Security forces shot at relatives as they tried to retrieve the men's bodies. Military-backed militias were also responsible for grave human rights violations. According to media reports, members of the Payusoti militia and soldiers set fire to houses in Gataya village in Magway region in August, forcing more than 4,000 residents to flee. Other militias believed to be backed by the military were reported to be responsible for targeted killings of NLD and pro-democracy activists. Internally displaced people's rights. As of the 26th of December, an estimated 1,505,700 people were displaced within Myanmar, most since the coup. There were also more than 1 million refugees and asylum seekers from Myanmar in neighbouring countries. Internally displaced people lived in deplorable conditions in makeshift camps and shelters without adequate access to food and water, health care and other basic services. The military continued to obstruct access to crucial humanitarian assistance for internally displaced people and other marginalized groups, including via the imposition of onerous restrictions on NGO registration, banking, visas and travel. There were ongoing reports by aid organizations of deliveries being blocked or explicitly denied by the Myanmar military. On the 15th of September, following renewed fighting between the military and Arakan army, the military issued a directive banning all international organizations from 6 of the most conflict-stricken townships in north and central Rakhine State. An estimated 130,000 Rohingya and other Muslims remained in squalid camps in Rakhine State where they have been since 2012. Rohingya continued to be denied basic rights including access to adequate food, health care and education. Their freedom of movement was highly restricted and those travelling outside their designated townships faced arrest and imprisonment for illegal movement. In July, the International Court of Justice affirmed its jurisdiction in a case brought by Gambia of alleged violations against the ethnic Rohingya population in Rakhine State during military operations in 2016 and 2017. Abuses by armed groups. some armed groups failed to take feasible precautions to protect civilians from the effects of military attacks, in some cases collocating near or visiting villages or displacement settlements. Some groups used internationally banned anti-personnel landmines or improvised explosive devices, placing civilian lives in danger. Opposition armed resistance groups reportedly assassinated civilian administrators working for the military authorities. 266. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Corporate Responsibility. Puma Energy, the main foreign company involved in the handling and distribution of aviation fuel in Myanmar, announced in October that it was leaving the country and selling its business in Myanmar. 8 Aviation fuel imported and distributed by foreign and domestic companies was essential to the Myanmar military in carrying out airstrikes. At least 3 other foreign companies announced that they were ending or suspending their involvement in the provision of aviation fuel to Myanmar during 2022. Meta's, formerly Facebook, algorithms and business practices were found to have substantially contributed to grave human rights violations suffered by the Rohingya during 2017 by amplifying anti-Rohingya content and enabling and encouraging Myanmar military action against them. 9. 1. Myanmar, international community must do more to protect brave protesters, the 22nd of April. 2. Myanmar, 15 days felt like 15 years, torture in detention since the Myanmar coup, the 2nd of August. 3. Myanmar, first execution in decades mark atrocious escalation in state repression, the 25th of July. 4. Myanmar, bullets rained from the sky, war crimes and displacement in eastern Myanmar, the 31st of May. 5. Myanmar, deadly airstrikes in Kachin state appear to fit pattern of unlawful attacks, the 24th of October. 6. Myanmar, deadly cargo, exposing the supply chain that fuels war crimes in Myanmar, the 3rd of November. 7. Myanmar, military's use of banned landmines in Kaya state amounts to war crimes, the 20th of July. 8. Myanmar, Puma Energy to leave amid scrutiny of aviation fuel supplies, the 5th of October. 9. Myanmar, the social atrocity, Meta and the right to remedy for the Rohingya, the 29th of September. Namibia. Republic of Namibia Head of State and Government, Hague Geingob. Police continued to use excessive force against protesters. A cybercrime bill threatened to curtail the rights to freedom of expression, association, assembly and privacy. Early marriage persisted. Survey results showed that most Namibians believe gender-based violence is common in their communities. Parliament held public consultations on petitions to decriminalize abortion. LGBT people's rights were curtailed. Mining companies' activities threatened to damage the environment and undermine the rights of indigenous peoples. Freedom of expression. Excessive use of force. On the 13th of May, Namibian police force officers used excessive force against peaceful protesters in the capital, Windhoek. Local traders were protesting after the authorities destroyed counterfeit goods confiscated from the traders. Police fired tear gas and rubber bullets at the crowd, injuring protesters. A Namibian Broadcasting Corporation journalist was injured in the leg by a rubber bullet. Cybercrime legislation. In February, the Institute for Public Policy Research raised concerns about the Electronic Transactions and Cybercrime Bill, which was tabled before Parliament in the same month. If enacted, it could curtail the rights to freedom of expression, association, assembly and privacy. In particular, concerns were raised over provisions which would allow for arbitrary secret search warrants and grant excessive powers to the Minister of Information and Communication Technology. Children's rights. In March, UNICEF reported that 64,200 girls and women in Namibia were married when they were below the age of 18, and 15,500 of them were below the age of 15. According to UNICEF, 38% of women and girls in early marriages surveyed in Namibia reported having experienced gender-based violence, including sexual violence, within the marriage. Gender-based violence. In March, Research Network Afrobarometer released survey findings showing that 57% of Namibians believe that gender-based violence is common in their communities. In Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 267. One case reported in December, a 32-year-old woman was killed by her intimate partner with an axe. Sexual and reproductive rights. In June, the CEDAW Committee recommended that the government amend the Pre-Independence Era Abortion and Sterilization Act, No. 2 of 1975, to decriminalize abortion in all cases, recognizing that such criminalization is a form of gender-based violence against women. In October, following petitions from women's rights organizations to decriminalize or legalize abortion, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Social Development and Family Affairs held public consultations with a view to amending the law. People's rights. In January, the High Court of Namibia dismissed applications by spouses of Namibian citizens who were seeking to regularize their immigration status on the basis of same-sex marriages concluded outside the country. The court ruled that their marriage status was not recognized under Namibian law. While it expressed sympathy for the couple's situations, the court said it was bound by a previous Supreme Court judgment. Environmental degradation. In July, the High Court dismissed an urgent application made by several organizations, in which they asked the court to stop a Canadian mining company, Reconnaissance Energy Namibia, from continuing its exploration activities in the Kavango regions. Conservation activists and organizations had been challenging the company's drilling for oil since 2020. Indigenous peoples and local communities continued to express concerns about the potential decline in the water table and loss of valuable wildlife and wild plant products as a result of the operations. Nepal. Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal Head of State, Bidya Devi Bhandari Head of Government, Pushpa Kamal Datta, replaced Shahbahadar Dubey in December. The authorities carried out arbitrary arrests to limit freedom of expression, and security forces continued to use unnecessary and excessive force to disperse protests. At least one protester was shot dead. Efforts toward securing truth, justice and reparation for crimes under international law and other human rights violations committed during the 1996 to 2006 conflict remained grossly inadequate. The authorities failed to carry out credible and independent investigations into deaths in custody. Freedom of expression and assembly. The authorities continued to intimidate, arrest and prosecute individuals exercising their rights to freedom of expression, association and peaceful assembly. In August, police in the capital, Kathmandu, arrested comedian Apurva Kshitij Singh after complaints were filed against a video he posted online. He was indicted under the Penal Code on 4 different charges, potentially leading to a prison sentence of up to 5 years. In October, the Kathmandu District Court released him on bail. In October, the Election Commission threatened to seek prosecution of the operators of a social media group No Not Again, demanding that they shut down the group and delete posts criticizing politicians. In November, the Supreme Court ordered the Commission to refrain from taking any action against the campaigners and respect their right to freedom of expression. Also in November, the Commission demanded that an online portal, sitaparty.com, remove a news story about an electoral candidate. The Commission later retracted the demand after widespread criticism. 268. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. The authorities clamped down on victims of loan sharks, mostly farmers from low economic backgrounds who gathered and protested in Kathmandu, and called for justice for financial crimes suffered. In September, the police baton charged peaceful protesters, injuring at least 5, and detained more than 20. Right to truth, justice and reparation. The government failed to make any progress towards delivering truth, justice and reparation to the tens of thousands of victims of grave human rights violations committed by the state security forces and Maoist rebels during the 1996 to 2006 internal armed conflict. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Commission of Investigation on Enforced Disappeared Persons, which had respectively collected more than 60,000 and 3,000 complaints from victims, failed to resolve a single case. Despite both commissions' mandates being extended by the government in October, neither body had commissioners in office after the previous commissioners' terms expired in July. In July, the government proposed a bill to amend the Investigation of the Enforced Disappeared Persons, Truth and Reconciliation Commission Act of 2014. The amendment bill marked some progress on reparations for conflict victims but failed to address other shortcomings as ordered by a Supreme Court ruling in 2015 to bring it in line with domestic and international human rights standards. The bill did not progress as it was not endorsed before the Parliament's term ended in September. Torture and other ill treatment. There were frequent reports of torture and other ill treatment being used in pre-trial detention to intimidate detainees and obtain confessions or other evidence. Although the 2017 Criminal Code criminalized torture and other ill treatment, no one had been convicted under the law by the end of the year. No credible investigations were conducted into deaths in custody suspected to have resulted from torture. In May, a Dalit man, Sundar Harijan, was found hanging in a toilet of Rolpur district prison. The police claimed that he had committed suicide. His family rejected the claims, but the authorities failed to order an independent investigation into his death. In June, an investigation committee of the Ministry of Home Affairs concluded that the prison administration officials had illegally switched Sundar Harijan's identity to release another prisoner, making Sundar Harijan serve another man's jail term. The authorities did not publish their report by the end of the year. Indigenous peoples' rights. The government failed to reform the National Parks and Wildlife Conservation Act 1973, which did not meet international standards. Indigenous people, evicted from their ancestral lands during the establishment of national parks and conservation areas, remained landless and continued to live in informal settlements facing risks of further forced evictions. In June, while firing live ammunition at protesters in Bardia district, police shot dead an Indigenous woman, Nabina Tharu, and injured a man. The protesters were demanding protection from wild animals for people living near the national park after a woman was attacked by a tiger. Women's rights. Gender-based discrimination continued. The government failed to reform constitutional provisions which denied women equal citizenship rights. The restrictive statute of limitations for rape and sexual violence in the Penal Code prevented survivors from registering complaints and accessing justice. Following protests in May and widespread calls from civil society, in July the Parliament adopted a law to extend the one-year statute of limitations for filing complaints to 2 years, or up to 3 years in some cases. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 269. Right to food and housing. The authorities did not amend the 2018 Right to Housing Law, which failed to adequately guarantee the right to housing. The law did not guarantee protection from forced eviction for those living in informal settlements and did not define key terms such as homelessness and security of tenure. Hundreds of families living in informal settlements across the country remained at risk of forced evictions as authorities threatened evictions. In November, the high-powered Committee for Integrated Development of the Bagmati Civilization under the Ministry of Urban Development published a 10-day eviction notice for people living in informal settlements along the bank of the Bagmati River. The committee threatened demolition of the settlements without due process and alternative arrangements, saying they hindered beautification work. The government also failed to take steps to amend the 2018 Right to Food and Food Sovereignty Act, which did not meet international human rights standards. The lack of a necessary policy framework and regulation hindered the implementation of provisions within existing laws to ensure access to food and housing. Netherlands. Kingdom of the Netherlands. Head of State, Willem-Alexander. Head of Government, Mark Rutte. Thousands of asylum seekers were temporarily housed in unsanitary and inadequate reception centres. A bill ensuring sex without consent is punishable as rape came before Parliament. The Senate voted to abolish the mandatory waiting period of 5 days for abortion. The authorities continued to use discriminatory algorithmic systems to combat fraud. Refugees and migrants' rights. State authorities housed thousands of asylum seekers, including children, for months in emergency reception centres only appropriate for very short-term stays, such as sports halls. The centres were unsanitary and failed to provide adequate food, healthcare, privacy or proper protection from the weather. In August, hundreds of asylum seekers were forced to sleep outside the only registration centre in Ter Apel, Groningen province, as the government failed to ensure sufficient accommodation. In October, in Groningen province, the local government issued an emergency regulation imposing a maximum penalty of 3 months imprisonment or a €4,500 fine for anyone providing tents to homeless asylum seekers. In October, to alleviate the overcrowding in asylum reception centres, the government introduced a measure delaying the family reunification process, placing it in breach of its obligations under the EU Family Reunification Directive and the right to family life. In contrast, the government invoked state emergency law to allow municipalities across the country to take urgent measures to welcome more than 60,000 refugees fleeing the Russian invasion of Ukraine, ensuring they had accommodation, were allowed to work and did not need to apply for asylum. In January, the government of the Netherlands suspended its aid for immigration detention in Curaçao, one of the constituent countries of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, after concerns were raised, including about inhumane conditions. In July, a Curaçaoan judge ruled that the immigration detention of 4 Venezuelan women and 6 Venezuelan men in a prison was unlawful and ordered their immediate release. Violence against women and girls. In October, the Minister of Justice and Security sent a bill to the House of Representatives to bring rape legislation into line with human rights and change the definition of rape to one that is consent. 270. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Based. The bill also makes the use of coercion, violence or threats aggravating circumstances rather than a condition for criminal liability. Civil society urged the authorities to ensure prompt discussion of the bill in Parliament and its subsequent swift implementation. Sexual and reproductive rights. In June, the Senate voted in favour of abolishing the previously mandatory waiting period of 5 days for abortion, which created an unnecessary access barrier. This positive reform will enter into force on the 1st of January 2023. Discrimination. During the year, the government made a number of commitments to safeguard people's rights when using algorithms in the public sector. This followed Amnesty International's 2021 exposure of how the tax authorities has utilized a discriminatory algorithmic system, disproportionately affecting those from a migrant background and from low-income households, to detect potential benefit fraud. By the end of the year, however, no action had been taken to introduce human rights compliant regulation of algorithms to combat crime or to prohibit the use of nationality and race as risk factors. New Zealand. New Zealand Head of State, Charles III, replaced Elizabeth II in September, represented by Cynthia Cairo, Head of Government, Jacinda Ardern. An independent inquiry called for an end to the detention in correctional facilities of people seeking asylum. Reports highlighted ongoing concerns about the prison system. Civil society strongly criticised a new oversight system for Oringa Tamariki, the Ministry for Children. Background. 2 new authorities were launched in July. Te Waiora Maori Health Authority has the stated aim of bringing transformational change to the way health services understand and respond to the health and well-being needs of Waiau Maori, the Maori community. Waikaha, the Ministry of Disabled People, was launched to lead transformation of the disability support system in partnership with the community. Refugees and migrants' rights. In May, the government released an independent review into the practice of detaining people seeking asylum in criminal detention facilities. The review found the immigration detention framework was a recipe for arbitrary detention, and recommended revisions to the Immigration Act and an end to holding asylum seekers in correctional facilities. The government accepted the report's recommendations. Detainees' rights. Reports highlighting concerns across the prison system persisted. In April, the Office of the Inspectorate released its report of an unannounced inspection of Invercargill Prison, raising serious concerns including about poor conditions leading to ill health in the remand unit. In August, the Office of the Ombudsman reported on its unannounced inspection of Otago Corrections Facility and stated that they believed the experiences of several people held in the management unit constituted prolonged solitary confinement. Children's rights. The government passed legislation reforming the oversight system of Oringa Tamariki, the Ministry for Children. However, civil society groups raised multiple concerns about both the development and content of the new system. These included concerns about breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, a treaty signed between the British Crown and over 500 Maori chiefs in 1840, as well as the new system not being adequately independent. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 271. Failure to tackle climate crisis. The government released its first emissions reduction plan in May, covering the period 2022 to 2025, setting out strategies and actions needed to meet long-term emissions reduction targets. Climate Action Tracker, a consortium providing global scientific analysis, continued to rate New Zealand's NDC as highly insufficient. The rating was given as the policies and action proposed were not at all consistent with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Nicaragua. Republic of Nicaragua Head of State and Government, Daniel Ortega Saavedra. The human rights crisis persisted. Human rights defenders, journalists and other activists continued to be harassed and criminalized. Those detained in the context of the crisis faced harsh conditions of detention and were not guaranteed fair trials. Indigenous peoples' rights remained at risk. Background. In March, the UN Human Rights Council established an independent accountability mechanism for human rights violations and crimes against humanity perpetrated since 2018 in Nicaragua. 1. The Council expressed its concern at Nicaragua's disengagement with international human rights mechanisms. During the year, the government reduced its diplomatic relations with other international actors. In March, it expelled the Apostolic Nuncio. During April and May, the government withdrew its diplomats from the OAS, demanded that the organization's staff leave the country and seized its offices in the capital, Managua. In September, the government expelled the EU ambassador. The government barred most political parties from participating in the November municipal elections by removing their legal status. Following the November elections, police repressed demonstrations by supporters of the indigenous political party Atama in the North Caribbean coast region. At least 19 people were arbitrarily detained. Freedom of expression. The government continued to tighten unlawful restrictions on the rights to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and association, hindering social and political movements. Political activists and those perceived as opponents of government policies faced various forms of harassment. In August, police prevented the Bishop of Matagalpa, who had spoken out against the government's repressive policies, from going to the cathedral to celebrate Mass. In August, the government launched a criminal investigation against the bishop. He was held under house arrest at the end of the year. Journalists and media outlets continued to face obstacles to their work, while attacks and harassment against them remained unpunished. At least 2 journalists were sentenced to prison terms in unfair trials. At least 15 radio and television stations were shut down during the year. In August, police raided a Catholic chapel in Sebaco in an operation to seize the equipment of a radio station it had closed down. The government refused to allow perceived critics, including some with Nicaraguan citizenship, to enter the country. Those affected included artists, human rights defenders, scholars and priests. In October, UN and Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, IACR, experts urged the government to refrain from using the law arbitrarily and applying abusive practices to restrict citizens' participation and freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly and association. Repression of dissent. The authorities revoked the legal status of more than 1,000 organizations during the year, continuing the trend of closing down civic spaces that began in 2018. Continued with the 2020 law on foreign agents and intensified in 2022 with the general law on 272. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Regulation and control of non-profit organizations. Human rights defenders and NGOs continued to be harassed and intimidated. Organizations whose legal status had been revoked since 2018 continued to be unable to work without fear of reprisal, and their assets were not returned to them. Human rights defenders in exile in Costa Rica and other countries in the region could not return to Nicaragua under safe conditions and continued to carry out their work from abroad. At least 12 universities had been closed by the government by the end of the year. The closures appeared to be in retaliation for the political stances of some of their members of staff and students. Impunity. Impunity persisted for past crimes under international law and for human rights violations, including arbitrary detention, enforced disappearance and torture and other ill-treatment. Others were, or had been, detained in the Evaristo Vasquez police compound in Managua City. And fair trials. Fair trial guarantees were constantly infringed by investigating and prosecutorial authorities. In February, the Attorney General's office announced the start of the trials of detained dissidents and government critics. The authorities failed to guarantee the rights of the accused to meet their lawyers with enough time and privacy to prepare their defense. Lawyers were not able to review court files in advance of hearings. At least 50 people detained in the context of the political unrest that started in 2018 were tried during the year. Many were convicted and sentenced to up to 13 years imprisonment for political and corruption-related offences. Some cases were tried at a penitentiary instead of a normal court. Observers continued to be barred from proceedings, which were held behind closed doors. Detainees' rights. By the end of the year, 225 people, 26 women and 199 men, remained detained in connection with the human rights crisis that began in 2018. Detainees were held in conditions in breach of international human rights law and standards. NGOs and relatives of detainees raised concerns about prolonged incommunicado detention, denial of healthcare, prohibition of family visits and other violations of the rights of people deprived of their liberty. Women faced gender-specific violations, including sexual insults, prolonged solitary confinement and additional restrictions on visits with their young children. Some detainees were held at police facilities instead of informal detention centres. In February, Hugo Torres Jimenez, a prominent opposition politician detained in 2021, died in state custody. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights expressed her concern over this case and the health of Indigenous peoples' rights. Indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants continued to face discrimination and obstacles to exercising their rights. In February, the ACRA granted an extension of precautionary measures to safeguard the life and integrity of members of the Musawas, Wilu and Suniwas communities of the Mayangna indigenous people. They were at risk due to ongoing difficulties in the process of regularizing ownership of their territories. In April, at least 25 Mosquito families were forcibly displaced from their settlements in the hamlet of Sang in the Caribbean coast region because of threats from armed individuals in the context of land dispossession. In August, the Third Committee expressed concern over violence against Indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant communities and called on the authorities to protect their rights. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 273. 1. Nicaragua, UN Accountability Mechanism is a crucial step towards justice. The 31st of March. For defamation and insults by way of electronic communications and replacing them with fines. Niger. Republic of Niger Head of State, Mohamed Bazoum Head of Government, Oumoudou Mohamed. The cybercrime law was revised to improve protection of freedom of expression. Freedom of association was threatened by new legislation. Military forces and armed groups committed human rights violations and abuses. Women and girls continued to suffer discrimination. The rights of migrants and detainees were violated. The armed conflict fueled food insecurity for people living in affected areas. Background. Niger faced ongoing armed conflicts in its western and southeastern regions with the presence of armed groups including Islamic State in the Sahel, ISS, Group of Support for Islam and Muslims, and Boko Haram. The redeployment of the French military in Niger, after its withdrawal from Mali, was approved by a parliamentary vote in April, leading to protests in the army. The humanitarian situation remained critical, with around 200,000 internally displaced people due to the conflicts. Freedom of expression. On the 3rd of January, Niamey High Court sentenced journalists Samira Saib and Moussa Akhzar under the 2019 cybercrime law to own a month and 2 months suspended prison sentences respectively, for relaying the conclusions of the May 2021 report by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. One. According to the report, a huge quantity of drugs seized by the authorities was subsequently bought back by the traffickers. Niger revised its 2019 cybercrime law in June to conform with international human rights standards by removing jail sentences, freedom of association and assembly. In February, the authorities promulgated a new decree, number 2022-182 of the 24th of February 2022, governing the work of NGOs, severely limiting the autonomy of NGOs working in Niger. Article 41 warranted all programs and projects initiated by NGOs to be approved by the government. Other articles imposed administrative hurdles and required NGOs' objectives to conform with the government's national priorities for them to continue their activities in Niger. In August, a planned demonstration against the presence of foreign military forces in the country, organized by a coalition of several civil society groups called M62, was banned by the authorities. Right to Truth, Justice and Reparation. In May, the authorities closed the investigation into the deaths of 3 individuals in November 2021 during the blockade of a French military convoy in terror by violent protesters. The investigation concluded that it could not determine who was responsible for the deaths of the 3 protesters and the wounding of 18 others, but recommended the payment of financial compensation to the victims and their families by the French and Niger authorities. Women's and girls' rights. Women continued to be discriminated against by law and cultural practices. 76% of girls were married before their 18th birthday, according to the Ministry for the Promotion of Women and Child Protection. Niger maintained reservations about certain provisions of the said law, and national legislation still discriminated in the areas of marriage, divorce, inheritance and land ownership. 274. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Detainees' rights. Detainees' rights were violated, especially at the maximum security Kautukal detention center. The right to health was denied to many detainees, including access to a doctor, and the right to receive visitors was restricted. Families were prevented from delivering food, medicines and drinking water to detainees. On the 7th of March, Colonel Hamad Jibo, who was arrested following the coup attempt of March 2021, wrote a public letter denouncing his ill treatment in detention and the slowness of the judicial procedure. 2 A week later, the authorities began allowing family members to visit detainees in Kautukal. Migrants and internally displaced people's rights. Over the course of the year, thousands of migrants, including 14,000 between January and May, were violently expelled from Algeria to a place called Point Zero on the border with Niger. More than 70% of them testified that they had been subjected to violence and ill treatment in Algeria, according to Doctors Without Borders. In June, the bodies of 10 migrants were found near the border with Libya. In September, around 2,100 people fled the internally displaced people's camp in Kabylie, Diffa region, seeking refuge elsewhere following threats by Boko Haram combatants. Unlawful attacks and killings. Armed groups in Tilaberi and the Lake Chad Basin areas carried out several attacks and killings, some of which were unlawful and could constitute war crimes. In February, according to the government, members of an armed group attacked a truck on its way to Tizagaru, Tilaberi region, causing the deaths of 18 civilians and wounding 8 others. In March, at least 20 villagers were killed when 5 villages in the Diffa region were attacked by Boko Haram combatants from Nigeria, according to media sources. Also in March, in Tilaberi, at least 19 civilians were killed in an attack attributed to ISS, that targeted a traders' convoy near Patrickle Town, according to the Ministry for Public Safety. Military forces in February, a strike by the Nigerian army killed 7 children and wounded 5 people in Naked, Maradi region. The strike was targeting bandits, according to the governor of Maradi. In October, the army was accused of unlawfully killing artisanal gold miners in Tamin airstrikes, following an attack by an armed group against a police station that killed 2 police officers and wounded 1. The government denied any unlawful killings and announced that 7 combatants were killed and 24 wounded in a communique. In December, the National Human Rights Commission announced after investigations that the airstrike targeted the arms depot of an armed group not far from the mining site, which killed 11 individuals and was followed by a mop-up operation that wounded 25 individuals, including civilians. Right to food and water. The conflict and the resulting displacement of people heightened food insecurity and shortages of water. Drought and floods also reduced agricultural yields. According to government data, more than 4.4 million people were experiencing food insecurity, almost 20% of the population. Shortages of food and water affected internally displaced people, especially children. Girls suffered additionally by being removed from school by their families or being forced into early and/or forced marriage. 1. Niger. Conviction of investigative journalists marks deepening repression of media freedom, the 13th of January. 2. Niger. The authorities must guarantee the rights of detainees at Kautukla High Security Prison, the 21st of March. French only. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 275. Nigeria. Federal Republic of Nigeria. Head of State and Government, Muhammadu Buhari. Thousands of civilians were killed, injured or displaced by the armed conflict between the armed groups Boko Haram and Islamic State's West African province, ISWAP, and the Nigerian military in northeastern Nigeria. All parties to the conflict committed violations of international law, including war crimes, with impunity. Elsewhere, unlawful killings and violence were perpetrated by bandits, and the authorities responded with enforced disappearances, torture, arbitrary detention, and severe restrictions to freedoms of expression and peaceful assembly. Media outlets and journalists had their freedom of expression curtailed by the authorities. Activists and protesters faced restrictions on their rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. More than 60,000 people were forcibly evicted from their homes. Failure to protect people from the effects of climate change led to deaths and displacement. Violations of international humanitarian law. Abuses by armed groups. The state failed in its responsibility to protect people from various abuses committed by Boko Haram and ISWAP, as well as unknown gunmen. According to media reports, they killed at least 6,907 people, abducted 6,157 and forcibly transferred or internally displaced at least 2,000. Attacks by Boko Haram, which had been predominantly in the northeast, spread to some states in north-central and northwestern Nigeria during the year. Attacks by Boko Haram directed against civilians, such as those targeting villages, farming communities and highway and train passengers, amounted to war crimes. Civil society organizations reported that, on the 26th of May, Boko Haram killed at least 60 people in Ran community, Borno State. On the 5th of July, gunmen attacked Kuje prison in Abuja and freed more than 60 suspected Boko Haram members. According to media reports, on the 15th of November, Boko Haram reportedly killed more than 15 women in Guza community, Borno State, after accusing them of being witches. of the hundreds of school children abducted by Boko Haram in previous years, 110 girls remained in captivity at the end of the year. Security forces consistently violated human rights in the context of military operations conducted against Boko Haram in northeastern Nigeria. In December, Reuters reported that the Nigerian military had conducted a secret forced abortion program in the northeast since 2013, ending at least 10,000 pregnancies without the consent or prior knowledge of the women and girls concerned, which could amount to war crimes and a crime against humanity. The Nigerian authorities consistently failed to hold security officials accountable for crimes committed against civilians. Freedom of expression, association and assembly. On the 13th of January, the government lifted a 7-month ban on the social media platform Twitter. On the 14th of July, the ECOWAS court declared that the Twitter ban had been unlawful and ordered the Nigerian state to respect, protect, promote and fulfill the rights to freedom of expression, information and media freedom. On the 2nd of February, the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, NBC, suspended a program on the Vision FM radio station for discussing the alleged incompetence of the head of the National Intelligence Agency, Rufai Abubakar. On the 3rd of August, the NBC sanctioned 4 media outlets for showing a documentary perceived to promote terrorism. 276. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. On the 16th of October, Zamfara state government shut down 5 media outlets for broadcasting an opposition party's campaign rally. On the 7th of November, a court in Kano sentenced social media celebrities Mubarak Mohammed, known as Unique Pikin, and Natsifi Mohammed to a week's detention, flogging and a fine for allegedly defaming the Kano state governor in a comedy sketch. Activists and protesters. The government continued to clamp down on protests. On the 5th of April, Mubarak Bala, president of the Humanist Association of Nigeria, was sentenced in Kano to 24 years imprisonment under criminal charges for breaching the peace. The charges related to Facebook posts from April 2020 in which he allegedly insulted Prophet Muhammad. On the 14th of May, the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir al-Rufai, banned religious protests in the state. On the 27th of July, the chief judge of Akwa Ibom State committed activist Inibe Effiong to prison without trial for 1 month for contempt. Prisoners of conscience Omoyele Sowore and Olawale Bakare continued to face trumped-up charges and prolonged trials for organizing peaceful protests to demand respect for human rights and the rule of law. On the 20th of October, police used tear gas against protesters during the 2-year commemoration of the Saz protest at Lekki toll gate. At least 4 people were arrested and detained. Journalists. On the 21st of March, a federal high court in Calabar dismissed trumped-up charges of treason against journalist Agba Jalingo. He had previously been detained for more than 179 days. On the 13th of May, blogger Bashiru Hamid was detained for publishing the alleged criminal records of the governor of Ogun State. He was released after being compelled to withdraw the publication. On the 13th of October, journalists Abdul Rashid Akogan from Fresh Insight TV and Dara Kogan from Sobi FM radio station were detained by police in Ilorin, Kwara State over a WhatsApp message which alleged misappropriation of public funds by the Kwara State governor. On the 22nd of July, 5 staff of the People's Gazette were arrested in Abuja following an allegedly defamatory report published by the newspaper about the former Chief of Army Staff. Amar Maridun, a leadership newspaper correspondent in Zamfara State, was detained for undisclosed reasons on the 23rd of July and released the following day without charge. On the 4th of August, Kazim Uzima, a radio worker in Imo State, was detained for more than 2 months by the State Security Service for airing a song considered offensive to the state governor. Arbitrary arrests and detentions. At least 40 protesters remained in detention without trial in Agodi Prison, Ibadan, and Kirikiri Prison, Lagos, 2 years after participating in the #EndSARS protests against Nigerian security forces. On 4th of February, 21 #EndSARS protesters held incommunicado for 15 months at Afaroku Prison, Umuahia, were released without charge. On the 23rd of June, the Abuja High Court awarded damages to Gloria Okoli over her detention for 150 days on allegations of spying for the separatist group Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB. On the 13th of October, the Court of Appeal cleared IPOB lead Nnamdi Kanu of criminal charges and declared his abduction from Kenya to Nigeria illegal and a violation of his right to a fair trial. Torture and other ill treatment. Torture and other ill treatment remained pervasive within the criminal justice system. At least 21 #EndSARS protesters were tortured while in detention. At the Criminal Investigation Department, Umuahia, and in other police facilities, police officers tortured the arrested protesters by tying their hands to iron bars and flogging their ankles with rods. Victims reported to Amnesty International. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 277. That at least 2 protesters were tortured to death. Enforced disappearances. Several men were forcibly disappeared by the authorities in response to the activities of IPOB. Sunday Nwafa, Uznwan Ejiafa and Wilfred Dyke, who had been secretly detained by the military without charge or trial since the 27th of February 2020, were released on the 14th of September. Government critic Abubakar Idris remained missing since his abduction by suspected state agents in 2019. Excessive and unnecessary use of force. Security forces used excessive force to disperse peaceful protests and assemblies. On the 19th of October, police fired tear gas at para-athletes protesting in the Surulere district of Lagos over their exclusion from the National Sports Festival. On the 17th of October, a coroner's court found the police had shot dead Jumo Koilik during a Yoruba Nation rally in Ojota, Lagos State. On the 4th of October, police killed 1 person and injured 2 others who were protesting against harassment by officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission in the town of Agili, Delta State. Extrajudicial executions. Nigerian security forces killed at least 122 people in response to increasing violence and killings of their officers in southeastern Nigeria. On the 17th of July, at least 7 people were extrajudicially executed by state-sponsored Ebubig paramilitary agents in the town of Omama, Imo State. Forced evictions. On the 17th of August, officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA, and security agencies demolished around 100 structures in the Dubadna Durumi 3 indigenous community, Abuja. Security agents used unnecessary and excessive force, tear gassing and physically assaulting residents. Some residents sustained injuries and several children were exposed to tear gas, resulting in 2 children passing out. The pressure on the indigenous community to vacate their ancestral land persisted. Other communities in the Federal Capital Territory, including in the Airport Road area, Gisiri and Banana Village, were demolished, while several others remained under threat of forced evictions by the FCTA. On the 29th of January, Rivers State authorities forcibly evicted thousands of residents of waterfront communities from their homes in Dahubu, Port Harcourt. The forced eviction was conducted without adequate notice or consultation. right to life and security of the person. Authorities ignored early predictions of heavy rainfalls and floods, which the UN said were exacerbated by climate change, and failed to put in place sufficient measures to mitigate the impact. According to the UN, more than 1.9 million people were affected by floods across 25 states, at least 500 people were killed, and more than 1.4 million were internally displaced across Nigeria. The floods triggered an outbreak of waterborne diseases, especially in northeastern states. More than 320 deaths were reported from cholera in Yobe, Borno and Adamawa states. Banditry activities intensified in the northwest, including attacks and abductions. Due to a lack of measures to protect communities by the authorities, competing armed groups effectively gained control of some areas of Nigeria, imposing taxes and curfews, and limiting people's movement and livelihood pursuits. In the southeast, unidentified gunmen carried out hit-and-run attacks, killings and theft of property, leading to hardship in local communities. Military operations were carried out against banditry in the northwest and against the Eastern Security Network of IPOB in the southeast. Security forces consistently violated human rights in the context of these operations. According to media reports, on 278. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. The 17th of April, military officers opened fire on civilian residents at Olu, Imo State, killing an estimated 4 people. Vigilante attacks became commonplace. Between January and December, there were more than 75 reported deaths from vigilante attacks across Nigeria. Security experts attributed the increasing incidence of these attacks to people's lack of confidence in the justice system. On the 28th of March, at least 65 people were abducted and 8 killed by gunmen who attacked a train between the capital, Abuja, and the city of Kaduna. 1. Corporate accountability. Oil-related pollution and environmental damage continued to undermine people's human rights in the Niger Delta. On the 16th of June, Nigeria's Supreme Court upheld a lower court ruling which prevented Shell from selling its Nigerian assets until the resolution of a dispute in relation to compensation to the Niger Delta community over a 2019 oil spill. The cleanup by Shell remained inadequate. Children's rights. More than 1,776 school children had been abducted by armed groups since 2014. Nigerian authorities continued to fail to investigate these attacks and to protect children. According to UNESCO, an estimated 20 million children and young people were not attending school in Nigeria due to economic barriers and socio-cultural practices that discouraged formal education. This was exacerbated by the high level of insecurity and abduction of schoolchildren. Women's and girls' rights. In March, the National Assembly voted against 5 bills that sought to promote gender equality. After several protests by women's groups and civil society organizations, the National Assembly committed to reconsidering 3 of the bills. The Federal Capital Judiciary designated 4 judges to prosecute all sexual and gender-based violence cases within their Federal Capital Territory, the area of central Nigeria that includes Abuja, to accelerate hearing of such cases and ensure access to justice for victims. Borno, Taraba, Gombe and Zamfara states passed the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act during the year, bringing the number of states that have passed the act to 35 out of 36. Nevertheless, violence against women and girls remained endemic and there were increased reports of domestic and sexual violence. People's rights. In June, 3 gay men, Abdullahi Bati, Kamiluya and Malam Harana, were arrested under the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act 2013 and subsequently sentenced to death by a Sharia court in Nini, Bauchi State. On the 1st of May, around 50 LGBT activists protested in Abuja against a bill criminalizing cross-dressing. Internally displaced people's rights. There remained more than 2.4 million internally displaced people in northeastern Nigeria. In an attempt to resettle all internally displaced people living in Maiduguri, the Borno state government closed 4 camps in July and resettled 11,000 households. Most of the resettled people lacked sufficient food and access to basic amenities. Death penalty. Courts across Nigeria continued to impose death sentences. No executions were carried out. On the 28th of June, Zamfara State amended its laws to allow the death penalty for kidnapping. In August, the Court of Appeal ordered the retrial of musician Aminu Yahya Sharif, who was sentenced to death for blasphemy in 2020. 1. Nigeria, 50 days into their abduction, at least 62 Kaduna-Abuja train passengers remain in captivity, the 17th of May. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 279. North Korea. Democratic People's Republic of Korea Head of State, Kim Jong-un. Head of Government, Kim Dok-han. Freedom of movement and right to information remains severely restricted due to border closure. The government declared victory over COVID-19. But there was no evidence of vaccinations taking place. People, including children, were subject to forced labor and some people were forced into state-designated employment. Political prison camps were believed to remain in operation. There were reports that detainees were tortured and otherwise ill-treated. Background. A maximum national emergency was declared after the country's first officially reported COVID-19 outbreak. North Korea implemented multiple missile launches and its confrontational rhetoric and military exercises escalated tensions in the region. North Korea sent its ambassador to COP27 in a rare in-person diplomatic appearance during the pandemic. In March, the UN reported there were reasonable grounds to believe that crimes against humanity had been committed. Freedom of movement. The government kept North Korea's borders closed for 3 years due to COVID-19 and continued to impose temporary quarantine and movement control in several areas. The movement of people and goods between regions remain limited due to the quarantine policy. By the end of the year, at least 67 North Koreans, 32 women and 35 men, had escaped to South Korea, the second lowest number since 2003 when official records were first made public. Most of these people had moved to other countries such as China before the pandemic and later entered South Korea. As a result of border controls, no NGOs or independent media were present to monitor the implications of these restrictions, including in relation to freedom of expression and civic space. Right to information. The closure of the country's borders in response to the COVID-19 pandemic further restricted people's access to information from outside the country. There were reports of an increased military presence along the border and the installation of CCTV cameras and motion detectors, making it more difficult for information to enter the country. Since the introduction of the Reactionary Thought and Culture Denunciation Law, issued in December 2020, the crackdown on accessing foreign information and punishment for violators continued. Teenagers were reportedly executed for watching and sharing a South Korean TV show. Daily mobile phone use became more common and increasing numbers of people had mobile phone subscriptions. However, access to and use of international mobile phone services were tightly restricted across the country. Overseas calls by citizens were almost completely blocked and only a very small number of ruling elite people were allowed to use the internet. Right to health. there was no evidence of COVID-19 vaccinations being given to the public. The international community, including COVAX, proposed vaccine assistance repeatedly, but the authorities did not accept any help. The 25 million population were put at grave risk from the virus because they had no access to vaccines in a country with one of the most fragile health systems. On the 12th of May, the North Korean authorities officially announced the occurrence of confirmed cases of COVID-19. The authorities declared a victory over COVID-19 on the 10th of August, claiming that they had completely eradicated it from the country. Suspected cases continued to appear. In September, the government stated that vaccinations could begin. 280. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Rights to food, water and sanitation. More than 40% of the population were undernourished and required humanitarian assistance. Many people suffered from chronic malnutrition. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations again designated North Korea as a country in need of external food assistance. Cross-border freight trains between China and North Korea operated intermittently, but at a lower frequency than prior to COVID-19. The inflow of food from overseas through imports and aid from the international community was still lower than before COVID-19. There were reports that North Korean authorities had requested food aid from countries including India and Vietnam. Continued natural disasters such as spring drought and summer typhoons were reported to have exacerbated low productivity in the agricultural sector. As part of the quarantine policy, smuggling at the border between North Korea and China was strongly prohibited. Smuggling by some individuals appeared to continue, and there were reports that unofficial state-led smuggling was also carried out secretly. Food shortages faced by marginalized groups, such as people with disabilities, children, older people and those living outside towns and cities, were particularly serious. Water supply facilities and sewage systems were poor in many areas. Economic, social and cultural rights. Workers' rights. Some people who completed secondary education were assigned to a workplace designated by the state. Most workers not engaged in national priority sectors such as the military and law enforcement agencies received wages that did not allow them to access an adequate standard of living. There were multiple reports of people involved in illegal activities such as smuggling, theft and drug production, selling to survive. Child labor. Some children were forced by the state to work in coal mines and on farms under dangerous conditions. In addition to their education, children were required to perform state-imposed tasks such as cleaning, farming and working in construction. Repression of dissent. Open criticism of the authorities or leadership was not allowed. Extreme anxiety and fear was pervasive among people who were at risk of being detained for political reasons and charged with anti-party or anti-state crimes. 4 political prison camps, Kwanlizo, remained in operation, although their existence was denied by the authorities. Up to 120,000 detainees were believed to be held and subjected to forced labor, torture and other ill treatment. Arbitrary arrests and detentions. The number of people arrested or detained was believed to have increased. Arrests were made on the grounds of violations of quarantine rules such as smuggling, isolation and cross-border travel attempts, as well as drug use, engagement in religious practices. No alternative belief systems are tolerated by the authorities, and accessing foreign information. Inhumane detention conditions. Despite some reports that treatment of detainees had partially improved over the past few years, verbal abuse, beatings, torture and executions allegedly occurred inside detention facilities run by law enforcement agencies, including the Ministry of State Security and the Ministry of Social Security. In particular, It was reported that beatings, torture and dietary restrictions were used by officials of detention facilities to extract confessions or control detainees. 1. North Korea. Government must ensure access to COVID-19 vaccines during Omicron outbreak. The 12th of May. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 281. North Macedonia. Republic of North Macedonia Head of State, Stevo Pendrovsky Head of Government, Dimitu Ovsevsky. Legislation aimed at protecting journalists and media freedom was proposed. A law protecting women from violence was not fully implemented. Interethnic tensions were exacerbated by hate speech. At least 18,000 refugees and migrants were pushed back to Greece. Background. Bulgaria continued to oppose North Macedonia's accession to the EU, claiming its history, cultural identity and language were Bulgarian. A solution proposed by France included recognizing the Bulgarian minority in the constitution for the first time. This was met with large public protests in July and political opposition. In September, the European Commission initiated a screening process towards eventual EU membership. Right to truth, justice and reparation. Over the 20 years since the internal armed conflict, at least 22 people remained missing. In July, former Prime Minister Nikola Gruevski was convicted in his absence to 7 years imprisonment for stealing and laundering €1.3 million. Freedom of expression. A new criminal code proposed in July included provisions to protect the rights of journalists, including an increased penalty for their assault or murder, and obliged the authorities to initiate prosecutions. Violence against women and girls. 2 women were killed by a family member. The 2021 Law on Prevention and Protection from Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence was not yet fully implemented. The authorities failed to adopt relevant bylaws, budgets and procedures, and police were often reluctant to act. In February, after an outcry from women's NGOs, the manslaughter charge against Palilovska was changed to self-defense. She had stabbed her police officer husband in September 2021 as he punched, kicked and attempted to strangle her. Neighbours and family testified that they had repeatedly reported his violence to the police, who had failed to respond. A March report from Sato Orizari's Roma women's rights group analysed how low reporting levels of domestic violence were due to structural discrimination, including poverty, poor access to medical care and distrust of NGOs and authorities. Ukti people's rights. In March, lacking parliamentary support, the government abruptly withdrew the NGO-supported 2021 Gender Recognition Bill, which provided that trans people could legally change their gender identity through a simplified notary procedure. A redrafted law was anticipated for 2023. In May, Bikima Sani, director of NGO LGBT United, based in Titovo, was verbally abused by 4 men as he sat with his mother at his father's graveside. One of them subsequently assaulted him. He was twice assaulted in August, for which one perpetrator was sentenced to 6 months imprisonment. The other case remained pending. In June, hate speech and online abuse increased around the 10th Skopje Pride. Torture and other ILL treatment. In May, on retrial, a police officer known as GP was sentenced to a year's imprisonment, the first officer to serve a custodial sentence for ill treatment. A witness had videoed GP in 2020 kicking Nevzat Jasharov, a Roma man, as he lay on the ground. Discrimination. The Helsinki Committee cautioned that interethnic hate speech on social media contravened legislation against spreading racist and xenophobic material online. NGOs and international actors expressed concern at widespread discriminatory speech fueled by 282. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Bulgaria's opposition to North Macedonia's EU accession. Roma. The European Roma Rights Centre brought successful discrimination cases against local authorities responsible for segregation in a Skopje school and denying Roma communities access to clean water in Prelep. In December, the European Court of Human Rights also found that 2 schools in Bitola and Stip had violated Roma children's right to non-discrimination through segregation. Refugees and migrants' rights. Over the 20,591 refugees and migrants entered the country, as of 30th of October, 65 had applied for asylum. Over 18,000 were subsequently pushed back to Greece, many after having their biometric data recorded at the Vinajug Transit Centre, as reported by 44 people in July. In August, 35 people were injured when a truck concealing 49 Syrians overturned. Police reported the interception of 83 migrant smuggling operations up to October. At least 619 individuals were unlawfully detained for up to 24 days as witnesses against alleged smugglers. Right to life. In December, proceedings finally opened against 2 hospital managers and a doctor indicted for causing the deaths of 12 patients and 2 visiting relatives in a fire at the Titovo COVID-19 unit in 2021. Environmental degradation. In April, a report released by NGO Bankwatch based on monitoring in 2021 documented adverse health impacts on the local population of emissions from the Bitola lignite power plant, open cast mines and ash disposal sites. Dust and sulfur dioxide emissions regularly exceeded legal limits and WHO guidelines. No measures were taken by the government to reduce emissions. Norway. Kingdom of Norway Head of State, Harald V. Head of Government, Jonas Gahr Støre. Norway received over 36,122 people fleeing Ukraine. A law on human rights in business and the supply chain entered into force in July. A report by the group of experts monitoring Norway's implementation of the Istanbul Convention urged the government to redefine rape in criminal law as sexual intercourse without freely given consent. Refugees and migrants' rights. Norway received and assisted over 36,122 people fleeing the war waged by Russia in Ukraine. Norway also received 268 asylum seekers from Russia, among them Russians fleeing military mobilization. The resettlement of refugees from various other countries continued under Norway's annual resettlement quota commitment to accept 3,000 refugees per year. Corporate accountability. In July, the 2021 Transparency Act, based on the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development's guidelines for multinational enterprises and building upon the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, UNGP, entered into force. The new law applied to around 9,000 companies, requiring them to carry out due diligence and disclose key findings with respect to human rights, including in relation to working conditions, as well as to respond to specific inquiries on how the enterprise addresses negative impacts in relation to its products and services. Failure to tackle climate crisis. In October, Norway raised its official emissions reduction target to at least 55% by 2030, but continued to pursue international cooperation and emission quota trading rather than actual cuts to emissions. Global emissions linked to consumption of. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 283. Norwegian petroleum resources were not included in Norwegian emissions accounts. In October, Statistics Norway reported that the country's emissions had fallen by just 0.7% in 2021 and by 4.7% in total since 1990. Violence against women and girls. In November, the group of experts, Grevio, monitoring the implementation of the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, Istanbul Convention, concluded in its first baseline report on Norway that not all forms of sexual violence are criminalized as required by the Convention. It urged the government to amend legislation on sexual violence and rape to ensure that these offences are firmly rooted in lack of freely given consent. Oman. Sultanate of Oman Head of State and Government, bin Tariq. Authorities continued to detain and prosecute people who expressed views critical of the government's actions and decisions or religious beliefs deemed to be outside official Islamic practices. Migrant workers continued to face exploitation, forced labor, and harsh working conditions. Women continued to face discrimination in law and practice, in the domestic and professional spheres. Some progress towards climate change policies was made. Background. Authorities continued to pursue the Romanization policy, with an increased rate of replacing foreign workers with nationals. In July, Oman banned foreign nationals from working in 207 professions. Freedom of expression. The authorities continued to be intolerant of voices critical of the government's actions and decisions. On the 4th of August, Ahmadissa Katan, an environmental activist, was detained for a second time in 18 months and charged for commenting on Twitter against a governmental decision banning camel grazing in the plain of Dofa Governorate in preparation for construction of housing complexes. He began a hunger strike to protest against his detention and was released on bail on the 16th of August. In late August, activists reported the arrest of 3 men who had begun a peaceful sit-in in the capital, Muscat, calling for reforms, including an end to government corruption and improved social benefits. Security forces arrested them a few hours into their sit-in and after their announcement video went viral. Their whereabouts were unknown until their release on bail on the 20th of October. On the 27th of October, a court convicted one of the men, Hani al-Sahani, to 1 year in prison under Articles 123 and 115 of the Penal Code for what it stated were acts of undermining the prestige of the state and calling for a gathering. On the 30th of October, a royal decree was issued to expand on Article 97 of the Penal Code, which stipulates that challenging the rights and prerogatives of the Sultan, his wife, heir apparent or his children or dishonoring their person is punishable by at least 3 years imprisonment. Freedom of religion and belief. Authorities continued to use Article 269 of the Penal Code to prosecute people for actions the authorities characterize as hostile to Islam or denigrating of Islamic values. On the 7th of June, a court in North Oman convicted 2 of 4 people arrested between 24 July and the 2nd of August 2021 based solely on their online discussions and private messages on issues related to freedom of thought, religion and atheism. The court sentenced Maryam al-Nuaimi to 3 years in prison and Ali al-Ghafri to 5 years. It referred the case against Abdullah Hussain to the Specialized Court for Review and acquitted Gaith al-Shibli. 284. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Migrants' Rights. Authorities took no steps to reform the kafala sponsorship system that facilitates abuses of migrant workers, nor to become a party to the 1990 International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of all Migrant Workers and Members of Their Families. Despite short-term waivers of fines and reduction of fees for residency and work permit processes and delays, migrant workers continued to face exploitation, forced labor, and harsh working conditions. These conditions included long working days of 16 to 20 hours and unpaid wages, without the ability to end their employment because their employer held their travel documents. In late March, 14 migrant workers died and 5 others were injured in a rockslide while working at a quarry in Ivory, Al-Dahira Governorate. Despite calls from the General Federation of Oman Workers for authorities to urgently investigate the company's failures leading to the incident, no information regarding such steps was made public. Pakistan. Islamic Republic of Pakistan Head of State, Arif Alvi Head of Government, Shahbaz Sharif, replaced Imran Khan in April. Grave human rights violations continued, including enforced disappearances, torture, crackdowns on peaceful protests, attacks against journalists and violence against religious minorities and other marginalized groups. A backlash against legal gains in transgender rights led to growing violence against transgender people. The Senate passed an act which would criminalize torture by state officials for the first time. Political upheaval led to major uncertainty. An economic crisis severely hampered people's economic rights. Climate change exacerbated heat waves followed by devastating floods, which killed many and undermined a range of rights. Women's rights. Oman failed to take steps to end discrimination against women despite civil society's increased demands for equal rights for women, including with respect to marriage, divorce, inheritance, nationality and child custody, and restrictions on movement and on the type of work allowed. Abortion continued to be criminalized. The authorities finally designated a hotline for reporting domestic violence, including child abuse, following a campaign by activists, but they again failed to pass laws that define domestic violence or take steps to establish formal shelters, rendering access to protection non-existent. Failure to tackle climate crisis. Oman began to update climate affairs regulations, draft a national strategy that includes a climate change law, and establish a national database to monitor commitments made in 2021 on reducing carbon emissions by 7% by 2030. Background. On the 9th of April, Imran Khan was ousted as Prime Minister after a controversial vote of no confidence in Parliament. On the 11th of April, Parliament elected Shahbaz Sharif, leader of the Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz, PMLN, as the new Prime Minister. Imran Khan and his party, the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, PTI, accused the USA and the Pakistan Democratic Movement, a loose coalition of opposition parties, of colluding to remove him, prompting weeks of political unrest during which Imran Khan's supporters protested across the country. The ousting was widely viewed as Imran Khan falling out of favour with the country's all-powerful military, which was alleged to have supported the move to remove him from power. The protests continued for months, prompted by the PTI's demand to hold snap elections. On the 3rd of November, during a long protest march from the city of Lahore to the federal capital, Islamabad, Imran Khan survived an apparent assassination attempt. The shooting marked a pivotal point in an Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 285. Already tense political environment, with demonstrations taking place outside military facilities. Between March and May, climate change wrought some of the highest recorded temperatures in Pakistan for 60 years. When some of the areas worst affected were in Upper Sindh and Lower Punjab. The resulting drought was exacerbated by a deadly cholera outbreak coinciding with water scarcity in May. Flooding followed, mostly affecting the provinces of Sindh and Balochistan. More than 1,100 people died and 33 million were affected. nearly 750,000 people were left without access to safe and adequate housing, education or health infrastructure. Large swathes of agricultural land were flooded, creating fears of a looming food shortage crisis, driving up prices. At the COP27 climate change meeting in November, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said that an estimated $30 billion in international funding was required to compensate Pakistan for loss and damage. Enforced disappearances. State officials continued to use enforced disappearances to target human rights defenders, journalists and people voicing criticism of the authorities. According to the Commission of Inquiry on Enforced Disappearances, as of the 31st of October, at least 2,210 cases, likely many more, remained unresolved. Intimidation of families and victims seeking justice frequently continued for years after their loved one was forcibly disappeared. In June, journalists Nafiz Naeem and Arsalan Khan were abducted separately by the authorities. Both were released after 24 hours. On the 28th of April, Balok student Begum Dad was forcibly disappeared while visiting a friend at Punjab University in Lahore. He was released 13 days later. For the second time in just over a year, on the 21st of October the National Assembly reportedly passed a bill criminalizing the practice of enforced disappearances. Media reports stated that several parliamentarians called for the removal of wording making a false allegation of enforced disappearance punishable by a fine and jail sentence. By the end of the year, the bill was not enacted as it had not been passed by the Senate, and it had not been made available to the public. Amnesty International documented the frequent use of enforced disappearances in the province of Balochistan. These increased following a suicide bombing at the University of Karachi on the 25th of April, claimed by the Balochistan Liberation Army, which killed 4 people. Balok activists told the media that the state was using the attacks as an excuse to target Balok women, activists and protesters. The media reported that 2 Balok women activists had been abducted within a week. On the 7th of June, students Dodo Eli and Gamshad Balok were forcibly disappeared from their homes in Karachi. Following 4 days of peaceful protests, they were released on the 14th of June. 3. Freedom of assembly. The authorities severely curtailed the right to freedom of peaceful assembly, harassing, arresting and detaining critics and political rivals, as well as forcibly dispersing protests and assaulting journalists and others. Supporters of ousted Prime Minister Imran Khan launched nationwide protests. Some turned violent. In Islamabad, protesters threw stones at the police, set fire to trees and damaged vehicles. Some protests were met with excessive force. On the 25th of May, police fired tear gas shells into peaceful protests in Lahore. Activists and families of people forcibly disappeared held peaceful protests which were largely met with unlawful use of force, intimidation or arbitrary detention. On the 13th of June, the police used unlawful force to disperse protesters outside the Sindh Assembly in Karachi. One video of the incident showed uniformed police officers, some holding sticks, approaching sitting protesters. The police proceeded to violently grab men and women and drag them along the ground, before throwing or forcing protesters into police vehicles. 286. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. On the 27th of June, people in Karachi began protests against water and electricity shortages during the hottest summer on record. According to media reports, police used batons and tear gas to violently disperse protesters blocking the road to the port. 4. Freedom of expression. The authorities further tightened control of the media. Media workers reported increased coercion, censorship and arrests of journalists. On the 13th of April, the Federal Investigation Agency, FIA, arrested 8 people in the province of Punjab for allegedly organising a smear campaign on social media against state institutions. On the 5th of July, police arrested journalist Imran Riaz Khan on sedition-related charges related to criticism of the military. He was arrested under provisions of the Penal Code, including defamation and various sections of the Draconian Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act. On the 7th of July, a court ordered his release, but the police immediately rearrested him. On the 9th of July, he was released on bail. He had not been brought to trial by the end of the year. On the 21st of May, Shireen Mazari, a senior leader of the PTI political party, was detained by police near her home in Islamabad. She was arrested in connection with a 1972 land dispute, but her family suggested that the arrest was politically motivated due to her criticism of the government and the military. She was freed the same day on the orders of the Islamabad High Court. A case was registered against her daughter, Ayman Hazia Mazari, for making derogatory statements against the army following her mother's arrest. On the 20th of June, the charges against Ayman Hazia Mazari were dropped after she issued a statement of regret. On the 1st of July, unidentified men attacked Hayat Samir, a senior analyst with Dunya News. Days earlier, he had allegedly criticised Imran Khan and the military during a seminar. In October, Arshad Sharif, a journalist and well-known supporter of Imran Khan, was killed in Kenya, where he had allegedly taken refuge after facing threats in Pakistan. A 2-member government committee was tasked with investigating and in December concluded that the killing had been a planned assassination. Freedom of religion and belief. Blasphemy allegations continued to spark violence against both religious minorities and Muslims. In January, a woman was sentenced to death for allegedly blasphemous messages she sent over WhatsApp. A man was lynched to death by a group of people after being accused of burning pages of the Holy Quran in February in the district of Canewell. In October, in Gotki, a man with physical disabilities was forcibly drowned at the shrine where he lived by a visitor after being accused of blasphemy. In September, the Supreme Court issued a landmark order calling for utmost care by all concerned that no injustice in the administration of justice takes place, in recognition of the numerous due process violations in the investigation and adjudication of blasphemy cases. Violence against women and girls. The Domestic Violence, Prevention and Protection Bill, 2021, was not enacted by the National Assembly, despite being passed by the Senate in 2021. Several highly publicized cases highlighted the ongoing problem of violence against women. On the 24th of February, Zakia Jaffer was sentenced to death for the torture, rape and murder of Noor Mukadam in 2021. Convictions were otherwise very low in cases of gender-based violence, making the guilty verdict against Zakia Jaffer significant. However, far-reaching procedural and institutional reform, not resorting to the death penalty, was still needed to tackle the endemic problem of violence against women. Transgender people's rights. Despite the Transgender Rights Act of 2018, transgender people continued to face violence and discrimination. In September, Senator Mushtaq Ahmed Khan of the Islamic Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 287. Political party Jamaat-e-Islami challenged the act in the Federal Shariat Court, alleging that it did not conform with the injunctions of Islam under the Constitution and promotes homosexuality. The Council of Islamic Ideology urged the government to form a committee to review the legislation. Transgender activists reported being targeted by social media campaigns, fueling anti-transgender rhetoric and inciting violence and hate speech against them. They reported receiving threats, having to go into hiding and amending their day-to-day routines to avoid being targeted. Between October 2021 and September 2022, 18 transgender people were reported by the Trans Murder Monitoring Project to have been killed in Pakistan, the highest figure in Asia. Torture and other ill treatment. In October, the Senate passed the Torture and Custodial Death Act. The act will, for the first time, criminalize torture by a public official or person working in an official capacity. The use of torture and other ill treatment remained routine. On the 9th of August, Shahbaz Gill, a senior PTI politician, was arrested in Islamabad after publicly criticizing the military. He was released on bail on the 16th of September. Shahbaz Gill and PTI officials alleged that he was tortured while in detention, although medical reports and government officials refuted this. Senator Azam Khan Swati was arrested by the FIA and charged with sedition after tweeting criticism of the chief of the military. He told reporters that he was stripped and tortured, particularly near his genitals. He was released on bail before being re-arrested in November for the same tweets. Discrimination. Forced conversions of Hindu, Christian and Sikh women and girls continued. Victims, particularly those from lower socio-economic backgrounds, were unable to access justice. Scheduled caste Hindus, also known as Dalits, were disproportionately disadvantaged in accessing services, resources and opportunities. Many remained trapped in bonded labor and were subjected to rape and violence. Ahmadis reported facing continued discrimination. In July, 5 Ahmadis were arrested for performing a ritual animal sacrifice at Eid al-Adha, an act allowed only for Muslims. In the same month, the Punjab Chief Minister announced that the Punjab provincial government would add a mandatory condition that a bride and groom must swear that the Prophet Muhammad is the final prophet in order to obtain a marriage certificate. This was especially discriminatory towards Ahmadis. 1. Pakistan. Deadly floods reminded the wealthy countries to remedy unfettered climate change. The 31st of August. 2. Pakistan. Submission to the 42nd session of the UPR Working Group, the 30th of January 2023, the 13th of July. 3. Braving the storm, enforced disappearances and the right to protest in Pakistan, the 11th of August. 4. Pakistan. Authorities must respect and facilitate people's right to protest, the 28th of June. Palestine, State of Palestine Head of State, Mahmoud Abbas Head of Government, Mohammed Shtayyeh. Palestinian armed groups in Gaza committed apparent war crimes during 3 days of fighting with Israel in August, using unguided rockets in populated civilian areas and killing at least 7 Palestinian civilians. Palestinian authorities in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip continued to heavily restrict freedom of expression, association and assembly. They also held scores of people in arbitrary detention and subjected many to torture and other ill treatment. Justice for serious human rights violations remained elusive. The Hamas de facto authorities in Gaza carried out the first executions in 5 years. 288. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Background. Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip continued to face Israel's oppression, domination, fragmentation and segregation under its brutal occupation and apartheid. See Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories entry. Palestinian authorities failed to hold parliamentary and presidential elections that had been delayed again by President Abbas in 2021. The last elections for the Palestinian Legislative Council were in 2006. President Abbas continued to rule by decree amid popular discontent. Abuses by armed groups. In August, Israel launched a three-day military offensive on the occupied Gaza Strip targeting the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ, and its armed wing. Khaled Mansour and Taser al-Jabari, two high-ranking PIJ commanders, were killed by Israeli strikes in addition to 10 other PIJ fighters. In total, 31 Palestinian civilians were killed during the offensive, of which 17 were killed in Israeli attacks including in apparent war crimes. Palestinian armed groups in the Gaza Strip committed apparent war crimes during 3 days of military confrontations with Israel in August, using unguided rockets in populated civilian areas. On the 6th of August, a rocket apparently fired by the PIJ towards Israel missed its target and hit the street in Jabalia refugee camp, killing 7 civilians, including 4 children, and wounding at least 15 others. 7 other Palestinian civilians, including 5 children, were killed in 4 other attacks in Isbat Beit Hanan, Al-Buraj and Jabalia refugee camps and in Beit Hanan, after which remnants of weapons were immediately removed. The removal of all remnants of the weapons used in attacks is a recurrent pattern in the aftermath of misfired Palestinian rockets. Hamas authorities stated they would investigate all deadly attacks but failed to publish any reports. Between March and April, attacks by armed Palestinian individuals killed 18 people in cities and towns across Israel. While there, individuals appeared to have no direct affiliation with Palestinian armed groups. Their attacks were praised by the de facto authorities in Gaza in what could amount to incitement to violence. The call by Hamas's leader in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar, on Palestinians to use any means available to attack Israelis reportedly contributed to attacks carried out afterwards. Freedom of expression, association and assembly. Authorities in the West Bank and Gaza Strip continued to unduly restrict freedom of expression, association and assembly, at times using excessive force to disperse peaceful gatherings. In the Gaza Strip, a general climate of repression, following a brutal crackdown on peaceful protests against the rising costs of living in 2019, effectively deterred dissent, often leading to self-censorship. In the West Bank, the Fatah-controlled Palestinian authorities continued to repress public events that honored opposition figures or waved opposition flags. In June, security forces in Hebron dispersed a peaceful protest against rising costs of living and detained the organizers. On the 4th of August, security forces fired tear gas to disperse a peaceful gathering in Dubas, in northern West Bank, celebrating the release from 20 years in Israeli detention of a member of a dissident faction of Fatah. On the 23rd of October, President Abbas issued a decree dissolving the Palestinian Doctors Syndicate, dominated by representatives affiliated with opposing factions, and appointing an unelected Constitutive Council. He reversed his decision after doctors across the West Bank went on strike. On the 4th of November, security forces banned the Palestinian People's Congress, an umbrella group of activists and politicians calling for reforms of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, from convening in Ramallah in the West Bank. On the 8th of November, police officers without a judicial warrant raided and forcibly dispersed a press conference held by the same group at its headquarters in Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 289. Ramallah, threatening participants and journalists with batons. Arbitrary detention. According to the Independent Commission for Human Rights, ICHR, over the 200 Palestinians were arbitrarily detained in the West Bank and some 105 in the Gaza Strip. Torture and other ill treatment. Torture and other ill treatment remained rife in detention and interrogation centers in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and complaints were particularly common in the Jericho Detention Center in the West Bank run by the Interior Ministry. Detainees reported being beaten with clubs and batons, whipped on the soles of their feet and subjected to stress positions for hours. The ICHR received at least 130 complaints of torture and other ill treatment against detaining authorities in the West Bank, and at least 160 against the police and internal security services in the Gaza Strip. According to the ICHR and the Palestinian human rights NGO Lawyers for Justice, authorities failed to take effective measures to investigate torture allegations. In June, West Bank security forces arrested without warrant 6 men in relation to an explosion at a carpentry workshop in Ramla and tortured and otherwise ill-treated them, according to complaints submitted to the ICHR. 15 of them were placed in solitary confinement, denied family visits, and subjected to further abuse for going on hunger strike in September. On the 16th of October, Nasser Abu Obaid, a retired major in the National Security Forces, died in hospital after being transferred from a Hamas-run military police detention center in Gaza where he was held under interrogation. The ICHR called on the Gaza authorities to investigate allegations of torture and medical neglect during his detention. It appears that the authorities did not act on the request. Enforced disappearances. 20 years after their enforced disappearance by Palestinian authorities from a detention center in the West Bank town of Salfit, the fate of 6 men remained unknown. Meanwhile, in order to pressure Israel into signing a prisoner exchange deal, the de facto authorities in Gaza published new footage of Hisham al-Sayed, a Palestinian citizen of Israel with mental disabilities, who went missing after crossing into Gaza in 2015. The fate and whereabouts of Avira Mengistu, an Israeli citizen with mental disabilities who entered Gaza without authorization in 2014, continued to be unknown. Women's and girls' rights. According to the Women's Center for Legal Aid and Counseling, 29 women were killed in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip by their family members in apparent cases of domestic violence. In September, the Gaza authorities prevented sisters Wissam and Fatima Walisi, aged 24 and 20 respectively, from pursuing complaints for domestic violence through courts by impeding them from accessing a prosecutor to testify. LGBT people's rights. Authorities failed to prevent and investigate homophobic and transphobic threats and attacks. On the 9th of July, security forces stood by and watched as a mob beat youths and children participating in a parade organized by Ashdar Theatre in Ramallah that included rainbow flags. The attack came amid a wave of incitement to violence and hate speech against LGBT people and feminists that the authorities failed to investigate. Right to truth, justice and reparation. In the West Bank, the trial of 14 low-ranking security officers charged over the death of Nizar Banat, a prominent dissident killed in June 2021 shortly after his violent arrest, proceeded before a military court amid delays and smears of witnesses. No senior officers were questioned or investigated as part of the legal proceedings. 290. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Authorities in the West Bank and Gaza Strip failed to investigate unlawful killings and attacks, including against Israeli civilians, amongst other serious violations. This was despite publicly renewing their commitment to cooperate with independent investigations, including by the ICC, into possible war crimes and crimes against humanity committed since 2014, and with the International Court of Justice inquiry into the illegality of Israel's occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. On the 28th of October, President Abbas issued a decree creating the Supreme Council of Judicial Bodies and Authorities and appointed himself as its head. The Council, with full power over the judicial system, further tightened the president's grip on the judiciary, hampered its independence, and increased its subordination to the executive power. Death penalty. According to the Palestinian Center for Human Rights, courts in Gaza issued 27 new death sentences in 2022, 11 more than in 2021. In a new trend, the Courts of Appeal in the Gaza Strip increased 5 sentences issued by lower courts from life imprisonment to the death penalty. This occurred after Gaza's Justice Ministry established the Supreme Criminal Committee, which encouraged harsher sentencing ostensibly to deter violent crime. On the 4th of September, Hamas authorities carried out the first executions in Gaza in 5 years. One of the prisoners, convicted of murder, had faced a grossly unfair trial. 1. Palestinian authorities must investigate torture allegations of hunger striking prisoners and ensure their fair trial. The 2nd of November. 2. Palestine authorities have failed to ensure accountability from the killing of Nizabanat, the 24th of June. Papua New Guinea. Independent State of Papua New Guinea Head of State, Charles III, replaced Elizabeth II in September, represented by Bob Dardie, Head of Government, James Marape. During violence around national elections, dozens of people were killed. Dismissals of journalists and new restrictions on them undermined media freedom. Laws aimed at strengthening protection against sexual and gender-based violence were adopted, but high rates of violence against women and girls continued to be reported, including following accusations of sorcery. Access to adequate health care remained severely restricted. The death penalty was abolished. Background. Parliament certified the Climate Change Management Amendment Act 2021 in February. The Act was aimed at declaring a climate emergency, improving access to climate adaptation funds and updating national plans in line with the commitments under the Paris Agreement. In October, the first National Climate Change Summit was held with government, business and civil society partners, reaffirming climate adaptation and mitigation priorities. Parliamentary elections in August were accompanied by widespread violence in which an estimated 90,000 people were displaced and schools and other public buildings damaged or destroyed. Right to life. Election-related violence, fueled by pre-existing intercommunal tensions, resulted in an estimated 50 deaths between May and August. In July, a 22-year-old woman was shot and killed by police at a polling station in the capital, Port Moresby. The police said they were investigating, but no one had been charged by year's end. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 291. Freedom of expression. In February, national broadcaster EMTV dismissed all 24 staff in its newsroom after they walked out in protest against the suspension of EMTV's head of news and current affairs. Cynthia Damara was suspended and later dismissed following her critical reporting of police investigations into possession of firearms and other illegal activities by a high-profile Australian businessman. On the 31st of August, the Prime Minister's office took out advertisements in 2 daily newspapers stating that the Prime Minister would no longer accept direct inquiries from the media and requiring journalists to submit questions in writing. The following month, more restrictive procedures for visa applications by foreign journalists were announced. Women's rights and gender-based violence. Parliament passed amendments to the Family Protection Act in January, which included expanded definitions of assault, psychological abuse, sexual assault and aggravated family violence. It also removed court fees for applications for protection orders. However, discrimination against women and gender-based violence remained pervasive. In April, a special parliamentary committee on gender-based violence, established in 2020, published its final report. Key findings included severe under-resourcing of protection services for women, such as those relating to health, policing, counselling, safe houses and prosecution. The government had not acted on the committee's recommendations by year's end, including one calling for improved representation of women in Parliament. Only 2 out of 118 members of Parliament elected in August were women. Women also remain severely underrepresented in other areas of political and public life. In January, Parliament passed amendments to the Criminal Code criminalising the act of making accusations of sorcery against others, or claiming to have supernatural powers to identify sorcerers. Nevertheless, violent attacks, predominantly against women and girls, following accusations of sorcery continue to be reported. In July, approximately 12 women, including one who was pregnant, were sexually assaulted and burnt by community members in Inga province after being accused of sorcery. 4 of the women died and others suffered serious injuries. Refugees and migrants' rights. Despite the ending of the offshore processing agreement between the Papua New Guinea and Australian governments in 2021, approximately 100 refugees and asylum seekers remained in Papua New Guinea. The Australian government continued to provide funding to Papua New Guinea but claimed to have no further responsibility for those remaining there. Right to health. By the year's end, only approximately 5% of the population was fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Health clinics, particularly in rural areas, were badly affected by electoral violence and interethnic fighting, and some were forced to close. Death penalty. Amendments to the Criminal Code to abolish the death penalty entered into force in April. 1. Papua New Guinea. Increased participation of civil society hailed a success in human rights review, the 13th of April. Paraguay. Republic of Paraguay Head of State and Government, Mario Abdo Benitez. Authorities continued to criminalize social protest. Investigations into cases of torture and other ill treatment did not make progress. Forced evictions remained a serious problem, affecting the rights of thousands of small-scale farmers and 292. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Indigenous families. Authorities failed to take action to protect LGBT people and human rights defenders. Sexual abuse of children and girls' forced pregnancies remain serious concerns. Background. There were allegations of mismanagement in the Attorney General's office and the Ombudsman's office, resulting in the resignation of the Ombudsman. Freedom of assembly and expression. Restrictions on freedom of expression persisted. In December, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights issued a judgment in the case of Santiago Leguizamón, a journalist killed in 1991. The court found Paraguay responsible for violating the right to freedom of expression, among other rights, and ordered the state to provide reparation. Several students, including activist Vivian Jeans, continued to face charges of arson in connection with a fire at the ruling party's headquarters in 2021. The fire occurred in the context of social protests over the mismanagement of resources to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Judicial authorities decided to proceed to an oral and public trial in the case. In April, after years of criminal proceedings, Aurora Lezcano, a student criminalized for participating in a social protest at her university in 2017, was acquitted. Journalist Juan Carlos Lezcano was acquitted of charges of defamation in the second of 5 cases brought against him for reporting on irregularities in public administration. In November, he, as well as the director of the print media outlet for which he worked, were convicted of defamation in the third of these cases and fined. torture and other ill treatment. Impunity for torture and other ill treatment persisted. In April, the National Mechanism for the Prevention of Torture confirmed that senior cadets at the Military Academy Francisco Solano Lopez had inflicted torture and other ill treatment on junior personnel. It also stated that human rights violations persisted in penitentiary facilities. The Public Prosecutor's Office failed to make progress regarding the complaints relating to 35 survivors of torture and ill treatment at the naval base of Ciudad del Este in 2020. Impunity. 10 years after the Curaguati massacre, an operation in which police forcibly evicted 70 members of a small-scale farming community, including women and children, and which resulted in the deaths of 11 farmers and 6 policemen, the authorities had yet to establish responsibility for the violations that took place or ensure justice, truth and reparation for victims and their families. Economic, social and cultural rights. Authorities made insufficient progress in realizing economic, social and cultural rights, affecting the most marginalized communities above all. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights held a hearing on agrarian policies that have led to a growing number of the forced evictions. These evictions have resulted in arbitrary detentions and killings and left thousands of small-scale farmers and indigenous families without livelihoods. Legislators passed a new law creating a commission to study the recovery of improperly obtained lands during the military dictatorship. Despite the deficiencies of the health system exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the state had still not taken concrete steps to establish, through participatory processes, a universal public health system that guaranteed minimum basic needs and primary health care for the population. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 293. Failure to tackle climate crisis and environmental degradation. Paraguay remained one of the countries most vulnerable to climate change in South America. However, authorities continued to allow the expansion of monocultures, possibly undermining native ecosystems. Marginalized communities were those most affected by this and other aspects of environmental degradation, such as deforestation and the use of agrochemicals and fertilizers. Accordance with their gender identity since 2016. In December, the Supreme Court of Justice removed legal obstacles to the case of Mariana Sepulveda proceeding and being heard by the relevant courts. Human rights defenders. Despite numerous recommendations from UN treaty bodies and special procedures, authorities failed to establish a specific protection mechanism for human rights defenders. Indigenous peoples' rights. Authorities continued to disregard the rights of indigenous peoples. The Toccoa source community of the Ava Guarani were still waiting for the return of lands seized decades earlier by Itaipu Binational. During the year, the company pursues an ongoing lawsuit in an attempt to evict members of the community from another part of their ancestral land where they were living. In June, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights noted that Paraguay continued to violate the rights of the Yaqui-Ax indigenous community of the Inxet people and announced stronger monitoring measures to guarantee the community's access to its own territory, as well as the court's intention to visit the country in the coming months. Lgbt people's rights. Authorities continued to neglect the rights of Lgbt people. No progress was reported in criminal cases concerning attacks on Lgbt people during a 2019 Pride March in the city of Hernandarias. The Hernandarias municipality had banned the march in part as contrary to public morals. A lawsuit against the municipality's decision filed by Amnesty International in October 2019 remained stalled. Paraguay was denounced before the UN Human Rights Committee for violating the rights of Ren Rotler and Mariana Sepulveda, two trans women who have been demanding the right to legally change their names in children's rights. The Ministry of Children and Adolescents announced the content of the national program to prevent sexual abuse of children and adolescents and provide comprehensive care was being developed and, from August, provided updates on its progress. The Public Prosecutor's Office documented 1,452 cases of ill-treatment and 3,804 cases of sexual abuse of children during 2022. As of November, the Ministry of Public Health and Social Welfare had recorded 10,332 births to adolescents between the ages of 15 and 19. Of whom 570 were indigenous adolescents, and 420 cases of births to girls aged between 10 and 14, of whom 84 were indigenous girls. Women's rights. The Ministry of Women's Affairs recorded 36 cases of femicide during the year. An appeals court declared that the statute of limitations had expired in the case of a priest convicted in 2021 of sexually harassing Alexa Torres and dismissed the case. Alexa appealed this decision to the Supreme Court, which at the end of the year had not yet ruled on the case. In November, the press published a leaked internal Ministry of Foreign Affairs circular calling on all Paraguayan diplomats to avoid using language that refers to gender issues, as well as terms such as diversity, intersectionality and sexual and reproductive rights. The Education Ministry publicly called on all teachers and school. 294. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Directors to continue to abide by a 2017 resolution banning educational materials on gender issues and calling on all teachers to file official complaints if such material is found. Peru. Republic of Peru Head of State and Government, Dina Boluarte Zegara, replaced José Pedro Castillo Terrans in December. Authorities undermine freedom of expression and assembly. By the end of the year, at least 22 people had died, dozens more, including a number of police officials, had been injured, many of them by firearms, in the context of the unlawful repression of demonstrations. Authorities failed to meet the needs of communities affected by environmental pollution. 6 human rights defenders were killed in regions affected by illegal logging and drug trafficking. The right to comprehensive sexuality education was put at risk. Women and girls, including Venezuelan refugees, continued to experience multiple forms of violence. Discrimination and attacks on LGBT people persisted. Freedom of expression. Official statements undermined freedom of the press. The National Press Association reported 303 attacks on the press during the year, 63 of them in the context of the political crisis in December. Freedom of assembly and impunity. At least 3 people died during protests following national police interventions during the first half of the year. In December, during the political crisis that followed the ousting of former President Pedro Castillo, protests broke out in different regions and violence in the country spiraled. In several instances, the response of the authorities to protests resulted in human rights violations, including unlawful use of force. At least 22 people died during demonstrations in the Apurimac, Ayacucho, Arequipa, La Libertad and Junín regions, and dozens more were injured. Investigations into the deaths were continuing at the end of the year. The police protection law remained in force, effectively limiting accountability for human rights violations by security forces. Former President Manuel Merino and other high-ranking officials continued to enjoy immunity from prosecution regarding deaths and injuries during protests in November 2020, and the judiciary suspended investigations into the police officials implicated. Failure to tackle climate crisis and environmental degradation. Congress again shelved a bill to ratify this Escazú agreement. Authorities failed to address the needs of communities affected by pollution caused by metals and other toxic substances, despite a special multisectoral plan involving a range of ministries and available funding for 6 regional governments for specialized medical care for these communities. In February, a UN verification mission found that an 11,000 barrel oil spill in January by La Pampa refinery, operated by the Spanish multinational Repsol, has impacted the livelihood of 5 local communities in Lima and Callao. In July, the Ombudsperson's office noted that some of those affected had yet to be identified and receive reparation, and that neither the authorities nor the company had ensured an adequate cleanup of the affected area. In September, 2,500 barrels of oil were spilled in the Loreto region by the company Peru. According to the Ombudsperson's office, it seriously affected the community of Cuninigo and other indigenous communities, leaving them without food and water for several days and violating their right to live in a healthy environment. Peru did not submit an update to its 2020 NDC. According to the Climate Action Tracker, its current NDC was rated insufficient. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 295. Human Rights Defenders. There were official reports that at least 6 human rights defenders were killed during the year in the Madrideños, Loreto, Junín and Huánuco regions. The authorities failed to provide sufficient security in regions where human rights defenders faced heightened risks due to illegal logging and drug trafficking. Right to health. High levels of inequality, low investment in public health, due in part to insufficient tax revenue, played a key role in Peru experiencing the highest COVID-19 death rate per million people of any country in the region. Despite this, there were no major reforms to the health system or health spending, which remained at 3.2% of GDP, far below the 6% recommended by the WHO. 1. Indigenous peoples' rights. In March, a constitutional court ruling declared a lawsuit filed by indigenous communities regarding mining concessions on their territories inadmissible on grounds that prior consultation does not have constitutional rank. The court did not take into consideration the constitutional rank of international human rights treaties ratified by Peru. In June, Congress recognized self-defense and rural development committees, which often operate in rural areas, as part of the national security system with the right to use lethal weapons. There were concerns this could undermine the rights of traditional communities entitled to have their own traditional guards to protect their territories. Violence against women and girls. Between January and November, the Ministry of Women and Vulnerable Populations recorded 25,403 cases of sexual violence. 95% of the victims were women, and 7,549 rapes of minors. The Ombudsperson's office reported 124 femicides. In 21 cases, the women had initially been reported as missing. The Ministry also classified disappearances of women as a form of gender-based violence. According to the National Registry of Information on Missing Persons of the Ministry of the Interior, 11,524 girls and women were reported missing during the year, constituting 61% of the total number of cases. Sexual and reproductive rights. In May, Congress passed a law allowing some parents' organizations to veto aspects of school curriculums, undermining the right to comprehensive sexuality education. In June, a bill was submitted to Congress which, if approved, would jeopardize access to abortion. The trials of former President Alberto Fujimori and 3 of his ministers related to forced sterilizations started in March. In November, the judiciary ordered administrative reparations be awarded to survivors of forced sterilizations who had still not received reparations. People's rights. Peru remained one of the few countries in South America not to recognize transgender identity or same-sex marriage. In June, the organization Feminas reported that a transgender woman was shot and injured. The authorities failed to keep an official register of continuing threats and attacks against transgender people. Refugees and migrants' rights. Thousands of people were unable to access migratory regularization programs, which remained onerous and inadequate. The system to process asylum applications remained suspended. 2. Venezuelan refugee women living in Peru faced multiple forms of violence. 3. Discrimination and negative stereotypes related to their nationality and gender identity hindered their access to justice and health care. In April, authorities summarily expelled 29 female foreign nationals without due process. 296. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Authorities did not consider their protection needs, whether they were victims of trafficking, or the risks they faced on return to their country of origin. In November, human rights organizations initiated a lawsuit against the officials for these actions. Right to truth, justice and reparation. 30 years after the Canchuta massacre, the Public Prosecutor's Office recommenced a forensic investigation to recover the remains of 5 of the victims not yet found. In March, the Constitutional Court ordered the release of former President Alberto Fujimori from prison, restoring the so-called humanitarian pardon granted in 2017. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights urged the authorities not to comply with an order that was in breach of a previous ruling invalidating the pardon. He remained detained at the end of the year. 1. Americas, Unequal and Lethal, the 27th of April. 2. Peru. Submission to the 34th session of the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of Their Families, the 23rd of February, Spanish only. 3. Unprotected, gender-based violence against Venezuelan refugee women in Colombia and Peru, the 12th of July. Philippines. Republic of the Philippines Head of State and Government, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. replaced Rodrigo Duterte in June. Unlawful killings under the war on drugs continued and impunity for thousands of past killings remained entrenched. Repression of dissent intensified and freedom of expression was further restricted as human rights defenders, political activists, journalists and others were subjected to unlawful killings, arbitrary arrest and detention. Authorities locked the websites and ordered the closure of independent media. Background. In May elections, the son of the former President Marcos, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., was elected president and Sara Duterte Carpio, daughter of the former President Duterte, vice president. The war on drugs, initiated in 2016 and associated with grave human rights violations, continued. In October, over 150 people died in floods and landslides triggered by a severe tropical storm. Extrajudicial killings and impunity. The number of killings committed in the context of the war on drugs rose after the new administration took office. According to the university-based research group Daca's, 324 drug-related killings by the police and other unknown assailants were recorded during 2022, 175 of which took place after July. In September, the Department of Justice announced it was filing murder charges against at least 30 police officers involved in raids in Kilbartan region in 2021 targeting activists in which 9 people were killed. In August, the department announced it would review 250 cases involving killings in central Luzon during anti-drug operations. However, the vast majority of killings related to the war on drugs remain uninvestigated. In June, the ICC prosecutor filed an application with the ICC pre-trial chamber to resume investigations into crimes against humanity, including in the context of the war on drugs. The prosecutor stated that investigations by national authorities were inadequate and that the suspension of ICC investigations in late 2021 at the request of the Philippine government was therefore unwarranted. 1. The government maintained its position of non-cooperation with the ICC. 2. In October, the UN Human Rights Council failed to renew its mandate to monitor and report on the human rights situation and progress towards accountability in the Philippines, despite a recommendation by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights that it should do so. 3. The Joint UN Human Rights Capacity Building and Technical Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 297. Assistance program continued but was criticized for lack of progress in key areas. In November, activists Erickson Acosta and Joseph Jimenez were killed after they were reportedly captured by government security forces. The killings took place amid increasing armed clashes between the military and the armed opposition group, the New People's Army, in Negros Occidental Province. 4. Repression of dissent. The continued linking of organizations and individuals to communist groups by the authorities and their supporters, known as red tagging, led to further killings, arbitrary detentions and harassment of human rights defenders, political activists and others. On the 15th of January, unknown assailants shot dead Sylvester Fortades and Rose Maria Galeas, both members of a red-tagged farmers and labor rights organization, in Sorsogon province. On the 18th of February, police arrested Natividad Castro, a red-tagged doctor who provided medical care for indigenous communities in Mindanao. In March, the Bayugan City Region Trial Court dismissed charges of kidnapping and illegal detention against her, but reversed the decision in June. The court-ordered warrant to rearrest Natividad Castro had not been acted on at year-end. In August, police arrested Adarafeda Vera, a red-tagged human rights defender in Metro Manila. She was previously arbitrarily detained during the martial law period in the 1970s under former President Marcos and continued to campaign for justice for other martial law victims. Adarafeda Vera remained in police detention at year-end, accused of murder and rebellion in relation to an alleged ambush in 2009 in which members of the security forces were killed. 5. The red tagging in September of a judge, Marlo Magdoza Malaga, by a former spokesperson of the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict drew strong criticism from the Supreme Court. The red tagging was connected with the judge's dismissal of a Department of Justice petition seeking to designate the Communist Party of the Philippines and its armed wing, the New People's Army, as terrorist groups. Prisoner of conscience and former Senator Leila de Lima spent her 6th year in detention over politically motivated drug-related charges, despite the retraction of testimonies by key witnesses. 6. In August, the Office of the Ombudsman dismissed a separate bribery case against her. Freedom of expression. Physical attacks and judicial harassment of journalists intensified and independent news sites were blocked. At least 2 journalists were killed in 2022, including prominent radio broadcaster Percival Mabaza, known as Percy Lapid, who was shot on the 3rd of October in Las Piñas City, Metro Manila. 7. A man allegedly involved in the killing was murdered in prison shortly afterwards. The head of the Bureau of Corrections, who Percy Lapid had criticized on air for corruption, was subsequently named as a suspect in investigations which remained ongoing at year-end. In June, the National Telecommunications Commission, NTC, ordered Internet service providers to block access to 28 websites, including those belonging to independent media groups accused by the government of affiliation with or supporting terrorists and terrorist organizations. In response to the legal challenge by news outlet Bulatlat, the NTC was ordered to lift the order to block its website. In October, Bulatlat managing editor Onlin Oli was red-tagged by a news anchor on a pro-government TV network who accused her on air of being an internet operator for communist organizations. In July, the Court of Appeals upheld the conviction for cyber libel against Nobel laureate Maria Ressa and Reynaldo Santos Jr. A second appeal was rejected in October. The case against the two, respectively the founder and a former researcher with the independent media outlet Rapala, was connected with a 2012 article alleging links between a businessman and 298. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Drugs, human trafficking. They faced over 6 years in prison if their final appeal to the Supreme Court is unsuccessful. 8. At least 7 other cases against Maria Ressa remained pending at year-end. An order to close Rapala remained under appeal. In August, activist and former vice presidential candidate, Walden Bello, was arrested on charges of cyber libel filed by the former Public Information Officer for Vice President Sara Duterte. A motion by Walden Bello to dismiss the charges, which related to comments linking the officer to drugs but which were widely regarded as aimed at silencing an opposition voice, was pending at year-end. Indigenous peoples' rights. In April, security guards for a private plantation firm fired shots injuring at least 5 people during a visit by a presidential candidate to meet with leaders of the Manobo Pulangian community in Bukidnon province. In September, the community called on the government to investigate the shooting, legally recognize their ancestral land claims and put an end to land encroachment by private companies that has displaced the community. 9. 5. Philippines. Torture survivor faces third arrest, a fate of era, the 18th of October. 6. Philippines. Immediately end arbitrary detention of Senator De Lima, guarantee safety of witnesses, and investigate serious allegations of coercion, the 6th of May. 7. Philippines. Radio journalist killing bears hallmarks of extrajudicial execution, the 4th of October. 8. Philippines. Media repression worsens and court affirms cyber libel conviction against Maria Ressa, the 8th of July. 9. Philippines. Driven from their ancestral land, the Manobo Pulangian struggles to survive by the side of the road, the 30th of September. Poland. Republic of Poland Head of State, Andrzej Duda Head of Government, Mateusz Morawiecki. Access to abortion was further limited. Criminal charges were used to curtail freedom of expression. The authorities continued to erode the independence of the judiciary. Freedom of peaceful assembly was restricted. Violations of LGBT rights persisted. Positive moves were made to accommodate between 1 and 2 million refugees from Ukraine, although official hostility continued towards refugees and migrants who arrived since 2021 via Belarus. Failure to tackle climate crisis. President Marcos Jr. committed to tackle climate change on taking office. However, budget cuts, including to the National Climate Change Commission, and a push towards the use of nuclear and fossil fuels raised concerns among environmental groups about whether adaptation plans and commitments to increase the use of renewable energy sources would be met. 1. Philippines. Justice another step closer as ICC prosecutor requests to resume investigation in Philippines, the 24th of June. 2. Philippines. Decision to not rejoin the ICC statute will not prevent investigation, the 10th of August. 3. Philippines. Lack of action by the UN Human Rights Council risks abandoning victims of human rights abuses, the 15th of September. 4. Philippines. Investigate killing of activists and address violence in Negros Province, the 6th of December. Sexual and reproductive rights. A constitutional tribunal ruling that abortion on the grounds of serious fetal impairment was unconstitutional entered into force in January and further limited access to abortion. In April, UN experts again urged the authorities to decriminalize abortion. The family of a pregnant woman called for an investigation into the role the denial of abortion services may have played in her death. The case led to protests in October and November calling for justice and reforms. In June, the European Court of Human Rights, ECHR, formally requested a response from Poland on a further 5 cases regarding denial of access to abortion services. In July, the government published data indicating that only 107 abortions were provided by hospitals in 2021. A drastic drop. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 299. From 1,076 the year before. However, in October, the organization Abortion Without Borders published data showing that in the 12 months since October 2021 they had supported 44,000 people, including 1,515 women fleeing the war in Ukraine, to access abortion services. Human rights defenders. In April, the trial began of human rights defender Justina Wydzinska, charged under draconian and discriminatory laws for providing information to and supporting a pregnant woman who needed a safe abortion. Also in April, UN experts called on the authorities to drop all charges against her and to cease targeting human rights defenders, in particular those who advocate against the country's restrictive abortion law. Unfair trials. During the year, the government continued to target judges and prosecutors who raised concerns over reforms to the judiciary. 2 judges remain suspended by the disciplinary chamber. One of them, Pietro Gaisar, was not allowed to work despite the ruling restoring his full judicial rights. Numerous disciplinary proceedings were pending against other independent judges, some of them suspended for applying rulings of the ECHR and the EU Court of Justice. International concern over the erosion of judicial independence continued. In February, the ECHR ruled that changes to the procedure for appointing judges to the civil chamber of the Supreme Court meant that body could no longer be regarded as an independent and impartial court. In October, the ECHR ruled in the case Justice v. Poland that the suspension of Judge Paul Justice by the disciplinary chamber of the Supreme Court violated his rights to a fair trial and a private life. Freedom of assembly. In March, several NGOs, including Civicus, criticized the continued practice by the government and its supporters of using so-called cyclical assemblies, defined as those organized on a regular basis, to impede lawful and peaceful counter-protests being held at the same place and time. In October, a cyclical assembly was used by members of the ruling Law and Justice Party to prevent counter-protests during the monthly commemoration in the city of Krakow of the Smolensk plane crash which killed a former president. LGBT people's rights. By the end of the year, 79 Polish administrative units still declared themselves so-called LGBT-free zones, although many others were forced to withdraw a similar resolution as a result of pressure from civil society and the European Commission. LGBT rights defenders faced ongoing criminal and civil proceedings. Some, like activists from the interactive map Atlas of Hatred, were subjected to strategic lawsuits against public participation, SLAPs. 2. In January, during court proceedings brought by one activist who had been arbitrarily detained for 24 hours after the so-called Rainbow Night protest in 2020, the police officer who arrested him admitted, "We were instructed to stop all persons displaying the colors of LGBT, regardless of how they behaved." In March, the district court in Gdansk ruled in favor of the NGO Tolerado in a private criminal case challenging the use of vehicles known as homophobusses, which were driven around Polish cities carrying homophobic slogans and banners. Refugees and migrants' rights. In February, a rapid relief effort was organized at the border, and through the generosity of civil society and willingness of the authorities, Poland received over 7 million people fleeing Ukraine after Russia's attack. In July, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Migrants praised the response and recommended that the Polish authorities ensure the sustainability of the support provided to Ukrainian refugees, given the strain of such a sudden and large influx. 300. Amnesty International Report 2022-23 of people needing access to housing, healthcare and education. At the end of the year, some 1 to 2 million were still residing in Poland, and there were concerns about access to education for Ukrainian children, given language challenges, among other issues. Such treatment contrasted starkly with the treatment of refugees and migrants reaching the country via the Belarusian border since July 2021, who continued to face official hostility. Border guards used violence and unlawful force to compel people to leave Polish territory back into the hands of Belarusian officials, who subjected them to further serious abuses. Most of those seeking asylum were detained by the Polish authorities in overcrowded and inadequate facilities, without access to fair asylum proceedings, and subjected to abusive treatment by guards. Many were forcibly returned to their countries of origin. Some were sedated by officials in order to compel them to travel. 3. In March, 5 activists were arrested and charged with assisting illegal entry for providing humanitarian assistance to a group of people, including children, stranded in a forest on the Polish/Belarusian border. They were struggling to survive with no water, food, shelter or access to medical assistance. State financial support for those hosting refugees also lasted only 120 days. The assistance law for refugees from Ukraine, which facilitates, among other things, access to the labour market and healthcare, was not applied equally to all those fleeing the conflict. The UN Special Rapporteur noted a double standards approach to third country nationals not covered by this framework. Specific concerns were also expressed by NGOs about the discriminatory treatment by officials of Roma refugees from Ukraine. 4 Racism and attacks on non-Ukrainian citizens also occurred. 5 Staff of the largest opposition party during parliamentary elections, as well as against several other members of the opposition and their staff. 6 The authorities refused to initiate any additional investigations until September, when a court ordered an investigation into the use of spyware against a prosecutor. Gender-based violence. In August, the Ministry of Justice proposed further law reforms regarding protection orders for survivors of domestic violence, moving towards compliance with requirements under the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, Istanbul Convention. However, No reforms were made to define rape on the basis of an absence of consent or to recognize economic violence, in line with obligations under the Convention. Torture and other ILL treatment. In October, it was revealed that the prosecutor's office had discontinued the investigation against the former director of the Secret Service, Zbigniew Siemiatkowski, regarding the secret CIA prison facility in Sterkaj. The decision had been taken in 2020 but not previously been made public. 1. Poland. Charges against activists accused of aiding an abortion must be dropped. The 7th of April. 2. Poland. They treated us like criminals, from shrinking space to harassment of LGBT activists. The 20th of July. 3. Poland. Cruelty not compassion, at Europe's southern borders. The 11th of April. 4. Poland. We came here. They didn't want to let us in. Roma from Ukraine treated as unwanted refugees. The 27th of September. Polish only. 5. Poland. Authorities must act to protect people fleeing Ukraine from further suffering. The 22nd of March. 6. Poland. The use of the Pegasus software to spy on politicians is a threat to civil society. The 7th of January. Polish only. Right to privacy. Amnesty International revealed that Pegasus spyware from the surveillance company NSO Group had been used against the chief of Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 301. Portugal. Portuguese Republic Head of State, Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa. Head of Government, Antonio Costa. Concerns about police brutality and accountability for police misconduct persisted. The safeguards against gender-based violence remained inadequate. Thousands of people continued to live in inadequate housing conditions. Migrant workers in the agricultural sector suffered from exploitative conditions of employment. Over 1,000 people died of causes related to extreme heat waves. Torture and other ILL treatment. Reports of excessive use of force and other ill treatment by police officers persisted. Between May and June, the Council of Europe, Committee for the Prevention of Torture, CPT, visited numerous prisons and places of detention to examine detainees' treatment and conditions. The visit aimed to follow up on the extensive list of recommendations made by the CPT in its report following a 2019 visit, including assessing the effectiveness of investigations into allegations of ill treatment by law enforcement officials. Sexual and gender-based violence and discrimination. In July, following its periodic review of Portugal, the CEDAW committee criticised the inadequacy of the legislative and institutional framework and the insufficiency of services to address gender-based violence against women. It also expressed concern about school dropout rates among Roma girls due to child and/or forced marriage and early pregnancy, and noted that these issues were often ignored by the authorities. Right to housing. The government took insufficient measures to improve housing conditions and guarantee sufficient affordable housing despite data released at the end of 2021 showing that over 38,000 people were in housing need. Reports of forced evictions leaving people in worse housing situations, including, in some cases, homelessness, persisted. A situation which disproportionately affected people of Roma and African descent. Refugees and migrants' rights. In January, investigative media reports exposed exploitative labour conditions and inadequate housing affecting migrant workers, mostly from South Asian countries, employed in the agricultural sector in the southern region of Ademira. In June, the group of experts on action against trafficking in human beings, GRETA, which had visited the country in 2021, noted that labour exploitation remained the most common type of exploitation, affecting especially the agricultural and catering sectors. Failure to tackle climate crisis and environmental degradation. In September, following a visit, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment concluded that the authorities needed to increase the pace of action to address, in particular, air pollution and waste management, and to prevent wildfires. According to data from the Directorate General of Health, as of July, there had been more than 1,000 deaths related to extreme heat waves in 2022. As of August, according to the Portuguese Institute for Sea and Atmosphere, 60.4% of Portugal was experiencing severe drought and 39.6% extreme drought. Puerto Rico. Commonwealth of Puerto Rico Head of State, Joseph Biden Head of Government, Pedro Rafael P. Luisi Urrutia. Killings by police disproportionately affected low-income racially mixed communities. Activists protested. 302. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Environmental degradation. A total of 5 bills seeking to restrict access to abortion were defeated. Background. In September, Hurricane Fiona resulted in widespread flooding, leaving 1.5 million people temporarily without electricity, according to news reports. At least 39 people died following the hurricane, either as a direct result of the hurricane or due to health issues aggravated by its electricity outages. Excessive use of force. In March, the NGO Kilometro Zero published a report highlighting ongoing concerns around killings by the police on the island. The report found that law enforcement officials killed at least 71 people between 2014 and 2020, an average of 10 people each year, and that a significant number of those shot were not carrying a firearm. The report also found that people living in low-income racially mixed communities were twice as likely to be killed by the police as those living in mostly white low-income communities. Environmental degradation. In February, according to news reports, a court blocked the construction of a recreational area in a condominium close to the beach in the town of Rincon on several grounds, including that part of the land was protected as it is important habitat for endangered species such as sea turtles and part of it was at high risk of flooding. The government had given permission for the development despite environmental concerns. In April, also according to media reports, the civil society organization Surfrider Puerto Rico Foundation criticized the development of housing in the seaside town of Aguada, arguing that it would destroy environmentally important land and vegetation. In May, the Department of Natural and Environmental Resources stopped some other works that were being carried out in Aguada on the grounds that the construction breached environmental laws. Freedom of assembly. On various occasions during the year, the authorities responded to protests over development plans in areas of environmental importance by deploying a disproportionate number of police. In August, hundreds of people protested against the island's electricity company over electricity outages and the rising cost of energy bills. There were reports of excessive use of force by the police and of violence by protesters. Violence against women and girls. Between January and November, according to Puerto Rico's Observatory on Gender Equity, there were 70 gender-based killings of women, compared with 58 for the same period in 2021. The number of femicides in 2022 was the highest for 4 years. Sexual and reproductive rights. In Puerto Rico, abortion is permitted at any stage of a pregnancy when carried out by a doctor to conserve the life or health, including the mental health, of the pregnant person. 1. In June, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned the decision in Roe v. Wade, which protected the right to abortion at the federal level, leaving decisions about access to abortion to individual U.S. states. By November, a total of 5 bills seeking to restrict access to abortion were before the House of Representatives. However, feminist organizations, including the Coalition por un Aborto Libre, Seguro y Accesible and Intermedias, raised concerns that restrictions on abortion access would disproportionately affect women on low incomes and women experiencing gender-based violence. These bills were subsequently defeated in an internal vote in the House of Representatives of Puerto Rico. The Department of Education announced that it would implement a new curriculum on equality and respect in 2023. This Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 303. Curriculum was selected instead of another curriculum with a gender perspective that had been developed by human rights organizations and feminist groups in response to the declaration of a state of emergency regarding gender-based violence. LGBT people's rights. In May, Puerto Rico's Commission on Human Rights and Labor Affairs dropped proposals for a Bill of Rights for LGBT people. In July, the Department of Health ended the requirement for health professionals to receive continuous education about LGBT issues. However, following public pressure, it reinstated the requirement, originally included in Executive Order 398 of 2018. The General Prosecutor's Office failed to make progress in bringing to justice those responsible for the killing of Alexa, a transgender woman, in 2020. 1. Puerto Rico, protect access to abortion, the 18th of April. Qatar. State of Qatar Head of State, Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani. Head of Government, Khalid bin Khalifa bin Abdulaziz Al Thani. Migrant workers, including domestic workers, continued to face a range of abuses, including wage theft, forced labor, exploitation and abuse despite reforms. Authorities repressed freedom of expression to silence critical voices. Women continued to face discrimination in law and practice and needed the permission of a male guardian to study, travel or marry. Laws continued to discriminate against LGBT people, putting them at risk of arrest and torture. Background. Qatar hosted the 2022 FIFA World Cup between 20 November and the 18th of December. In November, the European Parliament urged football's international governing body, FIFA and Qatar, to compensate migrant workers and expand the Workers' Support and Insurance Fund to include all deaths and other abuses of human rights related to the preparations for the World Cup. Migrants' rights. Despite the government's ongoing efforts to reform its labor system, thousands of migrant workers continued to face labor abuses. 1. In August, the government said that over 300,000 migrant workers had been allowed to change jobs without the permission of their employers since October 2020, when a reform was introduced. However, some migrant workers who applied to change jobs continued to face barriers or retaliatory measures by their employers, including charges filed against them for absconding or having their residence permits cancelled. Migrant workers still commonly faced wage theft by employers, despite government attempts to address non-payment of wages, including by strengthening the monitoring system, setting up labor committees and operating a fund to expedite payment. In August, hundreds of workers protested in the capital Doha against their employers who owed them up to 6 months' wages. They were arrested the same month en masse, after which hundreds were finally paid their arrears and then deported to their home countries. After years of patchy operationalization, the state-run compensation fund is said to have paid out over $320 million for unpaid wages and benefits between October 2020 and September 2022. However, many workers entitled to payments were left out or received capped compensation. The authorities continued to fail to investigate properly the deaths of migrant workers and hold employers or authorities accountable, precluding any assessment of whether the deaths were work-related and depriving families of the opportunity to receive compensation from the employer or authorities. 304. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Domestic workers, most of whom are women, continued to face some of the harshest working conditions and abuses, including verbal, physical and sexual assault. The authorities failed to implement measures introduced in 2017 to protect them from labor abuses. Women domestic workers who managed to flee abusive employers lacked access to safe shelter. In October, the government reopened the Qatari House for Human Care shelter for victims of human trafficking, which had been closed since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. While the shelter could offer abused women much-needed refuge on a referral basis, it appeared not to be accessible on a walk-in basis. The authorities continued to ban migrant workers from forming and joining trade unions, a right afforded to Qatari nationals. Many migrant workers faced discrimination on the basis of race, nationality and language. For instance, security guards interviewed by Amnesty International said that management from their companies treat employees differently depending on their nationality, race and language, including in terms of the rate of pay and working conditions and locations. Forced labor and other abuses continued to be rampant, particularly in domestic work and the private security sector. Amnesty International documented the working conditions of migrant workers across Qatar's private security sector, including guards deployed at World Cup stadiums and various sporting tournaments. Two guards interviewed spoke about the wide range of abuses they faced, including excessive working hours, lack of rest days, and arbitrary or disproportionate financial penalties, as well as underpayment of overtime work, conditions that amounted to forced labor. Many also highlighted their dangerous working conditions when deployed for long periods outside in searing heat, after which they returned to substandard living conditions and often insanitary, company-provided accommodation, frequently sleeping on bunk beds in overcrowded rooms. All workers described the impact of such treatment, including physical and psychological exhaustion, suffering and anguish. In August, Qatar's Government Communication Office told Amnesty International that it had detected 230 excessive working hours violations between October 2021 and August 2022. Freedom of expression and assembly. Authorities continued to curtail freedom of expression, using abusive laws to stifle critical voices. On the 10th of May, the Criminal Court of First Instance sentenced brothers Hatsa and Rashid bin Ali Abu Shurayda al-Mari, both lawyers, to life in prison for offences that included contesting laws ratified by the Emir, threatening the Emir on social media, compromising the independence of the state, organising unauthorised public meetings, and violating social values online. Two other men were convicted in their absence of the same offences. One was sentenced to life imprisonment, the other to 15 years in prison. 3. Authorities continued to repress press freedom by imposing restrictions on broadcasters, including banning them from filming in certain locations such as government buildings, hospitals, universities, migrant workers' accommodation sites, and private homes. During the World Cup, football fans who showed their support for the popular uprising in Iran were harassed by security forces, including by having flags and banners confiscated. Women's rights. Women continued to face discrimination in law and practice. Under the guardianship system, Women still needed the permission of a male guardian, usually their husband, father, brother, grandfather or uncle, to marry, study abroad on government scholarships, work in many government jobs, travel abroad if aged under 25 and access reproductive health care. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 305. Family law discriminated against women, including by making it much more difficult for women than men to seek a divorce, and placing women at a severe economic disadvantage if they sought a divorce or if their husband left them. While the country's family law provides that women have the right to not be physically harmed by their husbands, women remained inadequately protected against domestic violence by others in the absence of a domestic violence law. LGBT people's rights. Qatari laws continued to discriminate against LGBT people. The Penal Code criminalizes a range of same-sex consensual sexual acts. Article 296(3) punishes with imprisonment anyone who leads or induces or tempts a male, by any means, into committing an act of sodomy or debauchery. Article 296(4) punishes with imprisonment anyone who induces or tempts a male or female, by any means, into committing acts contrary to morals or that are unlawful. Activists reported that 6 people were arbitrarily arrested by security officials and tortured and otherwise ill-treated for their sexual orientation. Despite vague reassurances given by the World Cup organisers that everyone would be welcome in Qatar, players were threatened with on-field sanctions if they wore pro-LGBT rights armbands. Fans had rainbow items confiscated, and a few journalists were harassed for showing their support of LGBT people. Failure to tackle climate crisis. The government had still not announced a new NDC to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. 1. Qatar, unfinished business. What Qatar must do to fulfill promises on migrant workers' rights, the 20th of October. 2. Qatar, they think that wear machines, forced labour and other abuse of migrant workers in Qatar's private security sector, the 7th of April. 3. Qatar, further information. 2 Qatari lawyers handed life sentences, Hatsa and Rashid bin Ali Abu Shurayda al-Mari, the 16th of May. Romania. Romania head of state, Klaus Iohannis head of government, Nili Suka. Concerns over excessive use of force by police remained prevalent. The European Court of Human Rights ruled against disproportionate restrictions to spontaneous protests. Roma and LGBT people continued to face systemic discrimination. Protesters demanded action to combat sexual and gender-based violence. Background. In June, the Senate approved proposals to set the age of consent to sexual relations at 15. More than 180 NGOs called for the proposed age to be raised to 16. In its July Rule of Law report, the European Commission highlighted the need for Romania to reinforce judicial independence and address challenges around anti-corruption institutions. The report raised concerns over frequent changes in legislation, regular use of emergency orders and limited public consultation, as well as risks to media freedom. The EC also called for the establishment of a national human rights institution. In October, the UN General Assembly elected Romania as a member of the UN Human Rights Council for 2023 to 2025. Romania's record on implementing judgments by the European Court of Human Rights (ECTR) was among the poorest in the EU, according to the European Implementation Network and Democracy Reporting International. Excessive use of force. A survey of 1,000 detainees in 28 prisons carried out by the NGO APSO Helsinki Committee highlighted concerns over excessive use of force by police, as well as failure to respect the right of inmates to effective legal defense and a low rate of 306 Amnesty International Report 2022-23. Complaints about alleged abuse, partly due to fear of repercussions. In August, the ECTR found there had been a violation of the right to life through unlawful use of deadly force by police in 2009 during a poorly planned operation to apprehend a suspect and lack of effective investigation by the prosecutor's office. As similar findings emerged in another 3 cases, the ECTR considered that general measures were required to ensure the enforcement of the judgment and to prevent such violations in future. Freedom of expression and assembly. In May, the ECTR ruled that Romania violated the rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly in relation to a fine given for a spontaneous protest against a mining project. It found that, by applying the 3 days notification requirement for assemblies to a small group protest lasting only a few minutes, authorities disproportionately restricted the protesters' rights and created a potentially chilling effect on public discourse. In December, a new law on the protection of whistleblowers in the public interest was adopted. The law would replace the 2004 legislation and represented Romania's transposition of the European Union's 2019 whistleblowing directive. Discrimination. Roma rights. In June, a survey of 10 countries published by the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, FRA, showed a decrease in hate-motivated harassment and physical violence against Roma in most of the countries surveyed, including Romania, as compared to the FRA's findings in 2016. However, Romanian Roma continued to face widespread poverty, social exclusion and discrimination, including in education, health, housing and employment. LGBT people's rights, same-sex marriage and partnership remained unrecognized. Romania continued to fail to comply with the 2018 European Court of Justice decision on the need to harmonise national legislation to guarantee freedom of movement and residence for same-sex couples. NGOs expressed strong objections to 3 anti-LGBT legislative proposals claiming to promote and protect children's rights. The proposals were introduced for discussion in Parliament but remained pending at the end of the year. Sexual and gender-based violence. The number of reported incidents of violence against women, including femicides, remained high. A 2022 to 2027 national strategy for the promotion of equal opportunities between women and men and the prevention and combating of domestic violence, which had been under public consultation since March 2021, was adopted in December. In October, protests were held across the country demanding action to combat violence against women, including sexual and domestic violence, and denouncing state failure to ensure protection for victims. In August, the ECTR found that Romania violated the right to private life when authorities failed to adequately investigate and ensure justice in the case of a woman applicant who, in 2017, filed a criminal complaint of sexual harassment against her boss. This was the first case in the history of the ECTR to conclude that an inadequate response to alleged sexual harassment constituted a violation of the right to private life. As such, it represented an important milestone. Russia. Russian Federation Head of State, Vladimir Putin, Head of Government, Mikhail Mishustin. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine was accompanied by escalating repression against dissent within Russia. Peaceful. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. 307. Anti-war protests were dispersed, often forcibly, and those speaking out against the war faced prosecution. New legislation was introduced restricting protests and the activities of NGOs and civil society activists. Prosecutions of Jehovah's Witnesses continued. torture and other ill treatment remained endemic in places of detention. Abductions and enforced disappearances continued to be reported in Chechnya. Fair trial standards were repeatedly violated. Conscientious objectors were refused alternative civilian service. New legislation further stigmatized and discriminated against LGBT people. Background: Russia launched a full-scale military invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February. It occupied large areas of the country and announced the annexation of 4 Ukrainian regions in September. Thousands of civilians in Ukraine were killed and Russian forces committed war crimes and other crimes under international law. See Ukraine entry. Ukrainian forces apparently attacked military bases, communications and fuel depots on Russian territory. Russian media reported at least 21 civilians killed and 39 injured. Hundreds of thousands of Russians left the country, particularly after a partial mobilization began in September and resulted in scores of men being sent to the front line without adequate training or provisions. Thousands of prisoners were reportedly recruited by a private military company and deployed to Ukraine. This practice was legalized retroactively under a law passed in November. Russia faced growing isolation internationally and economic sanctions were introduced by the EU, USA and other countries in response to the invasion of Ukraine. A mass exodus of international companies followed. The proportion of people living in poverty increased. Russia withdrew from the Council of Europe on the 15th of March and in June adopted a law allowing Russian authorities to ignore judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, ECTR, including those envisaging compensation payments, retroactive to the 15th of March. In April, the UN General Assembly voted to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. In October, the Council created a new special rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Russian Federation. In November, a Dutch court found that Russia has overall control of the separatist-held region in eastern Ukraine from where a civilian aircraft was shot down in July 2014, killing the 298 people on board. The court convicted 3 men in their absence, 2 Russian and 1 Ukrainian, in connection with the attack and sentenced them to life imprisonment. Freedom of expression and assembly. The authorities introduced further severe restrictions on freedom of expression and peaceful assembly in an ongoing clampdown on dissent. Police dispersed peaceful protests against the war and the military draft, often with excessive use of force. More than 19,400 people, including journalists covering the protests, were arrested. Most faced heavy fines or administrative detention. 1. In March, new legislation was adopted penalizing discreditation of and disseminating deliberately false information about the Russian armed forces. As of December, there were over 100 and 180 criminal cases, respectively, under these charges and at least 5,518 administrative prosecutions for discreditation. More than 200 further criminal cases were initiated for anti-war activities under other criminal charges. In April, artist Alexandra Skokailenko was arrested and remanded on charges of disseminating deliberately false information about the armed forces. She faced up to 10 years imprisonment for replacing price tags with anti-war messages in a supermarket in St. Petersburg. She was denied medical care while in detention. Her trial began in December. 308. Amnesty International Report 2022-23. In July, Municipal Councillor Alexei Orinov was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for criticizing Russia's invasion of Ukraine at a council session. 2. In December, opposition politician Ilya Yashin was sentenced to 8.5 years imprisonment for speaking on YouTube about mass killings of civilians by Russian forces in the Ukrainian town of Bucha. Dozens of independent media outlets were closed and thousands of websites blocked. In March, the Echo Moskvy radio station closed down and its website was blocked. Also in March, social media platforms Twitter, Facebook and Instagram were blocked by the media regulator. Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, was subsequently declared an extremist organization. In September, a Moscow court stripped the independent newspaper Novaya Gazeta of its license. From November, the Dagestan-based independent newspaper Chinovik went digital only after printing houses stopped printing it, under pressure from the authorities. Such pressure also led to the cancellation of the concerts, exhibitions and other events by cultural figures who expressed dissenting views. Some, including rock musician Yuri Shevchuk and rap Raksksimian, were fined for discreditation of the armed forces. Others, including rock musician Andrei Makarevich and writer Dmitry Bykov, were declared foreign agents. In April, the chief editor of Kharkiv-based media website Novy Focus, Mikhail Afanasyev, was detained pending trial for disseminating deliberately false information about the armed forces. In Yekaterinburg, media outlet Vechernye Vedomosti, its publisher and its editor were fined a total of 450,000 Russian rubles, $7,828 in June and July for discreditation of the armed forces. In July, vaguely defined amendments to the criminal code were introduced prohibiting any confidential cooperation with international law, foreign organizations and foreign states, punishable by up to 8 years imprisonment. By December, the first 2 arrests under this amendment had been reported, although the specific grounds for the charges were not disclosed. In December, amendments to the law regulating public assemblies extended the list of places where protests were banned to include administrative buildings, schools, universities, hospitals, airports and train and bus stations. Regional authorities were also permitted to introduce further restrictions. Freedom of association. The clampdown on civil society groups and opposition movements escalated. The Ministry of Justice listed 166 more foreign agents and 23 undesirable organizations. In June, the ECTRA found Russia's foreign agents law to be in violation of the right to freedom of association. A new foreign agents law came into force in December. It extended the list of who could be designated a foreign agent and introduced pre-order grounds for so designating a person or organization, as well as tougher penalties and further discriminatory measures limiting their participation in public life. In December, opposition politician